You you
Yeah.
will pay with your soul one day, my dears.
Welcome to Splintered Spirits, the paranormal podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew, John Santa from Santa Paranormal. Our guest this week is Lori Bruno, an Italian-American hereditary high priestess and elder of the Sicilian Strega lineage. She's a witch, folks. Born into a family with teachings dating back to at least the 10th century. Founder of the non-denominational Our Lord and Lady of the Trinacrian Rose Church, and former owner of the now closed Magica, her renowned spiritual shop in Salem, Massachusetts. That's right, Lori is not just any witch, she's a Salem witch. And she has spent decades performing psychic readings, healing rituals, and even assisting law enforcement in missing persons cases, all while preserving ancient Stregarian traditions. Known affectionately as Strega Nona, or the Witch of Salem, she's as notable for her warm, grandmotherly demeanor, I love you being her signature sign-off, as she is for her powerful work, curing sick animals, blessing homes during downturns. Look, let's just dive right into the conversation. Hey everybody, we are here with Lori Bruno, John, this is a real Salem witch.
Awesome. Hello, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
I like to start out asking everyone the same question to start, just to get a sort of baseline where everyone's belief system is and what we do. So Lori, what do you think spirits are, and what happens when we die?
What spirits are is the essence of the soul and the light that surrounds them. That is what spirits are. And what they are to be in the other world is when they want to come to let us see them. Okay? But the spirit is that essence of the soul that never dies. It's a circle which never dies.
When you say soul, is it from like sort of your like a religious background, or is it something, is it another or scientific background? Like where do you come up with soul? Is it based in like a Catholicism soul, how we think of it?
The soul is in everything. Even a rock has a soul. Oh, I said something that's kind of strange, didn't I?
That's a Native American belief. The Native Americans believe that
it's also a belief.
Damn it, we had tech issues this entire episode. Right now, everyone's frozen. Tech. John, are you still there?
I'm still here.
So she just... Lori's talking about one of her great ancestors in the 1600s.
Italy. And he became a Dominican monk. And he was chastised for his beliefs. He said the earth went around the sun, and there were a multiplicity of universes. They condemned him. Okay? And they brought him before the Inquisitional Court on February the 11th, 1600. And what happened is that they condemned him to death. And it's interesting, a few years ago, on February 11th, the Vatican was hit by a thunderbolt of lightning. And that's the day they condemned my ancestor, quite a few years before that. So February 17, 1600, they took him out on the Campo de Fiori. They put a iron mask in his mouth to not let him speak. They were afraid of truth. There are two things you can never hide: the sun and truth. Well, no, they burned my ancestor, but his thoughts are always here in my heart, and they're part of me. And where's the soul? It is within each and every one of us. Our ancestors' soul is there. It's part of the DNA. The dead are near always. They never die. Your skin is the skin that belongs to many people that were before you. So where is the soul? The Egyptians said the soul dwells within the heart. And that was the only organ that they left when they embalmed the people, because the
Yeah, they had
soul
to
is,
because that's the scales. They would put the heart on the scale, and you
ah,
needed it for the
yes,
afterlife. Yes,
yes.
yes.
And
Very,
Ma'at,
very,
and
very well.
Ma'at
Yep.
took the feather in her head, put it on the scale, and said,
Yeah.
if it doesn't balance, guess who gets you? The devourer, which looks like an
Mhm.
alligator. Oh, yeah. Listen, you cannot fool things too long out there. Let me tell you, it does come, and you will know despair. All right? Many years ago, during 9/11, I wrote a poem on that morning, and it goes like this, if you'd like me to say it.
Go for it.
Please.
In the name of God, how odd, war condone, skull and bone. You forgot there's all right to hurt your sister and your brother. Oh, you forgot the great mother. Garden of Eden, that's what we're needing. Become a caring nation, not the uncreation, the God of light, Allah, Buddha, Christ, and Great Mother. Want humanity to love one another. Hate not for the religion or color of the skin or anything else. Look into the heart, the soul is within. Create, not destroy. Make the world filled with joy. This is not odd. It is a place of goddess and God, a balance of creation. Become that caring nation. Create the love from above, and you will move forth with life forever. The soul does exist in every one of us, in the stone, in everything. There is the soul. Look, and you will see. And from negativity, you will be free. Washington, you need that now more than ever.
That is
Wow, you have that memorized too. That's great.
that is
Oh,
wonderful.
I have a good memory. I've
Yes,
lived
you
80,
do. I
I've
can
lived
tell.
85 summers I've lived.
There is no way you lived 85 summers.
I was born April.
85
No,
summers.
I was born April
Wow.
27th, 1940, the same day as Ulysses S. Grant lived. Now, tell you about
Wow.
that.
That's my mother's
Ulysses S.
birthday, by the
Grant,
way.
yeah. George Washington was the father of the country. Ulysses
Yeah.
S. Grant saved the Union.
Yeah.
Understand me. All these people wanted humanity to live and not die.
So Laura, it's funny. You said February 11th. Another weird coincidence is this podcast dropped on February 11th.
Isn't that funny?
Oh, yeah.
Giordano Bruno is coming to give you truth. Yes, they
Yes.
they they burned him alive, but the ashes that flew all over Rome that day ended up in the drinking water. The bread that the baker was making, all pieces of soul were there. And as long as men and women seek the truth, all of those who perished in flames are never forgotten. They
So
live in us. Go ahead.
so Laura,
So Laura, you've been in Salem for how long now? You've been all your life you lived in Salem?
No, 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 no. I moved to Salem in 2009.
Okay.
Okay, somebody wanted me to go work with them. He held a lot of negativity in him.
Mm.
Unfortunately, I tried to teach him, but he couldn't grasp the light. He grasped money, made plenty of money, but what is it when you haven't got respect of people?
That and
You
you
can
can't
take
take it
all
with
the
you.
money. You take all the money you have. Forget about. No, I was born in Brooklyn, New York.
Oh, another New Yorker.
New Yorker.
Ah.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
So is it? So Lori,
I was born on Ocean Parkway in New York and Brooklyn
it's amazing.
Wow,
many
nice.
years ago. And then I worked in the, I left when I was young. I was working in a big company there. Then I always wanted to see what my ancestor said, a multiplicity of universes. So I said, what? And at that time it was 1960. And I said, I'd like to work at NASA.
Mm.
But what can I do? I said, I'm not an engineer, but I like to draw. Aha, technical illustration. So I went to school, I learned, and I got a clearance. And I went down there, and Italian girls leaving at the age of 20 in 1960, that's unheard of. But my father said, I trust you on the other side of the moon. And I went. So he taught me all the things of our family, the MAGA, the church, the teachings of everything. My father's name was Salvatore Michael. He
So,
was
Lori,
supposed to become a Catholic priest, but didn't do it.
well, let
So,
me. I wanted to ask you that. So, is it called Stragaria? Is that what?
Stregaria, okay. Now,
Yeah.
the Strega is the folk witch, or what you would call witch, okay.
Mm-hmm.
But the Maga, which my family, they go a little higher up. And they're not better than anybody else. Believe me. It's just that we go towards the magical learnings of all the religions of mankind. So we can learn to be kind and not be bigots. So this is what happens. So
And I'm sorry to cut you off, Lori. The 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 Stragaga, that's more like
Stregaria,
the Stragaria. That
Stregaria.
that's
That's the folk
doesn't that
witch.
have something a little bit to do with a gypsy, as in like that's something like with the root words.
No.
Okay.
Gypsies, they came from, they said Egypt. Gypsy, that's it. Now,
No,
there's
that I know, but it's very similar to. They have a form of witch, if I'm correct, with very similar tongue and very similar
they don't
word.
like witches, trust me.
No,
They call them
they
vestigia.
don't.
Vestigia. So, anyway, what happened is that, as I was telling you, I went to work at NASA. I worked in Huntsville, Alabama, and Cape Kennedy also. And I got to know Dr. Werner von Braun, who was Hitler's rocket scientist,
Wow.
who got to the moon. Oh, yes, very strange. But I
Wow.
saw, my ancestor, the Russians named the crater on the moon Giordano Bruno. He's well known in Europe, but he went ahead and he believed so much that it goes into every one of us in our family that
Was
we
it?
know him.
But was it hard, Lori, to be
So
that? To be practicing what you practice in as an Italian in New York, where it's so heavily Catholic.
oh, wait a minute, my dear. We have nothing against Jesus Christ.
No, I know, but
Never.
did the Catholics have an issue against you? It's
No,
really.
they came to my mother a lot of times, take away my headaches, take away, and we need advice. And she saved many families, as I have done. A lot of little secrets are right here, and they will stay here. And some of them were very unsavory people, as you would say. But I think I would trust a lot of them more than I would some of these illegal. What do you call again in the political office? At least you knew who they were. They didn't wear. They weren't wolves in sheep's clothing.
Well,
Excuse me out there.
even some of the mafia had a lot of actually what some would consider ritualistic rites with
Yes,
the
they had
cards and
absolutely,
oh yeah.
absolutely.
I'm very
And
well acquainted with all that. Yep.
some of us have saved lives of people.
Yeah. Isn't that
There are
amazing?
there are a lot of little secrets.
A lot. Yeah.
And
Lori,
they
I like
never
to sit
come
there.
out here. They
Yeah.
stay right here,
Yep.
Lori,
always.
do you think it's your certain bloodlines, like your own, are more naturally attuned to communicating with spirits?
Yes, I would say yes. However, every one of you out there have psychic ability. Every one of you, if you would take away the fear, The fear stops you. The fear will always stop people, okay? And uh, see, I don't know if I can cross the street. That's your first thing. Yes, I can. Yes, I will. The will is everything. But with
Intent.
respect to the spirit world, all right? Yes, you see, I've had to learn every religion. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. First commandment, Hebrew. I had to learn everything about Jesus Christ. Because if I didn't know all of these things, and Buddha, if I didn't, and every day I teach to learn and I learn to teach. I don't know it all. I know it is in the heart. And that's what it is. The religion of the magical energy is in the heart. If you have no heart, forget about it. It's not wearing a pointy hat. I don't own one. It's not wearing a pointy hat. And it's what you get to the point when you teach and you care. You know, I see people sit down sometimes in the street. They look hungry. I go put some money in their hand. A friend of mine said, "Why'd you do that?" Because I can and I will.
Mhm.
That's why I do it.
So
You understand me?
what is on your day to day in your shop? It's a magica. How do you pronounce your shop?
Magica, yes, I had to
Magica.
close Magica because
Okay.
my landlord, who's a very gracious man, and he's a lovely human being, wanted to make it into a condo. So Mr. Gigalta is a wonderful human being. And I'm so happy that he can make it into the condo. Bless him. God has blessed him. So, a restaurant there in town called Rockefellers, Rockfellas. Many years ago, they needed a little help. And I told them on February 18th, 20 years ago, they would sign papers and own the building. It seemed the man was selling the building where the big restaurant, big. It used to be, it's haunted too. Was an old church. It was a church, one of the first churches in Salem. But they made now, it went into a jewelry store. It was a bank. It was everything. So they finally came and they said, David McKillop, who owns the restaurant, will we be able to get this? I said, absolutely, you will. February 18th next year, you'll sign the papers. It was in October of the previous year. And February 18th, he signed the papers. So when he heard that my shop had to close, he said, Lori, he and his brother-in-law Kevin said, come here and read out of our restaurant. And they have been more than gracious to me and my son.
So you go there and you do your readings and
I do my readings right out of Rockefeller's restaurant, which is on the corner of Washington and Essex Street in Salem. Yes, I
Right.
gave them a plug.
No, that's fine. Fine by me. So and is this sort of your I mean, is the word witchcraft still used
Let
today,
me
or
tell
how
you
do
a
you?
little story about the word.
Yeah, please. Uh
The word witch.
oh. Oh, there you go.
It's all right. You'll get me. I'll go back. The word witch. I was on a television show many years ago. I was 18 at the time. And they said, so yeah, there was a ma'am, a Muslim cleric. There was a Roman Catholic priest, a born again Christian, a Protestant, an agnostic. There was every religion there, and a rabbi. So what is a witch? They said. And they looked at me. I said, a witch is this. W, wisdom. I, integrity. T, truth. C, courage. H, honor. Which one of you follow that creed? I was 18 summers then, and the announcer said, had a mouth of babes. I said, how do you know I'm a babe? I might be older than you. Understand, we do reincarnate. What is a witch? If you have, and it's not running around with a big wand or wearing the pointy hat, a big cape. Some of us don't dress like that at all. It's what's in here that makes the magical practitioner, not the clothing you wear. I've seen some of them with their boobies hanging out. What is that? No, they're boobs. That's all they are, is boobs. You don't let everything hang out. Yes, I do wear my jewelry. I wear the pentacle with the 1 point up. Oh, but that's the witch's star. I said, now I'm going to surprise you. You know whose star this is? Star of Solomon, Stella Salomonis. David has the 6 pointed star, his son the 5. Well, why is that? Because when he was building the Temple of Jerusalem, what happened there was this. His master mason, Cyrus Abith, that's what the Masons say his name was murdered because he wouldn't give them the secret, the murderers. And Solomon sat there, and, I cannot build this temple. All of a sudden, the angel came, Michael, archangel. The name Michael, it means that who is he, that is she, whoever it is, has the energy of the Father. His name means he or she, that is like the Father. So, from the top of his crown that he wore, he pulled out a 5 pointed star. The crown that Michael wears has 5 points. And that star is a symbol of the crown, which they say God the Father, God the Mother Father, put on his head. And he gave the ring, the ring or the symbol of the star, to Solomon. And he commanded both the demonic and the good spirits to build the temple of Jerusalem, Yerushalayim,
The
which
legend
is,
of
if you look
Solomon's
at it,
ring. Yeah.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
Now, the word Jerusalem, if you look at it very carefully, in the center you'll see it. Jerusalem. Very strange. Tis our outpost there, isn't it?
So yeah, well,
Yes.
sure, sure.
Yes.
What
We have to understand.
are healing
Yes,
rituals a big part of your practice as well as readings?
yes, we pray for.
They are.
Yes, we do. We do healings. We pray for people when they're ill.
Okay.
You want
That
a
that that's
prayer
what
is
it
a
oh that's what
spell.
it that's what a healing ritual is. Is it a spell or is it just
A
prayer?
prayer is a spell.
Okay.
What the will does it.
I
The
see.
will of seeing you will, if it's in the power of drawing from this cosmos, the Lord of the universe, the lady, come and help me heal. I hold my left hand up and I put the right one out. Please help them. It's not me that heals. It's a greater force than I could ever be. I got a telephone though. I go, please help this person. All right. And if it's the will of God, of Goddess, Lord of the universe, Lady of the universe, it will happen. Okay?
So do you
Understand.
so Lori, is it then you're saying God, goddess, is it in your practice, and is it the Trinakian uh what church
Trinacrian Rose.
Trinakian Rose Church? Is there
Trinacrian,
is there a deity? Is there a main deity in your faith?
it is light.
Light.
We call on the light. On the light of all lights that created the universe, that created the vast cosmos. There is no name for Our Lady and Lord. There is no name. Only the power of love. When you put that power together, you can move a mountain, my dear. That's why I cannot take what I see today. Hate. Make America great, yes, but get away from the hate. Yes, there are those people that have done evil. They have to be taken down. But they have to understand with mercy. Mercy is the key. Too many people live with the ego, evil going onward. Oh, stop it. The word hate, heal all the evil, Hate. Heal all the evil. It has to be that way. We have to learn the politicians who stand there and pander to you and promise you and give you nothing and fill their pockets with gold. Send 10 million to this, okay? And then they only take $1 million and send a kickback. How come so many people out there in Washington live in mansions? I want to know. On their salaries, how do they do that? They must be getting a kickback from somebody. Oh, the mafia is terrible. We know that. But then there's the legalized mafia. You
Yeah.
will pay with your soul one day, my dears. Oh, you can laugh now. Send our men to war and our women to war. But you will pay the cost.
Lori,
Trust me.
Lori,
What did I say, Susan?
are curses real? Is that
Oh,
something that?
oh, Bella, when you hurt somebody and look in the mirror, guess what? You just gave yourself the biggest malarkey in the world that you hurt somebody. You do it to yourself, disgraziata. You did it. Excuse me, that's Italian. It means ungracious one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But do people practice that? I mean, do people do curses still in your? Have you come
Oh,
across
please,
this?
let them do all the curses they want. God knows how many I have on me, but that's okay. I've seen them all get it, and I've gone to their funerals. And I never have to light a candle against them. They've already lit theirs, and they burn their own butts. I said that on.
That's okay. That's okay. Lori, do you follow sort of modern day witchcraft or social media in any way, or follow what people are doing and how they're modifying these practices? Or
Do their own thing. I don't care what they do. They can do what they want, but I know the most sacred is to care. And you stand there in the light of the moon, Mother, grant me this boon that I can turn this world and heal. Because in your light, I can clear the blight and make a most beautiful path filled with your holy light. Oh, Mother, hear this prayer this night. Hear this spell. Take away evil and put it in its own private hell. Did I say mischief? The gods like mischief. Trust me.
So,
Imagine,
so
even the prayers, what the prayers are, it's over and over, rhetoric. But if you sit there and you say, "Dear Mother Mary, dear Son Jesus, I ask this in your name. I seek no fame. I want to do the things that are true, that bring a blessing, not just to me, but I honor you." Now, see that? Very simple. I just made that up.
so
you're a
Lori, let
poet.
me ask you a question. In
I'm sorry.
all the years of your practice,
Yeah.
and just everything that you've gone through, everything you experienced, have you ever experienced anything that you would consider your opposite, or something that has to do with witchcraft in that title, that
The
would be
negative force, you mean? Demonic?
not demonic? I'm talking. Well, I mean, it could be a demonic force working through another human that considers themselves a witch or a practicer
Oh,
or
have
anything
I
like
ever?
that. But like someone that just was honest and was like, "Hey, listen, I am darkness. I am hate. I am all these things that are your opposite." Have you ever come across anything like that?
Oh, yes, I did.
Oh, may we hear a story?
Well, I worked for somebody once that called me the C word,
You?
and I
It's not
took him
how
to
I would describe you.
court.
So
And
you use legal means
yes, I did.
as opposed to
I
spiritual
did
means.
that. Yes. And he had that habit of calling all women the C word. But yes,
Wow.
he called himself also a warlock, which means an oath breaker.
Yes.
Warlock means oath breaker.
Yes, warlock, oath breaker. Oath breaker.
Interesting.
No oath, no spell.
No
Yep, yep,
stuff.
yep.
Oh.
Yeah.
No. Yes, I have met something. My father was an exorcist. Okay?
Oh,
My father was an exorcist. I just dropped
Okay.
the phone.
No, it's okay.
My father was an exorcist, and he was supposed to be. His uncle also was an abbot in the church. You see, in Italy, the Stregone or Mago hid inside of the church. And you want to know why? What better place than to hide if somebody's going to try to hurt you? And they would warn the family, uh-oh, watch out. How would they warn the family? Well, they would go to the communion, and they would turn the communion this way, up and down. That's not desecrating it. That's just saying, hide everything, they're coming. All right? And that's how they protected themselves. Because even though we practiced the light and not the darkness, we were a rival to the political religio people. Understand?
I feel like the your sort of disdain for politics really stems from your ancestry in terms of like the persecution you
Absolutely.
received.
I don't
It's like
blame her. I mean, look what's
no, I
going
don't
on
blame
these
her at
days.
all. But it's like
You know?
They
it's
murder
like
in the name of God. How odd.
Yeah.
Walk stone, skull and bone. The beginning of that poem tells you something there.
Mhm.
Yes, they hide behind the cross. They hide behind a flag, and they do the most heinous crimes. My husband died because 2 years ago I lost the best part of my life, my husband.
I'm sorry.
And he was the most beautiful Luciano Giuseppe Sforza. Remember the name I give you. Now, Sforza. And I'll tell you the story that goes with that. Talk about reincarnation. It's right there. Now, went ahead and he went and fight in Vietnam. He was the only son of the family, but he went. He didn't run over he loved America. And I believe he still loves America. Because sometimes they get little messages here and there. So he went and fight for our country. And Dow Chemical and Monsanto had a lobbyist. Oh, use these chemicals, it'll destroy the jungles. The jungles are still there. However, our 300,000 servicemen and women died because of Agent Orange when they came home. There's a war with 58,000, but they don't talk about the 300,000 of our men and women that died and the 400,000 Vietnamese that died. Oh, they don't talk about this. I talk about it.
And it
And
still
I
goes
said it
on.
time and time
And
again.
it still goes
And
on.
the beat goes
Chemicals still
on.
used.
And the beat
Chemicals
goes on.
still used cause cancer and illness
Yes.
with our military. It
Yes. And
is
I
a
think
very common thing.
trying there's somebody in Washington right now that's trying to stop it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
It's going to happen.
yeah,
It's going to happen. Now,
yeah. Hopefully,
so he passed away after 26 years of being ravaged by this disease. Luciano Giuseppe Sforza, one of the most beautiful human being. He wasn't the father of my children. He's my third husband. First one I tried to put through college. The second one died. My son's father was a beautiful human being and lived in the north end of Boston. Antonio Spagnolo. He was the best too. Now, his family.
Hold on a second, Lori. Hold on a second, Lori. You broke up just a little right there. Can you start that story over? You broke up just a little bit starting that story.
Okay, Luciano Sforza, my
Mhm.
husband, he went ahead and helped me raise my two children, okay, by two other men. He's a beautiful human being. His family, the Sforzas, ruled Milan. He's descended from them. There was one Sforza that was in the time of Giordano Bruno, who was a great Italian family had to have a priest or somebody in the Vatican. He was there in the Vatican. He said, "Son, how could you kill Giordano Bruno? How could you wish death upon this man?" His name was Sforza. Giordano Bruno's descendant married Sforza. This. You talked about the soul. You talked about proof. I saw it in my lifetime. Okay? He was the most beautiful human being. any woman could have in her life. He picked up the pieces and he made a family. I miss him, Dave, desperately. He passed away on September the 24th, 2022, the day
Wow.
before his 81st birthday. He liked
Wow.
older women.
Like older.
I was 18 months older than him.
That's funny. Well, I'm sorry for your loss. It does sound like an incredible person for sure.
Yes, he does.
He's with me. He's here always.
Lori, just to slightly switch gears, I read that you used to help the police with missing persons. Is that true?
Yes. And I can tell you the story of one because it did go out in I did a lot, many, and free of charge. I do not take blood money. No. So this girl was missing in Clinton, Massachusetts. Her name was Nikki Evangelist. In July of 1991, she went missing. In December that year, a friend of their family came to see me. Her name was Cindy, okay? And Cindy sat there. I said, Cindy, I'll give you lottery numbers. That's what you like to do. How do you know that? I said, because I know. That's all you want to do. You got a good home, you got a good family. But Linda and Susan need me. Say that again? I said, Linda and Susan. Tell them it's free of charge. She says, she says, I was going to ask you about that. I said, tell them to bring me something of the sister. But it was a girl. I said. So they came to see me in December that year. I sat there with them. I lived in Medford, Massachusetts at that time. I sat with them and I said, your sister had cut off jeans and she went she didn't even dry her hair that day. She went to get the car so you could go to the beach. Yeah, this what happened. The shirt was yellow and the jeans was like blue jeans, but cut off. She went to a place that had a big bird on the front of it. Not eagle, falcon. Falcon Bar was in Clinton, Massachusetts. I said she met a man there who said he would give her the car to use so you kids could all go to the beach. He went and took her to his house. It had a bow front. Down the cellar, there was also a tree cut down in the front yard. Oh my God, he stifled her. Oh my God, plastic bag, duct tape. $5 bill is written on the wall where she is. It's a culvert. Go find your sister. And as they left, I said, by his own mouth, Brian Pease will be caught. His name wasn't Pease, it was Pierce. They left the house that day, went downstairs, out the door. I said, by his own mouth, he will be condemned. Well, he was in a place, I think it might have been a bar somewhere, and he was shooting his mouth off. And how he got away with murder. But he was talking to a police informant. Justitia, justice is done. Now, what happened is that they went to the place where there was $5 bill written on the wall, on the brick, a culvert with water, and they found Nikki there. And they put her in hallowed ground. No, no money. I paid nothing. That's as I told you, but blood money. Never. And they buried her. The family, Sam Evangelist, they live in Texas now. He and Bonnie, his wife, they're still my friends close to me. They're my family. I call them the Evangelist family. And I love them. Now, as she was buried, they found this man. He's still in jail. And he's not coming out. She was born in January. Beautiful girl. I'm telling you, that girl is still in my heart and will never part. Because how she died was 19 years old, you stifled her life out. All your life, you will rot where you are. Oh, yes, the Strager do have that habit. When I was born, they brought me to where we lived in New York, because we didn't have a mountain there, so we went on top of the tenement. And all the family was there, and they blessed me. Your name is Virginia, Victoria, Gloria, Justitia, Luciana, Justitia. Means justice. The mother and justice dwell in you. All right? And that's what my name is, justice.
Lori, how did were they visions when this was going on? How did you
Yes.
get to
I,
a place to
I
figure out
put
this story
that
was happening?
yellow plastic earrings, and I put them in my ear, and I heard her, help me, help me, help me. A soul called. And I said, justice for you, little one. Justice for you. I don't care if he ever knows, if he ever hears this podcast. Yes, Mr. Pierce. Never the light of day you shall see. You took the beautiful life of Nikki. Stay where you are and think what you've done. As rising moon and setting sun, so will it be, and I am justified. I guess I taught you a little spell.
Do you believe in? I mean, is vengeance like?
Oh,
How
I
does that
believe
fit in?
justice.
Justice.
Justitia. No vengeance. Oh no, I don't do vengeance, honey. It's
Okay.
not when you do something wrong, you sing your sorrow song.
Right.
When you hurt someone, you gotta look in the mirror. You can't fool the man in the mirror or the lady in the mirror.
Right. That's why. Have you ever done? Do you still do that for police missing persons? Was that
When
just
they
one?
come to me, when they come to me, I don't volunteer. Like they had Karen Reed's trial here in Boston. She was accused of running over her boyfriend. No, I said a prayer for her. That's all. Justice must be done. And she was innocent, and she's free. But it wasn't me that just did it. A lot of
Right.
people were saying prayers for her because
Right.
they knew something was wrong here. And now the investigation will start to find out who took the life of John O'Keefe. And this man, or whoever man, they were the life thieves, and they will pay. Knock,
How's
knock.
that old how's that old saying go? The only difference between justice and vengeance is what lies in your heart, or however it goes.
That's right. Do
Mhm.
good and forget. In Italian, we say, fai buona scorda, fai male pensa, which means do good and forget. Do remember. Knock, knock.
Oh, you got the best quotes, Lori, for sure.
I live
They
my,
are quite wonderful. So
my
going back a little bit to what John was asking you, do you, are there dark spirits? Do you come
yes,
across those? And then how do you protect yourself from those?
I do protect myself from those. Let me tell you
I mean,
something right
because you
now.
are human, right? We're all subject to temptation and things like that. So how do you protect yourself?
I say my prayers very, very strong. I will not allow you entrance into my mind, my soul, my heart, my body. Unclean entity, be gone. You have no place with me. I walk the path most bright, and I will not deal with you, whether it's in the day or the night. Be gone. And you can say in the name of Jesus Christ, the Son of God, and in the name of anything that you believe. You understand me? That
Mhm.
is a powerful force of light, which is like a sword, and you can combat anything. As long as you believe that it is of the light, you can combat anything. My father was an exorcist, yes, taught by the Roman Catholic abbot that was his uncle, yes. And I know Curie Romanum. I have the books of the exorcism. Yes, my father taught me. Why? Because he knew the world was not so nice. Yes. Oh my God! But you're wish. Mm-mm. You know, Jesus Christ was a very good practitioner of the magical world, and what he practiced was love. That word love, geez, I'm telling you, so that can move a mountain, can it?
Lori, do you have you ever had to free someone from an attachment of like a dark attachment of any kind?
I used to go in the houses and bless them. I don't anymore because I will show you one day if you want to see. I went to a house that was owned by an attorney here, and she lived in Middleton, Massachusetts. When the first time I ever went in that house, I went upstairs to the bathroom. I was picked up and thrown in a chair. I said, "Whoa, hey, I'll be back. Right now, I'm going through a lot, but I can't. Wow, this." I said, "What is upstairs?" "Oh, you felt it." I said, "Yes, I did, didn't I? You knew it, but you wanted to see if I would feel it. So you understand me? You want to play games when they don't." Later, 2 years later, I went back there. She was selling the house. I said, "Okay, Lynn, I'll come there." I went with two friends, Rose and Kathy.
You had backup.
Rose is a ghost hunter. She was. Kathy was a born again Christian. I said, "Go with me. Hey, come on, let's go." So we went up into the top of the house, and out of the closet came this dark figure. Oh, yes, it was dark, all right. I think I lost one of you.
Don't worry, guys. I dropped off screen, but the show must go on. Remember, I told you, tech issues.
Oh,
It's
yes.
it's still recording. You keep telling the story.
Okay.
I'm glued. You got me. You got me hooked.
That's correct. So anyway, what happened is that we went into the room there. All of a sudden, out of the corner of that closet came a man with a top hat on.
Oh, the top hat, man.
The top hat and
Hmm.
a waistcoat. And I said, "I know who you are."
I'm back if you even care.
And in doing that, it moved away. The smell, it was terrible.
Yeah.
And we took pictures with one of these type of cameras like this here, like your portable. You can't get a double exposure on them, can you? My feet were,
It's rare. It's super
my,
rare. The chances are so low to get a double exposure like that.
my feet were
So
on the floor, but the other body was up. The
with the other
soul.
body was up.
Do you want to see the pictures of the soul? Yes. I was saying the prayers that I knew very carefully, and all of a sudden I felt the scratches on my back. I said, I used the prayers of the Catholic Church, Curie Romanum, the Roman ritual. I have the books here. My father, they were. And I went ahead, and this thing left. It was like that.
So what do you think?
Well,
What do you
now
think the top net?
I'm going to tell you the finale. I went home. My husband
Oh,
saw,
it's not over yet. Oh, okay.
oh no, my husband saw the scratches on my back. He says, "Who called you? You must never do this again. Promise me, I don't want to lose you." Okay, Lou, I never did. I didn't do it anymore.
Uh,
I did a lot
uh,
before that. Now, what does this do? Oh, now, P.S. postscript. 3 weeks later, that house burned down after the new owners owned it.
Wow.
All right, and they built a new house on that property on Lake Street in Middleton. Now, Massachusetts. Now, what do you call again? What is it that we do? I use the forces of light. I don't care what religion it is. If it's good, it's good. If it's evil, it's evil. Okay. Now, why would I go ahead and give a prayer and the Latin when it's Hebrew? You understand me? I go to what the people believe in because this is what I was taught. That's why the MAGA has to learn all the religions. You understand? Not just so I know Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu. They hear the first commandment. They're not, all about the Jesus' name. So if I was working with something, the MAGA and MAGO have to learn all the religions of mankind so that they know how to help someone. They have to learn to be positive. If
So
I
it
went
sounds.
to
So Lori,
go ahead.
can I just interrupt you real quick? Sorry. Is it? And John, I think this speaks to like, if this speaks to a lot what you're saying. It sounds like it's less about the words and more about the intent behind them.
Intent is everything. I always say.
Uh-uh.
I always
Is that
say.
right?
It
Is
is
that safe? Is that fair to say
Intent
for you,
is
Lori?
everything.
intention.
Yep.
Intention is everything. The light is the
Everything.
light, the dark is the dark. There's no gray area. Either you're going to do the right or the wrong. Don't say, well, if I do this, then baloney. Don't try to whitewash your bad energy. It doesn't work. It still comes out gray and has holes in it. You must understand to care about humanity. I think they should learn that in Washington. Humanity. When we made the church, our Lord and Lady, the Trinacrian Rose, the word Trinakria is Greek. Trinakria is spelled in Greek, but Trinacria, it means three capes. The island of Sicily, where this was derived from, has three capes. It's triangle. Now, so when we went for our church papers in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, we're legally a church since 1993. Dennis Kirkpatrick and Mary were the first people with me to bring this guest, Kirkpatrick. Isn't that funny? They're Irish too. We have all people on this church, their energies. So anyway, what happened is that we went up there and they said, well, what does this church entail? And I said to them, and Dennis said, humanity, in service to humanity. Do you know they stamped those papers in 5 minutes? They asked no more. They said, this is what a church should be. Caring. Yes, I would charge dues $25 a year from everybody. You know what we do with them? Dennis goes and gets the food cards and gives them to the poor. Isn't that funny? No, I'm not the Vatican. I don't wear a crown on my head. Neither did Jesus Christ wear a crown on his head.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love that
they carry the
philosophy.
cross, but before it was SPQR. They're the Roman legions in drag. What did I say?
So, Lori, what do you?
I caught that, Lori. I caught it.
Lori, what do
They
you
might try to
think?
burn me. Try. I got news for you. It'll rain.
Right, there you go. What do you think the top hat man is? The one that you saw in that house that ended up burning.
Was evil. The
Okay.
personification of evil, who wanted to hurt children.
Okay.
That's who this pervert was.
Mm.
You know something? What I'm seeing now is like in Washington.
So Lori froze again right here, but you're going to have to take my word for it. We could sort of figure out what she said, but it had to do with perverts, the Washington, lawmakers, getting cadaver dogs in Epstein Island. Just trust us. It was funny. It was funny.
And they hide things very nicely in their bank accounts. Send $5 million over there. We get 4, and they keep $1 million. Called kickback time. Did I say that? Shame
Did
on
I
me.
say that? That's the motto of the thing, which is really great. You know what's funny, Lori? We tend to on this podcast have been really trying, to examine spirit communication, and what are we talking to, what the survival after life and all of these things, and it's your even your spiritual point of view to it is still based around a light and an energy, which is what John, you could tell Lori what you think, what your experience has been talking to spirit and what you're finding in terms of memory. But it is interesting how it's still in the same sandbox, if you will, right?
It is.
Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
So basically, I
John
believe.
done this since he was 6 years old. John has done this since he was about 6 years old.
I'm
Is that
sorry,
true,
Lori,
John?
I couldn't hear you.
You've been with spirits since you were 6 years old.
As I do have some early memories as a child. I usually don't dive into them because I can't remember if it was more in my imagination or if it was actually something. So it is a possibility, Lori. That is very much a possibility. So my whole theory on on spirits is that they're memory, because I'm more of a scientific kind of guy. I believe that energy can't be created or destroyed. The whole full circle thing that you're speaking about, and that we're dealing with our past memory. Like, so for example, the husband that you speak so highly of, I with my theories, I believe that he's with you. I believe that you got some of that energy, those memories, and you said it perfectly about DNA. It embeds into our DNA.
Yeah.
That's just that's my theory on it. So
So they're quite correct. According to the way I saw it, your theories on this are very correct. There's so much that science can't explain. There was in Mass General Hospital, well, quite a few years ago. They wanted to see if the soul existed. They put weights on the bed of people who were terminally, not well. And
All right.
about a quarter of a pound when they died, half a pound, and even a pound left the body. It got less. Whether it was things of the body leaves. All right? I feel that. When it's time, it will leave. I know. I've seen things. I've felt things around my family.
So,
Go ahead,
Lori,
John.
It's there.
real quick, Lori, this is completely off topic. You have a lot of beautiful jewelry on. Is that a moth? Did I see? Is that a bee
Is
or a
that a what?
moth on your necklace? Is that a bee
Bee.
or a moth?
Bee. It's a bee.
It's a bee.
Little bee.
It's gorgeous. Yeah, it's very pretty, very pretty. I love your jewelry. It's on point.
Oh, it's a
You
bee.
know.
It's a bee.
Yeah.
It's a bee. That's a
We
bee.
got you. It's a bee.
It's a bee. Awesome.
Lori, I got a couple questions and then we're going to let you go. Just to wrap
Okay.
up, a couple things I want to, get your take on here. So, what guidance would you give someone looking to explore, a real authentic or the traditional quote unquote witchcraft or spiritual healing today in a digital age, driven by trends and media and things like that? How would you guide someone to do what you do?
I would say learn about psychic self-defense first. Number one, learn to protect yourself from anything that might be out there. Okay? Any negative force. And one of the best books I've ever read, and I was read when I was a little girl, it was Psychic Self-Defense by Dion Fortune. She lived in 1921, 22, it was written. But it's written a little archaic, but the point of the matter is to protect yourself from
Is
any
she
and
in
all
Cape
negative.
May? Did she write that in Cape May? Is that the author from Cape May, New Jersey?
No,
Yeah.
she was from England. Her real name was Violet Firth, Firth. But she lived in England, and she was part of the Brotherhood of Light.
Ah.
Very fantastic lady, very kind woman. She knew her stuff. Let me put it that way. She knew her stuff.
So
And
the first
both
thing is to protect yourself
protection.
psychically. Got it.
I use the Archangel Michael as my protection a lot. Yes, I said what I do. Yes. But there are other things I do also, and I don't say. They have to be kept a secret to you. You can make up your own little words, like a poem that seals off the psychic. Like, let's say, Mary had a little lamb that seals the psychic door. You could make any poem you want of yours that seals that psychic door off. If you're afraid, like if you're out somewhere and have a funny sense of, hey, there's danger, use that poem that seals the door so no one can get into it. Okay? I like to always keep nails, what they call wrought iron nails in my left pocket. Why would I do that? In a little red bag. Now, you see cemeteries, they have a lot of time iron on them.
Arg. Hold on a second, Laura. You started breaking up. John, I don't know if she was breaking up for you. She was breaking up for me. You're saying you're just sort of just breaking up a little bit. You're talking. You mentioned at cemeteries they use iron, and iron is
iron fence around the cemetery.
yeah,
Iron fence, and then the plots, and then some plots are even iron. Iron plots with the iron gates. She's 100% correct on that.
Yeah.
And you said the iron means what? What does the iron mean?
Iron protects you against negative force. Like I always carry in my red bag, I make an equilateral cross of it. And I put it in a little red bag and I carry it with me on my left side. Because the left is where you're taking energy in. The right is where you give it out. Okay, so you protect yourself with the iron nails and a little red bag in your left pocket. I use silver a lot. It's a protective metal. Gold is beautiful, but silver is like the silver bullet. Hello?
Yeah.
That's not a joke. Use the silver to protect yourself. I wear silver bracelet on my left arm. Yes, I do wear gold on the other arm. Why do I have gold? Because let me tell you something. Many years ago, when people were being killed, understand me, by inquisitions and such, we had to have jewelry. Many of us played our way out of countries with that. And always we've had jewelry that would buy your life, okay? Imagine going up to an enemy and saying, here's my AT&T stock. Say, you know where you can put that, okay? But if you give a piece of jewelry across the border, you understand? Always keep that. They used to call it a sack, a little sack.
Sure.
That's what
that
they
makes that's true. That's amazing.
Protect
Laura,
yourselves. Always protection.
one last question for you, and again, thank you for your time. So, after decades of readings, blessings, house blessings, church work,
Yes.
what gives you the greatest sense of fulfillment today?
To see people happy and families together and people caring for each other, no matter who they are or what genders they are. Just love each other and cut the hate. Cut it out.
Seems simple enough, right?
So
Respect
simple and
each other.
perfect.
The one word, respect. Respect each other. That's the biggest thing. Respect.
John, it's so true. John, I have no more questions for Laura. She's been fantastic. Do you have anything else you want to?
I just want to say that you've been an amazing guest. Thank you so much
No,
for your
you
wealth
are
of knowledge
amazing.
and wisdom for
Oh.
us, during this podcast. It was incredible having you as a guest. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it really is something else. It's not what people would think of when they think Salem witch.
Yeah,
and
I loved every second of it.
People need a wake up call.
Universal witch, universal maga, universal mago. Listen to me. You both are trying to put the truth out there. Please do. Please. We're not your Hollywood stereotype. A lot of them don't even know what they're doing. They need to learn. You see, this is our cross of our church. Oh my God, she's wearing a cross. Yes, it is. It's the equilateral. It has a star in the middle, the pentacle. Yes. But it means all equality for all humanity. And all the animal world. Love your animals. Oh my God, yes. Love all that lives. And you will live. Because in living you are giving, and in giving you are living. Blessed be to thee, now through all eternity, and with love, I say good night, and keep the light. It scares the darkness. Love you.
Love you too, Lori. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Don't break up right at the goodbyes.
Yeah, breaking up right at the goodbyes. But hey, listen, really appreciate your time
Bye-bye
and your
now.
knowledge and your wisdom on all your subjects. It was great hearing your stories.
Yeah, it was
Loved
super
every
fun.
second of it. Thank you so much.
I teach.
All right, Lori.
I teach. I love you.
Love you too.
All of you out there.
Thank you so much.
Bye
Bye,
bye.
Lori.
Bye bye, Bella. Take care.
Bye.
All right.
That was that was a trip, man.
Oh,
Right? I
yeah.
mean, it's like,
Listen, I was stressing out trying to get over here to do this. And you were, and I, like 100% throwing it out there. I even texted Gary and I was like, yo, I don't think I could do the podcast today. You know, interview her by yourself. And Gary was like, okay, dude, no problem. But I think you should be here for this. And I was like, all right, fine, you know, and you were 100% correct.
it's really interesting, right? I think
She
it's
was
really,
great. She was great.
but like, no joke. I do think it's interesting. She's got this literally centuries old lineage that she can trace back, right? Like centuries old of her family line. She doesn't need, 23andMe to do it. She knows where it was. And the belief system is so similar to your belief system, but hers is rooted in a spiritual place, and yours is a scientific place,
Mhm.
right? Which is just talk about the arc of things. And it's
Yeah.
so funny how
Yeah.
most people we're talking to tend to agree what a soul is,
Yeah.
and it's like, especially with the dichotomy of her, having a Catholic back, because let's face it, you're not Italian, she's definitely got a Catholic background, and then still having this, taking that and creating their own sort of system through it, you know what I mean? It becomes a whole, you and I both know the Catholic Church and with all that, not all that is. So for her to take that stand and her family stand, and it got her family burned and exiled for it. So it's just sort of like,
Yeah.
to still go around and believe that stuff. It's wild, dude. And
Yeah.
look, it's a whole other avenue to spirit communication, right? This sort of the
So I
witch.
didn't, I brought it up a little bit with her, but I could tell, like, not that she wouldn't want to talk about it, but she was going to be very secretive, like on her end about the subject. Dude, when it comes to Italians and witchcraft, all right, it's just so prevalent, dude. Even with the mafia, when you get, when you become a made man, a lot of people don't know that there's actual rituals involved with that. It has to do with pricking, some of them are like pricking your finger with blood and, putting it on the card and putting it to your head. And like, it depends
It's
on
weird, right?
it depends on what clan you're getting indoctrinated into, because it's actually more clans than it is like family, but that's besides the point. And then when it comes over to the new world, we consider it family and mafia and all that. But over in Italy, for example, it's more clan and clan warfare and things like that. So with the clans, I mean, listen, they'll drink their bodily fluids. They do a bunch of rituals that are not spoken about. And it's wild.
But even this is what's
Wild.
more wild to me,
Yeah.
too. It's like when you're talking about, she's in like Brooklyn, and they're going to church on Sunday.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Right. And then it's like, all right, we tried all that. Now let's go see the Brunos and check out these witches. You know what I mean? Let's go see the witch, because we need some extra help. And it's like, so all the faith and the thing and like all this and that is thrown out the window. You know what I mean? It's just the hypocrisy, I guess, is sort of all of it. And you know what I mean? That we have to deal with all the time.
You know what? Like, it's almost like what she was getting at is that there is this like secret sect in the church that has to do with witchcraft.
Right.
Like if you listen to what she was saying, it was like almost like this like secretive, but it's again going back. It's the same thing with the clans and the mafia and their secret rituals of being, accepted into the family. And the loyalty rituals and all that, which is insane. So
It's
listen, it was
nuts,
a great
dude.
episode. She was awesome.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, check this out. Did I show you this? This new thing I got. Look. What? Do you see that?
Oh, that's sick. That's sick. Yeah, that's awesome. That is awesome.
Guys, I'm showing John a new our logo here in neon form to sort of beef things up.
It's just like how I have the Santa Paranormal logo, you know?
Yeah.
That is badass,
Perfect.
dude. I love it.
Perfect. John, this is a good one, man.
Yeah.
Until next time, more
awesome.
Spirit conversation.
That's it.
That'll be it.
Gary,
all right.
Have a good one.
I'll talk to you.
Goodbye, everybody. Thank you for listening.
That's it for this week's Splintered Spirits. Thank you so much for listening. Be sure to follow and subscribe to our YouTube channel and wherever you get your podcasts. Till next time. Welcome to Splintered Spirits, a podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew Johnny, where I follow Johnny as he tries to prove his theory that ghosts are the fractured memories of the living. In the last episode, Johnny and I tried to trip up a particularly nasty spirit named Edward in order to see if there was a connection between him, I don't know how spirits identify, and a younger version of itself that we spoke to at a cemetery. It didn't really work, but we did prove one thing, that I have no idea what I'm doing as a paranormal investigator. Hopefully that's about to change. On today's episode, I'm speaking with an expert who has thousands of paranormal investigations and numerous books about them under his belt, including a paranormal casebook. That and all of his books can be found on Amazon. This is Professor Paranormal himself, Lloyd Auerbach. He's about to give me a crash course in psychical phenomenon. So let's dive into the conversation. All right, we're up and running. Hey, everybody, I'm here with Lloyd Auerbach. I want to thank you for joining me here.
You're welcome.
Where are we finding you? Where are you?
I am about 35 miles east of San Francisco in Martinez, California.
Well, thank you again for being here, Lloyd. The reason that I wanted to speak with you today is because I need to get a crash course on what it means to be a paranormal investigator. For anyone who doesn't know Lloyd Auerbach, he is a bona fide expert. He graduated from Northwestern University in cultural anthropology, has a master's degree in parapsychology from JFK University, which is now National University. Stop me if I get any of this wrong, please.
Okay.
You started conducting investigations into paranormal activity as part of the American Society for Psychical Research in the early 80s, right?
Actually, even before that, when I was a student at JFK University.
Got it. So we're talking well over
late 70s.
40 years of paranormal investigations.
Over, yeah. I hate to think how old I am now. But, yeah.
And then you eventually opened your own office of paranormal investigations in the late 80s, 89. Look, you're an expert. So I think I told you what my nephew Johnny does. And I don't know, have you had a chance to look at what he does on TikTok? Have you seen him?
I have not. No.
Okay, I'm gonna show you some stuff.
Okay.
So what he does, but I'll tee it up for you. My nephew for the past 3 years has been talking to the dead. He talks to spirits. He started using one of those spirit box devices, and now it's an app that you can use on your phone, where the apps tap into the magnetometer on the smartphone devices and transfers those frequencies into sound. And he has what's come across as genuine conversations with these voices, with these spirits. I've sat in on a few just over a video conference like this, and it's fascinating to me. And it's fascinating to his audience because he has now upwards of 900,000 followers. Mm-hmm. He has a very fun perspective and honest conversation with them. It's not a creepy sort of like, ooh, we're in a haunted place or in a scary place. He's just very forthcoming with it. And I've been reading a lot of your books, especially Ghost Hunting, How to Investigate the Paranormal. And because when I'm interviewing him or I'm talking to him, I don't know what I should be asking. I don't know the right things to say. So let me show you quickly, just to give you a sense of what we're talking about. Here's a 1-minute video of his having a conversation with a ghost while he's scrubbing a gravestone. Okay. And then you'll get a good sense of it, how this goes. So I'm going to try to share my screen here with you.
Come closer. I'm here.
No one visits me.
Oh, I'm sorry, John. I'll come visit more often. If you'll be okay with that. I'll definitely come and visit.
Go away.
Oh, I just heard go away.
My name is John, too.
Oh, so is mine. How about that, John? John, is there another spirit bothering you here? Because you seem to be pretty friendly with me, but you told something to go away. My name is John, too. Oh, wait.
Yeah. Okay. So that is the gist of what is happening in his sort of paranormal sphere. So with that and what he's been doing, my nephew believes that spirits are sort of the scattered memories of the living, their energy, whatever, as you talk a lot about the mind, we don't know what that is. But that energy that's released after someone dies, and it is sort of displaced in these places. So they're not really connected like through, in some heaven or dimension, but they were the memories of the living that he's talking to. That's sort of what he believes spirits are. He's also an atheist.
I don't believe in heaven or hell either. So that's yeah.
When you see something like this or hear what I'm telling you, I'd like to know what you think, and start back, because you have a very helpful and good definition of, you define sort of three categories: apparitions, hauntings, and poltergeist. So why don't you tell me what that is, and then we'll go from there.
So based on many thousands of reported experiences, based on investigations that have been done, an apparition is seemingly the consciousness of a human being, although sometimes it can be pets. We have animal ghosts too, that can interact with human beings. We as human beings are using our ESP to be receivers. So it's a two-way street. And the consciousness seems extraordinarily interactive in some circumstances, in others, they don't care, it seems. An apparition usually is connected to the location or locations that they felt most tied to or connected to when they were alive. Has nothing to do about where they died. And in fact, it is a false assumption to assume that they're going to be in a cemetery for many, many reasons. And there are lots of reasons why when we hear from apparitions, when people hear from apparitions, why they're sticking around before they move on. The vast majority of people do move on, it seems. Otherwise, we'd have a lot more apparitional experiences. But it is consciousness. With hauntings, technically a haunt is a place. And, the example I love to use is the TV show Cheers, because Norm and Cliff were haunting Cheers. We all haunt our own homes. We all haunt places. And the idea of a haunt in relation to the paranormal or haunting is what they call on TV residual haunting. The idea that we as living people leave information behind, and that information kind of is picked up by the living's ESP and played back in various ways. Some people will get it visually, some people auditorily. You might feel something. It's usually very emotional, and almost every adult has experienced some form of haunting, although they don't ever think of it this way. It's walking into a house you've never been in before when you're house hunting, or an apartment, or perhaps someone you're visiting, and it feels weird, it feels strange, it feels happy, it feels sad. You're picking up the emotions of the people that are living there. That's a haunting.
Can you share a specific example of a haunting that you've experienced?
One of my earliest investigations, which was under the auspices of the ASPR in New York, it was a couple that had moved into this house that was less than 6 years old, in a development that was less than 6 years old in Bedford, New York. that part of New York and all of Westchester and all the New York area was very active during the Revolutionary War. And there's
Yes, this is where he is. This is where my nephew is, by the way. We'll
that's
get
where
back.
I
That's where
grew
we're
up.
from.
I grew up in the White Plains area.
Oh, I'm from Portchester, New York. That's where he is. Yeah. So he's all over that.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
right
I'm very familiar with Tarrytown and on the ledge of Sleepy, all that stuff there.
Sleepy Hollow, all of it.
Yeah,
Buckout Road. That's where he goes.
Oh yeah, God, I haven't heard that in I don't know how many decades.
Yeah.
So
I always felt my hometown was a congregation of oddities. And it turns out it's Grand Central for the undead. If you knew me better, trust me, this makes a lot of sense.
And they had been living there for, by the time they called me, almost 6 months. The previous owners were still alive. It was a brand new house. They made enough money. They were young. They got older, and then they moved into Manhattan. They were in the financial industry. So the couple moves in. There are 2 master suites upstairs. What was reported to us, or to me, was that every night around 3 a.m., they'd be woken up by the sounds of 2 people making love in the next bedroom. And it was loud, apparently. I was able to start talking to neighbors, but the next door neighbor, he had just come home from work. And he said, well, the only thing I can say that was kind of odd, my wife and I would get woken up in the middle of the night by the sounds of the 2 of them going at it like wildcats. And he points from that bedroom over there. So whoever this couple was, they left a heck of a imprint behind. And so I got the number from this neighbor. I got the number of the guy who used to own the house, who was at that point in his very late 20s, very early 30s. And I called him on Monday morning because I was up there on a Friday and explained who I was. And he was curious when I said American Society for Psychical Research. He says, what are you calling for? So I interrupted him and it said, what does 3 o'clock in the morning mean to you and your wife? And there was silence. And he said, okay, tell me what's going on. So I explained it. And then he said, well, yeah, my wife and I used to get up. He said, I'm not going to go into the story as to why, but it was kind of a ritual for us. We'd wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and we go at it. I guess we were a little bit loud. So
wait a minute. So I have to cut you off in here and ask. Yeah. You're talking about this house is haunted by a couple that are still alive.
That's because a haunting is merely a recording in the environment.
Okay.
It is not conscious. It doesn't interact. It is a recording.
I don't know about you, but right now, all I can think about is if I've ever performed with such incredible sexual prowess that it's left an interdimensional imprint on the universe to haunt future generations. I'd like to think that I have.
So a haunting is made by the living, but it can continue after the people are dead. And there are so many hauntings that are reported. Some of the famous ones, of course, are from places that have been around a long time, like Gettysburg. But there are so many hauntings that are reported where the hauntee, the person or activity that created the haunt, they're still alive and not even living there. Sometimes they're actually living in the same house still.
So unbeknownst to this poor couple made a spectral sex tape without even realizing it.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. That is a great haunting story. And this is super interesting, and we're obviously going to loop back to this definition of this imprinting as we get into what Johnny does here. So, okay, and the last thing is this idea of a poltergeist agent.
So, poltergeist, even though the term literally translates to noisy ghost, the term goes back to the 16th century in Germany. Starting in the early 20th century, there was a researcher named Nandor Fodor, who was also a psychoanalyst, and he started looking at some poltergeist cases from the psychoanalytic perspective and finding that there was always a connection to a person, to a living person in the cases. This is the thing about poltergeist activity. It's only physical. So it's things moving, things breaking. It can be things floating. It can be appliances turning on and off by themselves, including when they're not even plugged in. There's no indication that there is any spirit activity at all. It's all physical. So nobody's having a ghostly experience. You can bring in all the psychics and mediums you want, and they're not going to pick up a spirit.
For those trying to keep up, according to Professor Auerbach, an apparition is your garden variety, stereotypical, exactly what you're thinking when you hear the word ghost. A haunting is like a timestamp or a recording of an event on a location. And a poltergeist is actually not a ghost at all, but a living person somehow manifesting these physical events, like shit flying off the walls or whatever.
So how we handle these cases, with apparitions, it's communication. With hauntings, we have ways we can deal with the experience that people are having and even the activity. And with poltergeist phenomena, we have to work with the agent.
They seem very separate, and it's very clear what those three sort of groupings are.
Right.
And when I look at Johnny, I see potentially a little of all of it mixed together.
Yeah. So,
which is why I'm so interested in how I should decipher these, or can I group these, or how would you go about trying to group it?
Well, first of all, people have psychokinetic experiences without having a poltergeist outbreak. Many people actually have experiences due to stress with their technology. That seems to be a lot of the focus of psychokinetic activity. The problem with technology in general is that we know living people unconsciously can affect technology. We have laboratory evidence for that, especially systems that include random generators of some kind. It's really important to know that so many of the spirit box stuff that's out there is subject to interpretation. I mean, you can get clear EVP, electronic voice phenomena, or something from time to time. Certain people have an aptitude for seemingly getting better conversations. And the one question, because we don't have the facility, I should say the money, to actually research this in a laboratory, but based on the fact that we know that living people can affect devices, and a lot of that's based on intention or unconscious desires, but not conscious stuff. So it comes unconsciously. It's very likely that certain people who get a lot of EVP or get what's happening with your nephew, that they themselves are either unconsciously creating the words, the feedback that they're getting, or they're mediums and they're facilitating that kind of activity from a spirit that they have attracted, not necessarily one that's present there.
That makes sense to me. He could potentially be some sort of technological poltergeist agent.
My term for that is techno-medium.
Techno-medium. But when we say medium, just because there's so many terms, I don't want to confuse him. When I hear medium, that means like he might be a legit conduit for a potential apparition or spirit. And when I hear poltergeist agent, he is the sole generator of what is being manifested.
Yeah.
So that's, you know what I mean? It's just to separate it.
Yeah.
So it's like, I love that term, techno-medium. Maybe that's what he is, but he could also be some sort of poltergeist agent as well, right?
He would be more of a PK guy is what he is.
Okay. Some of the things that we've so over the years, he has found this one ghost spirit, and it goes by Edward. And he learned about Edward solely through the conversations from Edward and from other spirits in his basement of this apartment building he lives in. And then he started investigating him in town, in record books, and then found his grave and talked to him again. And Edward, when talking to him, constantly makes fun of him. And Edward said he's nasty, he's a murderer, he was like this horrible person, all these things. And he, even when I was on with him, he called my nephew poor, called him like just stupid, like it was hilarious. Like, and he was like, I told you, man. He's like, this guy's so mean, and he's just always making fun of me.
John is an asshole.
Edward, come on, dude.
And we got it. And he can push his buttons, if you will. Mm-hmm. Like he could do it to get him to say stuff. And it was very distinct from other voices that were manifested in that room. And then it was very direct, calling him by name,
So when you say very distinct, I mean, what I heard was something that was more mechanical, artificial voice.
I mean, distinct in what was said, not how it sounded.
Okay, what was said?
Not random words, full sentences.
Okay.
But according to my nephew, this spirit and that personality is locked to this spot.
So let me stop for 1 second here, because
please stop me as many times as you want.
If truly this is an apparition, he's only locked to that spot because he believes he's locked to that spot.
Maybe so.
Like this guy, if he's really a spirit, he might not want to move out of there because he thinks he's going to hell. Whether John believes in hell or I believe in hell, doesn't make a difference if the ghost personality believed in hell.
That's exactly what John says. He's like,
Yeah.
it's all about what they believe and how they talk.
Yeah.
So what do I do to start testing whether it's Johnny manifesting these things or if he's a medium of some kind? Where do I start?
So, first of all, one of the things that's really interesting is that if a person who's operating a spirit box or doing EVP has psychic ability and is affecting the device, if there is that haunting imprint of a person in the place, their unconscious could pick up enough information to mimic that person and have a conversation, even though there's no spirit, there's no there, there's no spirit there. There's just like information that's present. Doesn't matter what you see on TV, doesn't matter what the ghost hunters use. There's no device that can detect a spirit. Nothing.
Is there a way to test him? Like, is he giving off some sort of magnetic energy, possibly more than anybody else?
It shouldn't make a difference. First of all, we all give off electromagnetic fields.
Well, this sucks. I was really hoping there was some gizmo I could buy or rent, point at Johnny, and get an answer. Problem solved. But no, Ghostbusters lied to me. To all of us, really.
So it really makes it difficult.
But it's like, look, there's a lot of copycats of his now, right? Because he is literally one of TikTok's top 200 live streamers. This is always live. It's never a recorded thing. And they try to do it. They're just not doing it. They're just not getting it, right? Just because you have it doesn't mean you got it, right?
Right.
Like, I got a camera. It doesn't make me Spielberg. And no matter how hard I try with my kitchen, I don't cook like Gordon Ramsay.
So I would say there's something special about John, that John, in any way, shape or form, John has something that's either attracting spirits. If you've seen the movie Ghost Town with Ricky Gervais,
I haven't.
I recommend this. It's a great ghost movie. But he has a near-death experience during a colonoscopy, which is not proper, but he does.
I recently had a colonoscopy, and I can only imagine it was a near-death experience for the nurses more so than it was for me.
That he's walking by, realize he can see them because he's like getting annoyed with them, and they start running after him because they're all ghosts.
Got it.
And they all can figure out where he is because he's got the searchlight on. So John may be putting that out there, and these other folks can't do it.
And we talked about the problems with the tech. So then where does that lead? Like, what would you do? What should I do? So how do I test to see what it might be? What is a practical approach, since technology is too iffy?
Yeah, I mean, the practical approach, first of all, is to find, if for him to go or for you to take him to some place where there is a good record of human encounters with an apparition, and maybe not even tell him what the story is. Just tell him you're taking him there. And you should talk to whatever witnesses you can to get their stories and do a little research on the place. Once you do that and he starts getting messages, you can at least compare that against what the other people have experienced.
Okay.
And if you can have someone there who has had an experience with that apparition, that ghost, at the same time, if there's somebody there, they might actually experience that ghost again while he's having that conversation. I mean, I'd suggest in that neck of the woods, if you want, let me know. I'll put you in touch with a good medium from Yonkers.
Okay.
And she should go with you. And she will want to when she sees this. I'm sure she'll be very happy to set something up.
Okay. Yes, we'll talk. We can talk about that offline for sure. I would love that. Okay. That's a great place to start, and it's super helpful. I wanted to talk to you about one more thing before we go, because I'm sure you're busy here, and it's about going back to technology again, because there was something great when I read in your book that I found really interesting, and that really speaks to his theory, which is in hauntings as well, but this idea of imprinting on the environment, and even in the story you told. His belief is obviously that energy gets dispersed and sort of they settles in these places that were important to them or the memories that they had and that's why they're dispersed there. You brought up in your book the possibility that a magnet, like the one that could erase audio and videotapes, could erase spirits. If I turn one of these things on after having a conversation and the spirit disappears, is that a plausible test toward proving Johnny's theory?
Yeah, you can. We've used a bulk tape eraser. It's the kind of thing that you erase.
I remember.
Tape. Right. Yeah.
Back in the day, we remember because back in the day we all used tape.
Right. Right. And I actually have now, I have to say that we have no reason or understanding of why using that will get rid of a haunting. So if I had had a magnetometer at that case I talked to you about with the couple who left that sex tape behind,
Right.
I would not have been surprised if I walked into that bedroom and I had a higher than background reading only in that bedroom.
Right.
In cases like that, we will use the bulk tape eraser, or I started using little small coin magnets, or they're called neodymium magnets or bullet magnets sometimes. We'll put them on the baseboards where the nails are. And that seems to change the reading, and it shouldn't. The bulk tape eraser, honestly, should not change the reading, but it does. So that's a mystery within a mystery, you might say.
Sure. No,
But if it works, it works, and you might try that.
Test 4, magnets. Let me throw this out at you. Is it possible that Johnny is sort of this large language model for ghosts? In a weird way, he's like this spectral AI?
Yeah, he may be. Yeah.
I'm not walking away from this conversation thinking we're disproving Johnny's theory or that he's wrong, but that there may be some other options on how he was receiving and interpreting this paranormal information. It feels like there's no way to prove it one way or the other for certain, but only get closer to something it might be, right?
Well, that's another,
There's really no way to ultimately prove.
But that's why you want human witnesses. So if a medium or somebody else sees a spirit there at the same time this is happening, I guess you could say we push the needle more towards him.
Right. Can my nephew be a medium? I mean, it really is something else, man. And it's like,
it's tough without the human experience, the human witnesses to know that the last place that we would ever expect to find spirits is a cemetery.
The reason he believes that they're there is because of the loved ones left behind.
Well, yeah. So then that would indicate consciousness, because memories can't do that. And the person has no memory that was left behind at the cemetery.
Well, that makes a hell of a lot of sense. I mean, people can't possibly remember their own gravesite. So it's almost like it's a projection. It's someone else's memory of that person.
Possible. That is possible. Yeah. I mean, there are hauntings.
Because it's a powerful loss, right?
Yeah. Yeah. There are hauntings in cemeteries where people pick up the mourners. They don't pick up the dead.
What is that? What do you mean by that? What's pick up mourners?
People who go to the funeral are in grief, and they leave their grief behind. It's an imprint like the sex tape. That's a different kind of imprint. That's all.
A lot less fun, right?
It's really rare for anyone to be connected to their burial site,
right?
At all. I mean, there's no, even if you picked out that burial plot when you were alive, there's just no psychological connection whatsoever after death. There wouldn't be anything.
Well, it's also common sense. I mean, honestly, that's a very logical. How could you have a memory of your cemetery if you weren't there? But maybe it is this. If let's say he's a medium of some kind and he's picking up an imprint that someone very, that lost, has the memory of their child, that grief is stuck there.
Actually, if he's actually a medium, mediums can connect with spirit regardless of where they are, wherever the mediums are. So he may not need to go to that cemetery. He should try connecting with that same 13-year-old boy that he was connecting with in the clip you showed me someplace else.
To be clear, we're not suggesting Johnny meet up with some 13-year-old boy at a secret location. We're talking about a conversation with a spirit.
And see if he can actually get that kid to show up. Because if he's really a medium, actual mediums can call upon spirit from wherever. And again, put the call out. Now, it is up to the spirit to decide to communicate.
And that's a great test.
Yeah.
Right? But it also might be that he's some sort of medium for hauntings rather than apparitions, meaning he connects to the imprint and then
fill in the blank.
Fill in the blanks.
Yeah,
and he's interpreting it in a different way, right?
That would be interesting. Again, taking him to a haunted place, take him to a place with
that seems to be really what he's doing.
Yeah.
Like if I was going to say, based on our conversation right now, that would be what he's able to do. He is picking up these memories of these spirits from who's ever leaving them behind, and he is creating a model, much like AI would, of what that spirit and what that thing is. Somehow he's doing that through this tech.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, I don't know if it's true or not, but just based on this conversation and everything you just told me, that's how I interpret it.
Yeah, I mean, that is possible. That is one model that Bill Roll actually came up with.
Huh. William G. Roll, or Bill Roll, was a respected parapsychologist who made a name for himself with the Columbus poltergeist case in 1984. I didn't know any of this at the time. I had to look it up. I'm over here nodding to impress Lloyd. So I'm walking away with this homework.
Mm-hmm.
1. Find a haunted location Johnny has no connection to or information about and see what he discovers.
Right.
2. Find human witnesses to confirm some of his conversations with these spirits.
Mm-hmm.
3. Have a medium join in on a sit. See what they're picking up during one of Johnny's conversations.
Right.
4. See if Johnny can call on spirits like from anywhere, not just where he's found them or the specific locations, but if he's got that ability to, as a medium, to call them from anywhere. And lastly, and probably the easiest, magnets, to see if we can erase a ghost or the energy left behind by a spirit.
Yep.
That is a very fine starting place for a paranormal investigative noob like myself to test and try to help him prove his theories. Is there anything else I should check on him to see that could be affecting what he does and what, how this goes about?
Well, I mean,
like, does any past medical ailments affect things like?
The only thing that we have connected directly to poltergeist phenomena is in about 30% of sets of cases that have been looked at, there was epilepsy or epileptic-like activity in the brain. So not always epilepsy, but epileptic-like activity. So I would not say he has to go in for a brain scan at all.
Okay. he might, but not for this. Let me tell you.
Okay.
Lloyd, I can't thank you enough for participating in this, for talking to me about it. I truly appreciate it. It is really, really helpful.
Good. We'll keep you posted.
For me to understand it, and I will absolutely keep you posted. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
That was Professor Paranormal himself, Lloyd Auerbach, who was kind enough to give me a crash course on psychical investigating and some action items to work out with Johnny in the weeks to come. We all got a lot of information today, but if there's only one thing to remember, it's this. You do not need a video camera to record an amazing sex session. A really great bang might just imprint on the universe. #goals. Thanks for listening to Splintered Spirits. Come back next time for more conversations with me, Johnny, and the ghosts as we start putting these tests to work.
They can't see it yet, but the shoulders are moving.
Are they? Oh, you got a groove going?
I got a groove going.
Let's see.
I'm gonna try not to lose it.
I'll put you on. There's nobody here yet, just us.
It's
so
there. Oh, they're here. We just can't see them yet.
They'll start jumping.
What's going on, Gary?
I'm doing all right, my man.
Yeah. Me too. This place looks beautiful right now.
Yeah.
You know? I feel like I'm one with nature. Yet there's still something while I'm sitting here. Just like that whole, maybe something's watching me. Maybe I'm not alone in the woods. You know that feeling?
No, because I don't go
Other
to the
than
woods
the
that
bugs.
often.
Yeah.
I don't go hanging out in the woods like you do, my man.
Dude, last night was insane for me. I had a really crazy night last night.
I saw you. Where were you? There was some sort of like brick fireplace thing, and you were walking around. You saw some weird like Blair Witch kind of sculptures hanging from trees. What's all that?
So I honestly have no idea what any of it is. The spirits were talking about bound spirits and witch ladders, and come to find out, I learned this all on that live. A witch ladder is basically a bunch of items, mainly nature items. Sticks, bones, crystals, rocks, feathers, things like that. Strung together. They're usually used for all sorts of spells. Walking in there was atrocious. Like, it is just so dense, and there's just like pricker bushes everywhere, and it's just insane.
insane. Like it's literally like you feel like a bear walking through the woods, right? Um, and coming in there, I couldn't see anything. And as I'm sitting there, and I bet you some people in the live may have noticed too. Like I was just very straightforward. I wasn't as jokey, joking around. I kept looking around. I was using the thermal maybe more than I should have. Not jumping at every sound, but really just like aware of my surroundings. And what do you know? When I went for that walk at midnight, we're walking around and then bam, we spot the first one, and then I see another one. And then
You were talking about like a trap, and you were mad at yourself for walking into a
yes,
trap. What does that mean?
yes, dude. Like it literally like the way it was set up, and then one of the spirits said something about me taking the bait. And then that's when I was like, oh crap. I'm literally I'm walking in a trap. You know, who knows if I disturb the wrong thing or touch the wrong thing. Luckily I didn't touch
But
anything.
what is a trap? Like what could the trap possibly have been?
Oh, who knows? That's the thing. Who knows? Maybe they wanted me to release something. Maybe they were hoping that I would, get involved with something there. I don't know. That's the thing. You just don't know.
Well, why were you mad at yourself though? You should have. You said you were like rookie move. You got real mad
I
about
said
it.
it was a novice move. Just not realizing that, like, is they were talking about like a triangle, like the witch ladder triangles or something like that, or the ladder triangles, and I'm standing in the middle of it, and I'm like, wait a minute, like what idiot does that? Oh, this idiot, like why would
Sure.
think about it? If you're in the woods and all
Yeah.
of a sudden you come across these weird totem things hanging in the woods and they're in the shape of a triangle, and you have no idea what's going on,
Right.
why would you go walk in the middle of it?
Right.
And it was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna walk in the middle of this, and then I'm like, wait a minute, I could be getting involved in something very stupid. So, because it's unknown, you don't know what you're dealing with.
Fair enough.
Plus, I don't know how long those have been hanging there. They look like they were they've been through it. They look like they've been hanging there
It's
for a while.
weird, dude. Like, why would they?
Yeah,
It's so weird.
but there's always been witchcraft happening back there. It's been a very common, from middle school kids going back there pretending to be the craft, to advanced witches. So
People are
it's a
weird,
known
dude.
spot for it.
People are strange, without
Well,
question.
depending on why they're going in the woods and doing things, yes.
And well, but like
They want to
let's build some triangles out of bones or whatever
be.
sticks.
Yeah.
It's creepy. Even no
Yeah.
matter what it is, it's creepy, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's just So I was telling you briefly, and as we wait for our guest, we have a fun guest today on this live. Hopefully, she's going to get
Awesome.
logged in okay. I'm sure she'll text me otherwise, but I'm just going to check my phone, make sure. We've got a fun guest today, and she'll be on soon, and we'll talk to her, and I'll tee everybody up. But as we get caught on, okay, she's in our waiting room. We'll get. You know what? I'll save this story later. I don't want to keep her waiting too long.
Bring her in.
She's sitting there, so it'll be a fun one. So let me just tell everybody who we've got today. So, I'm going to read this out to everybody. She's super fun, and I'll tell you why I love her. So look, since 2019, Rebecca, the Ghost Guide, has been helping audiences to better understand the ghosts around them and within them. She has shared her experiences with millions through skits. And this is great too, because it's all like, dude, everybody's so dismal in the paranormal space, John, as you and I always talk about. What she does is she relates her stories and her experiences, and she creates these skits where she like acts out both parts, and they're fun.
Oh, they're
It's just
great.
like
They're great.
it's just a fun way to tell it, as
No.
opposed to like, how many, like it's just all, everybody's always so dark about it. So she does these through skits based on interaction with ghosts in a collective. I mean, she has over, when you add them all up, she has almost 900,000 followers on TikTok alone. Then you start getting into YouTube, Instagram, Patreon. She's out there. And what she really does that's really interesting is, she does courses, community and workshops, community programs, where she helps people at every level of spiritual perception feel more grounded and confident in their abilities, right? So she has a very unique perspective on ghost relationships. And she got a little notoriety because, she went public with the fact that she actually like was in a relationship with a ghost, which we will talk to at the end.
She took the step, huh?
She took a step. I want to
She
know
took
more
that
about
step.
that. And
Wow.
we'll see what that all means. But I'm gonna have her join in right now. I want everybody to welcome kindly Rebecca, the Ghost Guide. As soon as I figure out what to do, we're live. I have no engineers.
Hey.
There she is.
Wow, guys, thanks for that very kind intro. I appreciate that.
Of course, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I super appreciate that you reached out, and I've been following along since. And I really like what you bring to the table as far as grounded spiritualism, open-mindedness. But once again, I really hone in on the people who are out there being like, yeah, we don't know everything, but we might one day.
No, everything. I barely know anything. So it's like that's
yep, exactly.
It's very simple for me, and which is why I enjoy getting all sorts of different perspectives on this, and yours included here. Rebecca, I want to start out asking this question to every guest we have, which is this, and I'd love to hear your theory on it. So, Rebecca, what are spirits, and what do you think happens when we die?
All right. Well, I will try to simplify that answer because I can go on and on and on about the things that I found out over the years. And one of the coolest things that I've been lucky enough to experience is being able to talk to people from literally all over the world, learning from their perspectives, and also tapping into various components of those perspectives so that I can create an even larger understanding of something that I didn't have as much understanding of not that long ago. So, oh goodness. When it comes to spirits, and I'm going to specifically talk about ghosts here, and one of the things that I teach about is there are different frequencies or dynamics of spirits. So a ghost is not going to be the same frequency as a deity or a higher power, or I encourage people to utilize their own language, what resonates with them, rather than, just me coming on the scene and being like, this is how it is. No, I want to learn from everybody. I want to learn from everybody's experience. So when looking at ghosts specifically, what I oftentimes see is when somebody passes, if there is a part of them that the common terminology has unfinished business, right? Or if there's a part of them that is being held back by some kind of connection that they have to something in the physical, sometimes that can create a piece of themselves. So you can have a larger form of the soul that moves on. And that's where people talk about, oh, they're in a better place. They've learned about this, that, and the other. Yes, but you can also have the part of the soul that went through some kind of traumatic experience or got very attached to like their favorite chair or something like that, or very attached to their body. Some folks do follow themselves or get reawoken. I think that's the right word. When something happens to their body, let's say their grave has been messed with, or it's just not being taken care of or something like that. And so parts of that energy can connect. That would explain more of the ghost, but it doesn't have to contradict that some people, due to, and this is where I kind of get into the more why I think mental health is so important. Some people, when they have unchecked mental health things or experiences or something like that, it's those pieces of them that can still be somewhere else. So once again, even though like I sit here and I tell my stories and nobody has to believe them, that's really not the point. I'm very much an advocate for mental health because I don't want people to feel like they have to leave themselves behind or a part of themselves behind when they can acknowledge that part and heal from that part and really do a solid move on, whatever that means for them.
Rebecca, are you religious? I mean, a lot of what you're saying, just so I get I want a full picture here of like what you're talking about, like moving on, or they're here, or they go somewhere. Are you a religious person? Is there a faith behind what you're talking? Because you use the word, there's deities and things like that. So what, do you have a faith, religious background, and that's what you're applying to some of this theory?
So I grew up in a religious background, and the more I learned about the history of different religions, the more I learned about mythology from different places, the more I learned about how that affected culture, the more open-minded I became. I I consider myself a polytheist with Quaker morals, but not necessarily Christian morals. There's a different kind of code of or standard to Quakerism. Some Quakers do not identify as Christian, but that's a whole other different thing.
Let's not get started on Christian morals.
Yeah.
So that's a juxtaposition in and of itself in so many ways, but go ahead.
Yeah. But basically, to answer your question as far as like what I believe in the beyond, I believe in a lot of things. I believe, because I've talked to past loved ones too, and some of them, they'll tell their person, they're like, hey, tell them I'm in heaven. And I'm just like, is that your heaven? And they're just like, well, I just want them to believe that I'm in heaven. I don't want them to be upset. Now, does that say that heaven doesn't exist? No. It's more of there are a lot of different places that we can go to. Sometimes it's to be with other ancestors. Sometimes it's to be with the found family that we make. Sometimes it's to come back as guides for people that we love. Sometimes it's just to stick around with people that we love. And other times it's, whether they move on to another form of the afterlife. There are loads of afterlives. For some people, they kind of make their own afterlife. And I really come about readings and my own personal understanding with that very open-minded perspective of they get to tell me what they're experiencing. I'm not going to sit there and tell them and be like, oh, well, clearly you're in the light. No, I work with a lot of ghosts that are scared sometimes. Sometimes they don't think they deserve heaven or to move on or some kind of happiness due to their own trauma. So I work with everybody on a one-on-one basis to be like, okay, well, if heaven kind of freaks you out, if you don't think you're good enough for that, where's a happy memory? Like, can you go to that? Can you connect with family? I do a lot of different work to help ghosts. All the same, I'm not one of those mediums that's like, every ghost should go to the light because something's wrong with them. No, I mean, obviously I've befriended ghosts and I'm just like, hey, what do you want to do? Do you want to sit around and watch? Great, cool. So long as you're not in a bad space or upset about that, and you're not upsetting other people, doesn't upset me.
When did you realize?
Speaking of
go, John.
Ghosts and befriending ghosts, I think one of the first times I came across the video skits you do between you and the spirit, which are amazing, by the way.
Thank you.
Timothy, is that the correct name? Was it Timothy?
Timothy.
Yes, Timothy. Oh, those are so good, so good, so awesome. I was watching those advocacy. Those are awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got to check out Rebecca's profile, everybody, and it's as simple as the name on the screen. It's at Rebecca the Ghost Guide, so you can find her there. Rebecca, when did you realize you had these gifts? When did you first embrace this idea that you were a medium or a clairvoyant, or how would you define what it is that when you discovered it?
Yeah.
What's the story behind it? What's that first moment?
Well, it's a mental health journey. I'll tell you that first.
Okay.
I talk to people all the time who we discover that they had psychic sensibilities from a very young age. And a lot of people, you talk to kids and, it's that whole like, oh, there's a monster in the closet, da 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 da. I used to think I was making up my monster until the next family that moved in, the kid also described what I was seeing. So you have these kids with their imaginary friends, or they're talking to a corner, or they know things about their grandmother that they never met, or they can describe these things. And then roughly around the age of 5, a lot of social conditioning comes in. We start telling the kids, hey, that's not real, right? There's nobody over there. Stop talking about that. We want them to fit in with society, of course. And so we try to put them into cookie cutter molds so that, we don't want them to be made fun of. We don't want them to have a hard life. My hard mold was, being raised Southern Baptist. There was no explanation for what I was seeing. I saw colors around people. I saw auras, didn't know what that was. I would see figures in my house. Later, I found out that other people living in my house saw the same figures that we.
And where are you? What part of the country are you? Where'd you grow up?
So I grew up outside of Greensboro, North Carolina. It's a small town named Jamestown.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. It was wild, the things that I found out much later on in life. We even have some wild things that were captured on video of like unexplained things like moving around the house. It totally freaked us out when we all like watched that together. But as I mentioned, I I turned it off. And this is something I tell people a lot too. A lot of people, they're not blocked by something external. They're blocked by what keeps them safe. They're blocked with the understanding of like, ooh, me talking about my quote imaginary friend doesn't really make me friends in school, and it makes, people make fun of me or something like that. So we put on the blocks. I had the block of fear of hell and damnation and all of that. Well, it was during like my early teens, I had another spike. We also see this a lot with teenagers, where they start seeing stuff because they have so many things going on at once. I was the same too, but I was terrified of it because I would talk about it. Once again, everybody around me would be like, no, that's no. So I shoved it back down. I was like, I'm not seeing stuff. I eventually managed to turn off most of my skill sets. I turned off my clairvoyance, my ability to psychically see with my eyeballs. I turned off dreaming. I turned off so many things because I just couldn't trust it. College, I had another spike. That's a whole other story because it's college, of course. You go in there and you're just like, whatever. From there, I joined the theater, and it was amazing. And I was a professional producer, performer, and playwright. I worked in DC and New York and around North Carolina. And then the pandemic happened. Couldn't do that anymore. That was not safe. And it was about that time that I started doing ghost tours. I actually live in one of what I consider the most underrated haunted hotspot in the country, which is Wilmington, North Carolina. Look it up. We've experienced everything. There are ghosts everywhere. You walk downtown, they're not hard to find. So I got a job as a ghost tour guide. I was living in a house that my roommate and I called it the bus stop because there were ghosts going in and out all the time. The animals were experiencing things. We would have all kinds of electrical things going on. I have a whole bunch of stories from the house.
Can I just interrupt you really quickly? So just when you're talking about going from college to theater to this point where now you're doing ghost tours, when did you fully embrace? Because you sort of made a dip there. You were talking about how we were always taught to to say not say it out loud. When did you make the change and go, no, this is what I'm feeling, this is what I'm seeing? Was that after Wilmington. College, or so that was when you moved? So this is after COVID. So that's when you just sort of embraced it. You're like, this has to be what this is.
Well, I had to wake it back up. That a lot of people, they turn off their natural self-trust. They turn off their natural abilities to see these things. At this point, I don't consider them gifts. I consider them skill sets that I've worked on. Part of my mental health journey was first accepting myself, first coming to terms with my ghost, so to speak, the ghost that I created from my shame and my guilt and my inability to, win at everything. A lot of things happened about that time. A lot of my 20s was spent in various states of hardship, and I had to forgive myself of that. From there, that's when I really started to tap in, because I was just like, all right, I made it this far. I think I'm seeing stuff. I think I'm actually experiencing stuff. There's this whole corner of the internet that's really excited to hear the stories. And I hadn't come out as a psychic medium because I was like, nah, I'm not a psychic medium. I'm not, that's a lot of responsibility. I just talk to ghosts. I didn't want people putting that on me. I didn't want people to be like, talk to my grandpa. That really freaked me out. So I was just like, I just talk to that guy that's by the dock and just sits there. That's it,
Sounds like somebody else I know, but go ahead.
It sneaks up on you, right? Where it's just I'm not a psychic medium. I just have a bunch of ghost friends. It's fine.
Yeah. Interesting. Yep. Okay.
So my awakening was mental health first, and I keep it as a center point moving forward.
And what's your process to connect with spirits? What is your, I'm assuming if you wanted to, you could do it right now, but what do you do for yourself to what's your way in? What's your, how do you sort of break it? So for John, for example, John is right now joining us from one of his regular haunts at Buckout Road, which is honestly one of the most haunted places in America. If you believe in all that, and it's which we do, and it's the spirits there are insane, and he'll go there with his spirit boxes and have full-on conversations and learn about what he's taught, who's there, and then he does the research about it, and then we find out what happened, and it all sort of checks out. Sort of a backwards approach to it, and how we do it. What's your approach when you enter a new place or go to a new thing? How do you go about getting in tune or getting on that frequency?
Amazing. And also thank you for saying that, because I didn't know where you were, and I was just like, there's a guy. So
Okay, hold on. Time out. Let's not get off the train here. But
guy.
while you were about to ask that other question, I saw something. I saw something, right? And it made me even I saw it,
it's
and
on
I
that
was
side,
like,
the side that you turned. Yeah, he's on that side. He's like kind of in front.
well, okay, so I didn't like see it. It's
Sure.
I describe it as, it's to sound hilarious, but me being an atmospheric thing, right?
Mhm.
So me being in a vat of Jello,
Mhm.
and then all of a sudden something enters that vat from the side, from the distance, and the whole thing ripples, and I'm like, that's the only way I can describe it for myself.
All right. Thank you for that description. Do you want to know what a psychic calls that ability?
Well, what is that ability called?
Clairsentience. It's
Clairsentience?
It's the ability to psychically feel. It's the same thing as when we understand there are those around it. Like, let's say you close your eyes, you're in a crowded room, right? But you have to walk forward. But if you're paying attention to the electromagnetic difference around you, you can stop yourself before you actually run into somebody.
I do it all the time. I'm blind, basically. I do it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I can also, and funny enough, and I used to use, and I didn't understand what this was, and I call it like reading the magnetic fields of the room. I'd be in a bar, and if an ex would walk in, or somebody I knew would start trouble, I could be at the other end of the bar, not even facing the entrance, and go, "Ah, shit," somebody just walked in that I'm gonna have an issue with, or is gonna cause an issue, and it would always be, something would always pop off. So that's funny you describe it that way.
Yeah.
That's what
I look. It's we talked about this once in another episode where it's trying to understand. We get a lot of heat, right? Let's take a step back. We get a lot of heat about, or John, I should say, gets a lot of heat about using the apps, right? He likes his ghost apps, and I'll use those apps and I get nothing. I get absolutely nothing. Total dick. It's like a waste. I get the generic, get out, I'm dead, all the stuff that everybody gets. When he uses it, honestly, it's very specific at times and very odd at what happens. And so I look at the apps, and to take a step back, it's like the apps are a tool. They are not the thing. You don't blame a carpenter. You don't blame the hammer when a carpenter messes up your renovation. So what does that mean to me? I always look at it like, as I've gotten into this world now with this guy, that if there's some sort of intuition, right? We all have intuition, right? I get a bad vibe from somebody sometimes when I'm walking, right? We all feel it. And whatever that is, if it's a frequency thing, then some people may have a heightened frequency. And to use yet another metaphor, not everybody can pitch a baseball at 98 miles an hour. Some people can just do it. That's a gift. That is a gift. You can't train yourself to do it. I'm sorry, you just can't. So I look at this, maybe this is the same thing, where some people are they just have that vibe. So and that's why, he'll deny it to death he's not a medium of some kind, but we always
deny
call
it
him
100% that I'm not a
we
medium.
always call him that there's something going on, because it's just weird. That doesn't happen to everybody.
But listen, I describe it very simply as, magnetic fields, which I talk about all the time, and the use of logic while talking to spirits. That's why I don't call myself a medium. I can't channel. I can't, none of that. Like, there needs to be a disturbance in order for me to, like what happened back there, in order for me to, pick up on something. And yeah.
So one, just to put this out there, you don't have to call yourself anything. Nobody has to call. Like, my biggest fear was when I was like, oh shoot, if I'm a psychic medium, that means something, right? Nah, you can be spiritually sensitive. You can feel the disturbance in the force. You can be anywhere. And this is why I teach, because I'm just like, look, nobody has to call themselves anyway. Like anything, you can still have like a really cool experience and just be you. Like being psychic, being a medium, being whatever, it doesn't change who you are and how you work.
So Rebecca, when you call yourself, Rebecca, when you say you're the ghost guide, is it a guide for people and how they deal with ghosts, or a guide for the ghosts when you interact with them?
That's a really good question because it's a bit of both. One of the things, and you mentioned something about like the paranormal community, and a lot of it can be very drab and just very triggering and very much like, how did you die? And I know you guys don't do that, which I super appreciate. That's probably why you get a lot of really cool evidence, because the ghosts are like, oh shoot, you don't care about how I died. Oh well,
yeah, exactly. I try to look for the almost not looking for it, but I appreciate the beauty and the paranature of things, if you will,
absolutely,
and the mundane. You know, so yeah.
Yeah, it's like, hey, when I go to spots, I'm like, so what kind of drink do you like? You know, like what kind of candy? Do you like cookies? I brought cookies. You know, like I'm that kind of person. But yeah, as far as like, am I the guide to the ghosts? Am I the guide to the people? I'm a bit of both. A lot of my audience, they had a natural curiosity with the whole spectral out there, though they weren't actively pursuing it, though they like the idea of, what if it's not all terrible afterwards? Like, what if we can talk to them? What if we can learn about them? But also, what if we could learn about ourselves in the process so that we're not, as a society, constantly repeating the same sorts of hardships and traumas and concerns? Like, what can we learn from the past in order to understand the present and move towards a better future?
So so when you meet with new people or in your seminars and things like that, you're sort of giving them a basis of how to tap into their. Are you telling everyone that they all have this ability and they need to tap into it and they could do this, or are there people it's like, look, you just might not have it, or do you know what I'm saying? How do you feel about this idea that anyone can be sort of connected? Does that make sense? Is that a shitty question? That might be a shitty question.
No, it's not. It's not. I promise. I do believe everybody has intuition. I call it what you like. Call it a gut feeling. Call it I just knew I shouldn't have been there. That's claircognizance. Gut feeling, do you literally feel it in your gut? Also a form of clairsentience. Or do you just know something, or you feel like you're not alone, or you think you heard something, but like it didn't quite. So many people have experiences like this. And I think one of the things that makes me a little bit less popular with some of the other psychic mediums out there is I'm very much like, yeah, if everybody believed that they were psychic, if everybody believed that they could just trust themselves, because that's where psychicness comes from. It's trusting yourself to understand the information you're getting around you. I'd be fine with that. Like some psychic mediums are very much like, oh, but if everybody can tap in like that, how will I get readings? I'm like, I do readings, but my primary thing is I want to tell stories. I want to make human connection with people. I want people to feel like they can just connect to whatever they believe in a safe and grounded and responsible way. This is why I'm not as popular with psychic mediums, because some of them are like, ghosts are evil. And I'm like, okay, that's fine, but not in my experience.
I love when Jesus freaks get into the chat. I absolutely love it. John knows that I absolutely love them telling me how evil we are. But no, I love how you do it. And look, I want to show everybody this. If you sign up on Rebecca's website, she has this go-to guide, right? And here's, dude, it's written like if you're a 6-year-old, you can understand this. And that's what's wonderful. I'm not saying that to be, I'm not making fun of it. I'm saying it because it's absolutely like, this is the exact way I want to be taught this stuff. And I just want the bottom line of what does all of it mean, from clairvoyance to is it a ghost? What are you feeling? How do you know what you're feeling? And then it gets into, how you protect yourself, from this and in those energies. Again, you got to sign up, go to RebeccaTheGhostGuide.com, put in your email, and you got it for free. I mean, it's just this little chart. It's super cool. But let's talk about protecting yourself, because you talk to a lot of spirits. Now, John is a believer of intent. First and foremost, intent. He makes jokes about Jesus, crystal, salt, and sage, but it's really your mindset of intent. What do you do to protect yourself?
I absolutely agree with that. Like these other elements out there, and I'm not knocking other elements. I mean, I'll burn incense from time to time. I'll do regular cleansings, whatever. But it's not the element that's used. It's the one who powers the element, which is oneself. I'm a big advocate for learning how to protect oneself. I know a lot of people, they're like, I'll call the angels, I'll call God, I'll call this, that, or the other. And I'm like, that's great. The way that I was trained, which was the school of hard knocks of not understanding anything that was around me and having to figure it out on the fly, the way that I was trained was to protect myself. Like, yes, I can go to other people. I can ask for help. Though I trained myself to protect me, and now I train others to protect themselves. As far as like the protection that I use, absolutely agree with intent. I do use some visualization. I always tell people, like, build up your shield, be the superhero you always wanted to be, or surround yourself with something. And a lot of people are like, the white light. And I'm like, sure, if that's what you want, it doesn't hurt anybody. I've found with some of the things, especially because I have had to go in and remove more not so nice things on occasion, just by working with clients and that sort of thing. Not ghosts, by the way, inhuman stuff.
Oh, dude, wait, you can't just drop a broad.
What I call them interdimensional entities of non-human origin is the safe term I use for that. And
Wait, so wait,
that's beautiful.
That's exactly
tell me a
what they
story.
are. It's nuts.
Wait, I want to hear a story. Tell me a story of this. Like, what does that mean to you? And tell me a story.
Okay,
yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, because I love that. That was a very long terminology for me, just to be like, yeah, there's some things out there. Real quick, I'll tell you how my shielding works, and then I'll get to the story, because I got a story for you. I have a few, but I'll get to one.
Yeah.
So with the shielding, my shield works very much like a boundary. It only hurts you if you cross it. And spirit can see that boundary. Like, I've got spikes in my shields. I've got all kinds of like electrical stuff. Like,
you visualize this. This is what you literally visual. Okay, continue.
So, and the cool thing is, with knowing other psychically perceptive people, like I teach workshops, and I've asked them, I'm like, all right, I'm putting up the shield. What do you see? And then they all put it in the chat, and we get to cross-validate each other in real time. It is the coolest effing thing, which is why I'm like, psychics, let's all just, like, if we understand how to tap in, it's so cool. But anyway, so yeah, my shields work. They don't have to hurt, but if you're going to cross my boundary, they can.
Okay.
Now, as far as something not so great and inhuman, something that comes to mind, this happened last year. I know I've done a few in the past, like more recently, but this is a more recent one, or one that's coming to mind, I should say. So the Wilmington Railroad Museum, I worked there for a time. Now I'm a board member. I am the unofficial like medium on staff. So when things go sideways, I get a call. And for the most part, it's totally fine. Like, it's a wonderful museum. I really love the spirits there. I'm protective of the spirits there. And oftentimes when things go sideways, I am called in to make the regular spirits more comfortable, just because we can't always control what's going in and out when it's a public venue. Well, they expanded last year into a new part. And some of the staff kept telling me, they're like, hey, I don't want to tell you, I don't want to prime you, but there's something going on over there. And I was like, So one of my viral videos from last year, which is hilarious to me, was me coughing up the stairs, because the farther I got up the stairs, the more I felt like something was choking me, which, once again, that's a form of clairsentience. I'm going up the stairs. It's hitting me in the head. I know something not good is up there. So like, I'm going up the stairs, and I do this on a live, right? So like, it's just me and a camera, right? I'm just like going up the stairs, and you know, other people in the live, they're like, turn around, don't go, da 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 da. And I was just like, hey, everybody, if I were afraid, I wouldn't be going, because fear messes up what I'm able to do. So I made a reaction, but afterwards I was like, okay, I'm up here. The worst thing about this was how this creature was utilizing a ghost to make others think that it was a ghost. What this thing was, it was huge. It was like it was like stooped over in this room. It had these really long limbs. It was like basically taking up the archive room at the time. And it had like this weird drippy looking face. Like, it looked like it came out of a nightmare. Though the first thing that I saw was a man. I saw a man in front of this being. And it just like a dude that had taken his own life through certain, I don't know what all I can say here.
You can say what you need to say.
Okay, it just looked like a man who was hanging. And I got this implication of like, okay, he made that decision. It seems like it was from a rafter. That wouldn't have been the craziest thing to hear from that location. We do have different information about people who pass there. Here's the thing though, I was like, but the man on the inside is empty. Like I can't quite reach out to him. I can't quite have a conversation with him. I found out what this being had done. It took like the basic shred of the memory of this man and was holding it there so that if anybody came in to try to remove the larger thing, they would go for the symptom rather than the illness itself, aka this thing. So when I went in there, the first thing I had to do was free the imprint of the guy. I sent him on because there was not much left. It wasn't really a conversation. It was just being like, all right, we don't need to be here anymore. Like, you're good. This is awful. I'm so sorry this happened. Go wherever you need to go. From there, that's when I did the removal work to get that thing out of there. I'm a regular worker in underworld spaces, so I worked with some of my collaborative spirit folks, and we just yanked it all on alive.
That dripping face is a lot like, remember, we had a guest on, he goes by Real Ghost Hunter 1, Brandon Kramer, who had a photo of that dripping face in that basement of also a museum type situation.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, yeah.
Where it's like really wild. We show that, he has it on his site. He's another paranormal, but he caught it, an image of it, and it's really, check it out. His name's, again, Brandon Kramer. He goes by Real Ghost Hunter 1, but it was like, but it's odd that happens. It's like that Top Hat Man. It's like these similar sort of visions of things in various places that have some sort of connection. I don't know. Maybe there's no connection, but it just seems odd.
What's wild is when you said, again, I'm going to use the terminology, interdimensional entity of non-human origin, controlling, these other, fragments of spirits. I've come across the same thing. Some of these interdimensional entities have that ability. And when dealing with these things through a spirit box and like picking up the bits and pieces, it takes a bit before you realize, like, oh, wait a minute, this is what's going on here. The spirit's being controlled by something else. And it's wild. It's actually, I'm going somewhere tomorrow where I deal with that. I deal with what most people would consider a succubus. It's an entity that feeds off sexual energy, and it also likes to control spirits in that manner. And I'm going to deal with that tomorrow, so that should be.
What do you think it is, Rebecca? What do you think when John says interdimensional entity? Where do you think it's from? What do you think this thing is?
I mean,
it's not human.
It totally tracks. There are beings that come from all over. Like,
all over.
Look at any mythology. How many mythologies are there across the continent? And think of it, how many mythologies have we lost due to colonialism?
Yes, yeah.
There's a lot of places that these beings come from. They come up from cracks. They come here to do different jobs. Sometimes they get stuck in the muck. So they come from all over. And for some of them, especially in my line of work, I do try to compromise with just about everything. I try to look at something and say, all right, your morality is not human. It's not from this plane. Where's your home? Can we go home? Can I give you something? Can I work with you? Can I negotiate something? And for the most part, it works.
I agree with you 100%. The most evil thing can come through while I'm documenting, and I will first give it the benefit of the doubt. And I'll be like, hey, can we talk? Can we just have a conversation? Before I have to, be like, okay, clearly I know what you're about and what you're going to do. Let's just leave it at that then. And it's true. They come from everywhere. And, a lot of people, will assume, oh, they're coming straight from hell. And it's like, I wonder how many hell-like dimensions are actually out there. And what I describe as a hell-like dimension is any dimension that our energy or our memories or our spirit it'd be toxic for. Which is why, let me ask you something, Rebecca. Have you ever come across an entity from one of these hell-like dimensions that has no malice towards an actual person? It's there and maybe doesn't even realize what it's doing to, say, the humans in its vicinity.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. One being that comes to mind was under the Santa Monica Pier out in LA.
Oh, shit.
And when I went
Well,
there,
I guess I can't go to the Santa Monica Pier anymore.
oh no, you
Thanks,
can go.
Rebecca.
No, you can go because it's gone. I'll tell you.
Okay.
No, I was out there with some people who are part of my workshops, and we had like a casual meetup, and we just went out there, and immediately all three of us were picking up on various things. I had not realized that people had taken their own life out there, though I could feel them. And I was like, that's weird. Like, just because one takes their own life, that doesn't mean that they have to stick around there. Like, that doesn't mean that they get stuck all the time. And I started to treat the symptom, right? I was just like, oh, okay, well, I'll just, see who I can talk to and be like, hey, is there a time in your life that you'd like to go to? Is there a time that you believe in, or like, what do you believe in? Can I help you go there? And what I found was a lot of these guys were being held by a being who actually so happened to be from one of the hell areas of the underworlds, I should say. And basically what this being was doing, it was doing its job, though it, for some reason, from what I understand when I was talking to it, which it was big. It was like under the ground, and it was like holding folks like as if they were tethered. And I talked to it, I was just like, what are you doing here? Like, you're just hanging on to these souls who I later looked up and verified different folks that I was seeing, which was very tragic. Though at least now there's something done, but I digress. I talked to this being, and I was just like, why are you here? And the being basically was like, oh, I'm doing my job. I hold souls when they feel a particular way about themselves, and this is what I do. And basically I work with one of the people I was with, and I was like, hey, let's see if we can move this guy back to hell. He wasn't bad. He was very much doing his job. And he's like, I'm doing a great job. I have all these guys here. And I was like, yeah, maybe we don't need them though. So from there, the being agreed to move on and go back to hell. Once again, not morally bad, was very much like, this is what I do. I hold souls. And I was like, cool. From there, that's when I was actually able to work with individual like pieces or fragments of those souls to be like, go home, go home, go home, go.
So, all right, Rebecca, when you're talking about when you're dealing with these something like that, and we know you put up a shield first, you protect yourself when you're getting in it. I think it's time I have to ask about Rupert. And how did the shield come down? And why don't you? I don't want to tell the story for you, but like if you wouldn't mind sharing the story of this and how this came about to where that shield came down for you.
Yeah. So Rupert is also a part of my spiritual awakening. And I tell this to people often, like, you really want to tap into the other side. Love is a beautiful way to do that. And I don't just mean like ghosts. I mean, anybody who passes. A lot of people get interested in the beyond when people who they care about, their life is starting to go, in a particular direction, or maybe their health is going in a direction and they just want to understand. So with Rupert, when I first met him, well, he was very much a shred of a ghost. He had been out there for about 300 years. This was in Wilmington. I was walking home alone after a ghost tour. It was 2020, a lot of heightened feelings in every particular direction. A lot of things were going on. And I recall I was just so tired and walking past. And once again, just to go back in that time in my mind, I was like, I don't know if I'm making him up, but it doesn't hurt anybody to talk, right? And that's really how it started. He was worried that I was walking home alone. He was upset that nobody was walking with me. It was dark. He passed in 1781. He was a part of the Revolutionary Soldiers. He was with the English. Actually working with him, I was actually then able to look at the history and do a deep dive and make connections around town with the historic sites. And it was so validating for me to be like, this is not the first time I'm learning about this, because I learned it from a ghost first, but I don't typically start that way with the general historian. That's typically not how I start a conversation. So basically for a period, I allowed him to walk with me for a few blocks. I was still very much like, stranger danger. I don't know who you are, but like, I'm pretty sure I could take you, right? Because you're a ghost, right? That's how that works. You know, I didn't know what I was doing. I was just sort of like, he seems nice. He seems to care. It's kind of scary out here. Sure, I'll befriend a ghost. Really with him, though, he had a lot of work to do on himself. As I mentioned, ghosts are very much fragments of themselves. He was the fragment of himself that died looking for his love. He was murdered, and it was because he fell in love with a woman that I guess you could say he shouldn't have fallen in love with, according to the father of the woman.
Well, you said he was a redcoat, right?
He was a redcoat, yeah. So,
I can almost,
yeah.
it's like, you know, it's one thing to date a ghost, but dating a complete traitor at the time.
Well, and that's the thing. Wilmington, inside Wilmington, was pretty loyalist. However, all around Wilmington was not. And
With rebels.
Yeah.
Technically, at the time, he wasn't the traitor. Technically,
Right.
at the time, he was.
That's true.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was the, you know, he wasn't
Right.
the rebels.
He called it a skirmish. Yeah. Like that was
Okay.
the funniest thing.
So you found this out about him. You're starting to get to know his story about whatever. He fell in love with the wrong person. You're getting closer in these conversations, right? You're getting closer in these connections.
Yeah. Well, he also started to confuse me with her. And it was weird because I remember at one point I was walking and he looked at me and he looked kind of startled. Of course, I'm seeing all this with my inner eye. So like, I kind of saw maybe an outline with my eyeball, but I was kind of like, I'm not a medium. Like, that's not what's going on here. Like, I can't see. And I remember once he was startled and he kind of looked at me and he said, "You're taller." And I was like, no, I'm not. Or another time he looked down and he was just like, "Your hair is darker." I was like, no. There were these little comments that he would kind of throw out, and I would just be like, I don't know what's going on. Well, as an
this is a lot of Dracula vibes, by the way. Right?
Yeah.
Like when it's like, you know what I'm saying?
I have one question in my head, but I'm waiting because actually, you know what? Before you tell the story,
yeah,
we'll I'll keep it as simple as possible. Did you rebuild him in the sense as in new memory, or was he able to reconnect with old? So okay, all right. Tell the.
I don't know what
what
you're saying. So then,
yeah,
you could fill in the blanks with John just saying. But
yeah. I think this story is going to be epic. Please continue.
Yeah, John, with what you're saying, with what you've been telling me just on this call alone, I'm just like, psychic? What psychic? Psychic, John? Yeah. What psychic? Yeah, because I think what you also just said there is something called claircognizance, where something kind of like bings in your brain, and you're like, wait, is it this? So anyway,
well, what you're talking, it's almost. I have theories. We could talk about them another time, but it's just insane. All right, go ahead, continue. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, not at all. That was an amazing point, and I will explain that too. So basically what was happening, I'll get to your point and then I'll kind of fill in the punchline, so to speak, of what ended up happening. When a spirit who's especially a fraction of themselves, when they're having to remember more and more and more, basically what they're doing, oftentimes without realizing it, is they're calling to the memories where the fuller part of their soul keeps them, whether that's this plane or the other, or something like that. So basically the more he remembered, the more of himself he became, which once again, that's also a mental health journey. Mental health journeys can happen after passing as well, because we have to be like, whoa, how did I get here? Why did I get here? And poor Rupert, he went through a time where he was like, I don't know if I exist. And I was like, well, if you don't exist, I don't know who I'm talking to. Like, I have a fantastical brain sometimes, but there were things that I was like, I don't think I could make that up, because that was totally out of the blue. Like there was no train of thought that brought my brain to thinking that conclusion. Anyway, so there was a time that we spent apart. I was not sure if he would still be there when I got back. And part of that was I was living in a bus. It was 2020. We didn't know what was happening. So I was like, I will move into a bus. Okay. I do a lot of mental health work. I come back. I'm more certain of myself. And I come back. I'm with a friend who is spiritually sensitive. And I tried to connect with Rupert first because I was like, hey, I'm back in town. If you want to talk again, just wondering. I could feel him around, but he wasn't saying anything. So I was like, cool, maybe I'm crazy. It's fine. I bring my friend. And my friend is like, oh, there's a man standing behind you. And I was like, cool. And he was like, oh, I'm picking up on a soldier. And I was like, cool. What kind of coat is he wearing? He was like, oh, it's a red coat. I was like, okay. And then my friend makes this reaction because he heard the same thing that I heard. And my friend just looks at me and it's just like, yeah, he's telling the truth. And I was like, excuse me? What I heard, and granted, what I get is more inner ear clairaudience. So it's like the understanding of words that I hear. Rupert just outed. He was like, you're my wife. And I was like, whoa, let's calm down here, right? Because I was just like, we passed the point. Like, what in the world? So, of course, I go back later and I was like, were you going to tell me? Are you going to explain yourself? What are you talking about, right? And he was like, well, I wanted to tell you in front of somebody who would also hear it. And I was just like, still, you're making no sense. What are you talking about? And then he started to explain. He said, you're my Mary. I was like, excuse me? And he said, you're Mary. You're the woman who I was with when I was alive. Now, from there, I was like, cool. Let's put a pin on that. Let's just close that conversation because I'm like, yo, I didn't know how to trust myself. I didn't know what I was doing. So I actually, a past life regressionist found me on the internet and was like, hey, would you like a free session? I'll give you the free session in exchange for promotion. And I was like, absolutely, let's do it. I go into this and I was very like, whatever I'm supposed to see, I'll see. I go into the regression. And I remember the first thing as I was coming out of the tunnel, so to speak, when you get into that very regressed state, it was like coming out of this sort of tunnel. And then I started to smell piss and fish. And I started to hear seagulls. And I started to like pick up on people who were fishing and boats and bells and that kind of thing. And when I came out, I saw Wilmington, but I saw it the way that I had seen it in what had been drawn out from different things in the past. But I started to walk around this regression and I started to see things that I hadn't yet found in history. And then I saw him.
Doesn't sound like a very nice first date.
No. So yeah, that's how all that happened. And all the same, like, we've done a lot of work separately in order to be able to understand each other personally.
Are you still in communication with this person, with this ghost?
Mm-hmm.
But you made a point to say like you were dating him.
Mm-hmm.
Is that still the case?
Yeah.
Okay. So what does that mean to say you're dating a spirit?
Okay. Well, of course, for anybody who's dating anybody, there's a whole spectrum of what dating means for them. And I'll just go ahead and get this out of the way because people are always like, but physically. And I'm just like, are you going to tell an ace person that they have a lesser relationship because it's not physical? Like, are you going to tell people who maybe they have issues with, physically performing, but they do what they can for one another to make another person feel loved and for them to also feel loved? I didn't go looking for this. Like, that was not on my bingo card. I know part of what we were talking about is like people who are attracted to ghosts. Nope. I wasn't sitting around being like, oh, but if a ghost, no. I
think there's a word for it, like spectrophilia or something.
Yeah,
there is. Yeah. But that's not your case.
That's not
at all.
Okay.
You actually taught me that word because I was just like, what? There's a word for this?
The internet, we can find a lot.
So if I finally start giving into all the spirits that hit on me, that's spectrophilia.
No, when a guy does it, it's weirder. It's gross.
What's it called? What's it called when a dude does it?
I don't know. I just don't. It just
What kind
feels
of
gross.
sexy
It feels
shit is
gross
that?
when you do it. It's just going to be different when you do it. That's all I
I
know.
get hit on by both men and women's
I
spirits.
know. It's
That's
just that
actually
when
one
you
of
do
my
it, it's wrong.
favorite things.
That's all. I don't know much, but I know when you do it, it's going to be wrong.
Listen,
But wait,
whenever a male spirit comes through that hits on me,
Excellent.
I'm just like, yo, bring it on. Bring it on. First off, who knows what that poor spirit was going through back then
Oh, yeah.
with their sexuality and themselves, and not to be able to express how they truly were, So for them to be able to do it to me, I'm all like, oh, that's awesome.
yeah, dude, you're
I'm
a big
like,
bear. They love you. But
yeah. I'm like,
so
bring
Rebecca,
it
hold
on.
on. I want to get this set. So it's like, all right, I totally hear what you're saying. It's there's an intimacy that you have when they're communicating with this spirit. It doesn't have to be physical, and that's why you how you consider dating. Is that fair? Is that a fair assessment? But you're dating someone, and a human person,
A human person.
a living human person too,
Yeah.
right? All right, now
So-
here's the thing. All right, it's like I have to say, it would probably almost be worse if my wife found out I was having telling secrets to someone than if I was just having a physical relationship with someone else. Like she would probably find that more offensive than I was intimate on a personal level. How does your living partner deal with that element? You know what I mean? Like you the sharing of that.
So, okay, just to start out, my living partner, Theron, who's been in the chat, thank you, Theron, is incredible. We have a lot of communication. And on top of it, just to kind of rewind a little bit, I told Rupert from the gate, I was like, you're not getting in the way of me living a full physical experience. And that's a huge thing that I tell people all the time. I'm like, yes, you can have connections with ghosts and spirit guides and past loved ones. And, love doesn't just die with a body. Like we still have these connections of love on various forms. That being said, we can't live in the past. I can't live as who I was when somebody was alive. With Rupert, a big thing that we had to come to terms with, I was like, hey, I am not Mary anymore. She's a part of me, but I've had lives that I've lived since then. Sometimes I curse like a sailor. It's the summer. I show a lot of skin sometimes. And I was just like, that's pretty different from the 1700s. Are you sure you actually have feelings for me? So we had to grow from that to ensure that it wasn't just like holding out for something that used to be. Now,
Rupert probably loves seeing shins based on the way they dressed back then.
I mean,
he's probably like, whoa, now.
Yeah.
He may, but he doesn't like that everybody else can see them. That's the problem.
Right. Yeah. That's probably a whole different thing.
So going back to Theron, though, Theron is somebody that I met through TikTok years ago, and we befriended each other. And Theron also had a kind of coming out as a psychic medium. Theron knew Rupert before Theron and I started dating. They talked first. They have a friendship on their own. And one, it's cool to have cross validation and be like, wait, did he tell you that? He did? He told me that too. Oh my God, we're psychic, right? That's a regular thing in our house where we're just like, you heard that? I heard that too. Psychic,
Right.
I'm all for making people feel more validated and, once again, in a grounded way. But yeah, it's in a sense, or not in a sense, but I'm technically polyamorous, but I'm not polyamorous in the physical sense. I have two relationships and they don't cross
not
each
to
other
cut
out.
you off, but I don't think what you have can be described with words. To be honest with you, it just doesn't. It seems like the whole thing developed just so naturally, completely out of your wheelhouse. Not, as you said, not something on your, something you wanted to achieve or something you were going for. Almost like a go with the flow kind of thing. I think it's awesome.
Thank you.
It's awesome.
Made me believe in fate, honestly. Before that, I was kind of like, I don't know. And then there were just too many things that I couldn't explain away, which was pretty cool.
Can I ask how you, if I can, if it's, you don't have to answer, but I'm just curious, like, how do you identify in just generally in sort of, would you say from a living sense, you're on the LGBTQ?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So would you say you were like poly before that? I know
Oh, yeah.
polyamorous is more than one, but it's okay. Got it.
Yeah, I've been in open relationships before, consensual, open relationships and that sort of thing. It takes a lot of communication, and like, I'm not knocking it. I just happen to be in such a happy living situation. Like, goodness, and that's not knocking anybody else's poly. I tell my partner all the time, I'm just like, yeah, I'm just happy. I used to be interested in dating other people and that kind of thing, and it was never on the back burner or like behind anybody's back. I was just sort of like, yeah, I'm good. Like, I feel pretty good.
Well, look, this is a very unique situation that you found yourself in with what sounds like a very sort of powerful spirit that can come through this often, this regularly, this intimately, right? And
We've
have these kind
grown.
of conversations.
Yeah.
What would you what kind of advice do you give to your students or to anybody else who might be feeling this or might have this happen to them? Should they be like, look, I'm a unique situation, but before you put down that spiked electric shield, you better do this, and this? Like, is there sort of is there a rule book to this that you've created because of it? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So one, I generally speaking, I don't recommend dating ghosts because a lot of reasons, but
For tons of
for a lot of reasons. Yeah.
Guys,
And
all
that's
right, I'll say it. I'll say it. Your average normal person should not date a spirit.
No.
Should not date a ghost.
No.
Yes.
100%. I'll say it.
Yeah.
You don't got it. I'll say it.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Okay.
Right. But
Well,
go ahead.
Yeah. I think too, even for the person who's more open to this and that kind of thing, you have to acknowledge ghosts have a lot of things sometimes that they really have to overcome, and you can't be their savior, and they can't view you as their savior. They've got to do that work on their own. And some of them, when they do the work, they're kind of like, I'm kind of tired. I don't really want to be here anymore. That's another thing too. I tell people, I'm like, mediums are not the saviors of ghosts. If they come to a place where they're like, I'm tired, I want to go home, they can just go. They don't need us. We can help, but they don't need us. Anyway.
You know what's funny, real quick?
Mhm.
What I always tell people is I always get tons of people. They're like, "Oh, are you going to send the spirit to the light?" I go, "Yo, imagine that light is some interdimensional force that rips apart the soul and feeds it to its young. Like you really want to send it to the light now? Like stuff like that."
Yeah, if you don't know what the light is, and if you can't connect with them on what their version of the light is,
Yep.
maybe just leave it be. Just
Leave it be.
hear them out.
Yeah.
But goodness,
we're talking about protecting yourself. What would you tell other people? Like, what would be like the rules of or things to check before doing what getting too close?
And thank you for repeating the question, because I was just like, my brain went
That's right.
all the way over here.
I deal with this guy. I got to repeat myself 15 times.
Yeah. That's the ADHD for me. I'm all every direction.
It's something new.
Thank you. Yeah. So one of the things, and I say this in the pamphlet as well, which of course is open to everybody for free, you understanding your sense of self is going to be your best tool for protection. Because if you know how you feel, you're going to pick up on pretty quickly if you don't feel right. And then you get to ask yourself the question, is that how I feel? Or is that something around me that's trying to project some kind of understanding at me? What can I learn from that? So the biggest protection, I would say, is understanding oneself. Once again, going back to that mental health journey. If you know you, you're going to know what's not you. And if you know it's not you, then you can actually, further the amping up and being like, all you need is your intention. I work with kids sometimes through consultations. I work with their parents and children. And sometimes these kids will be afraid, and I'll just be like, okay, what does your favorite superhero do? Oh, they throw a punch and then fire comes out of their fist. I'm like, what if you could do that too? And kids, you don't really have to tell them twice. They'll be like, I can do that. I'm like, yep. Seeing is believing. All you got to do is believe. And is it literal fire in our sense? No. Though, can that have an effect on an energetic sense if they put their intention behind it? And I teach parents too. I'm like, this is how you also protect your kids. Believe them. I mean, even if they decide it's made up later, just be like, hey, cool. What is, this, I think Power Ranger because I'm of the 90s, but like I was just like, what does the Power Ranger do? But yeah, parents can do that too. It's imagination, quote, but to spirit, it doesn't have to be, and it can still be
Intent,
very
when it comes to
effective.
spirits, intent is everything.
Absolutely.
100%. 100%.
This is
Power Ranger analogy,
like
by the way.
Power Rangers.
That's
Power
funny.
Rangers.
This is a fascinating tale, Rebecca. I thank you enough for sharing it with us here. John, I don't know what else to say. Like, I hope everybody.
I know what I'm gonna say.
Well, everybody,
You're
first of all,
awesome. Never change. And honestly, you're literally the first person that I've spoken to in the years that I've been doing this that comes from a spiritual lens of all this, that my more logical lens basically almost goes right over, and
well, look, that logical
you're
makes it
seeing
sound
through
like
it.
hers is not logical. Let's
No,
use
no,
the
no.
word more.
No,
It's more
it's like, he
scientific.
understands what I'm saying, because I
You
have
know what I mean?
do.
Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
John's theory is like memory. Spirits are the fractured memories of the living, right? That we all have an energy. We do, right? There's literally electric synapses in our brain, and that energy has to go somewhere when we pass, and the mind is somehow attached to that, and it has to go somewhere. We don't know nobody knows what the mind is, right? That's where he's coming from. So let's use the word scientific more than logical, because then you make it sound like I like what.
Well, I
like,
can't use
I like
scientific
what
because
you're
I'm not a
saying.
scientist.
Mine's a little more logical than what you're saying.
No.
But it's like you got to say it more like I have a come from a less spiritual.
You knew what I
approach.
meant.
I did.
I just want to clear it
knew
up.
what
I don't
I
want to
meant.
think
Well, you're
insulting.
awesome. Never change, okay?
Thank you.
Please.
No, you
You
haven't
are
listened.
so awesome. One of my favorite guests to date. So awesome.
Yeah, Rebecca,
yo.
you're a lot of fun. I love your approach to things. I love your lighthearted
amazing.
approach to it. It's like you really take a stand that's like, this is not all doom and gloom. It's not, we're not playing up into the, the Blumhouse version of spirits. This is the, here's what it is. Here's a fun way to do it. I use fun, but here's like, it is what it is. So let's enjoy it. Let's get into it. Let's enjoy it. And I find that to be very an interesting take and a unique take, because that's what we try to do. We're not into the whole, we're not into all the darkness and all that stuff. It's like,
Listen, it happens sometimes. You're gonna.
We're talking about ghosts, man.
I
mean, it's like, what are we gonna? How serious can you be? Like, at a certain point, it's like we don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
So, like, if we can't laugh at this and like understand it and respect it, like that we don't know. It's like, I don't know about you, but I find it's so amazing to me when people get in the chat or they get online to one of our videos or something, or John's videos, and like, this is what it is. This is what it has to be. It's this.
It's
And
so
it's like,
wild.
what are you talking? It's almost like if they said, nope, vampires don't like garlic. It's like, hey, Dick, vampires aren't real as far as we know, and who knows if they are, if garlic is a real thing. Somebody made that up. So it's but they are sure of it. They're so sure of everything that is. So I like that you come at it from that sense as well, where it's like, I don't know what this is. I'm rolling with it until it's not. I'm not going to roll with it anymore. And how you should protect yourself. It's really interesting stuff, and I really thank you for being here, everyone. You got to go check out Rebecca the Ghost Guide. She's on every social media platform, and go to her website. She also offers readings. You can set up a session. Am I wrong? You do all these things for people?
Yeah.
Where you can also make a buck, hopefully. Do it, show her some love. Because she has a really great approach to all of this whole world. And as far as spirit communication goes, I'd say you've been communicating.
Thank you.
More so than most. You know what I mean? That whole vibe is real interesting. I got nothing else for you. I really appreciate you taking the time to sit with us. It's been a real pleasure.
All the questions I have will take hours, which I don't have, unfortunately.
We'll have to have you back.
Today.
I'll come back.
To have you back.
Yeah,
Definitely.
no, y'all are great, and I appreciate your mindset as well. I sometimes I prefer talking to people who are more in the ghost vibe than like the higher and everything like that, because I'm just like, we're out here, we're living, and I like connecting with folks that are also just doing their best, whether they know if they're living or not.
It's true.
I know. At least ghosts don't leave dishes in the sink.
Yeah.
So it might be better to
That's
have
how I
them
look at it.
around sometimes.
Yeah.
Might start blaming them for it, though.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll put them up.
Exactly.
That'd be great.
Good
Yeah.
luck with that.
Like, oh, the spirit did that one, not me. You know,
Yeah,
the spirit did that.
accidentally pulled
If
this up.
only.
Listen, thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. Make sure you check out her socials, check out her website. Can't wait to have you on again. And yeah, you've been awesome.
Awesome.
Rebecca, thank you. We'll talk soon.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
That was so fun.
Incredible. She's incredible.
Right?
It's great.
Mean, how fun
Yeah.
was she? And there's
Amazing.
there's really nobody like that tone. There's very few people that have a tone that's similar to how, your approach to this.
Well,
Even
what's wild about everything that she speaks about, I can literally back up with my theories. That's why when she started with that story, and I was like, wait a minute, are you saying that, you rebuilt that spirit? Like, it's pretty wild. It's awesome.
Yeah, right. But it's another person. We spoke to somebody else too that was like, had a little bit of a more spiritual take, but still on the note of frequency, on the note of the memories, on the note of energy, which still plays into a lot, but they have the spiritual side of it where it comes from, which is fine. It's like everyone's thing, but also the idea of other, you call them interdimensional non-human entities. She called them, I forget what her exact, but it was sort of non-human, some sort of non-human entity. Yeah. It really is
what's wild about that,
crazy.
I know we don't have time to talk about it, but what's wild about that is how accurate her non-human interdimensional entities are compared to the ones that I come across. Like how accurate it is. You know what it reminds me of?
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of The Matrix. Do you remember in The Matrix how there were certain creatures that were pure code?
Yes.
Like the French guy. And it's just like he just does this job, but he was never a human, but he's a bit of code, or the key maker, right? That's his code, but he's like there. And that's what I think of. Yeah. I go to that place where it's like when you start talking about these things that are non-human, they're part of this, whatever we call this thing, this area that they're in, and they have a job. They have a job to do of some kind.
A job to do. It's wild. Hey, Gary, listen, this has been great.
Yeah, this is a good one.
Another great one in, guys. I hope you enjoyed the episode. She's awesome. Make sure you check her out on everything. Website, her socials, Rebecca the Ghost Guide. Definitely worth checking out.
That's her link right below. Real easy to find. We appreciate everybody who checked in for this episode. I'll post. If you missed it, don't worry. I'll be posting it soon. That was a great one. So, John, I'll let
Gary,
you go. See you, bud.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah, my man. That's it for this live episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like and subscribe at our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time. Welcome to Splintered Spirits, a podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew Johnny, where I follow Johnny as he tries to prove his theory that ghosts are the fractured memories of the living. We have a jam-packed episode for you today, over twice as long as the others. In part 3 with Kathy Nadal, our friend, author, psychic, and medium, Kathy goes with Johnny to his fireplace room where we get some big spirit energy. Edward, the ghost we love to hate, has some nasty things to say as usual, and the vibes are so intense an object flies off the wall. Kathy, who can be found on Instagram at CatWitchNYC, also brings us one step closer to figuring out what is going on, not only with the spirits, but with Johnny as well. Again, we have a lot in this episode, so let's not waste any more time listening to me ramble on and dive into the conversation.
I'm in a beach chair.
Yeah. Oh, nothing but the best for you, Kathy.
Hey, that's an expensive high-class beach chair, mind you.
Hey, top shelf.
Top shelf beach chair.
I bet you didn't realize.
It's gotta fit my fat ass. So
I bet you didn't realize what you were in for, Kathy. We got nothing but the best top quality furniture in our haunted basements.
I can't believe it though. When we got in here, we were just setting up, and I said, "So what happened when you were sleeping?" I said that somebody touched you when you were sleeping. He said, "No, that happened here."
So do you remember at the,
Yes.
I didn't bring it up at the office because I wanted to wait till we were here, when she said, hey, you were sleeping and somebody, tapped you on your shoulder and, woke you up. That was here.
Whatever you got going on, I do feel like you woke up when you were sleeping one night and you felt like someone touched you. And I feel like they touched your shoulder like a tap. And I feel like there's an awakeness, but I feel like you doubted yourself. But I do feel like you think that you got touched where you live in your house, in your bed. And you feel like, did that really happen?
It was, how I do the shots for coins, and you send me a certain amount of money on live and I take a shot. That night, I was reaching my limit. I might have had like 32, 33 shots.
See, it's all for science, by the way.
Yeah. I lined up a couple more shots, took them, ended up passing out, and something woke me up here. I woke up saying, ooh, wait, like something like tapped me, and I'm like, ooh, wait,
Wow.
yeah. So it's the ooh wee moment, and that's what you were referring to.
Wow.
And then when we came down here, she said it. She was like, this is where it happened. And I'm like, yeah.
Also, that story, she felt it in your office, but it happened in this location.
But it happened in this location.
All right, so Kathy, when you're
so I don't need to be at a place because it's all connected to him. So he's the connection.
Okay.
So these people could be on Buckout Road or wherever they are. They might stay over there, but I'm able to communicate with them because of him. So if you took him out of the road, out of the room, they may not show up.
All right. So then what, if anything, are you feeling anything just being in this place?
Well, yeah, I was gaining that it would be a cold place. So energetically, I was convinced that this place is cold. And it's not the temperature of the room. It's the energy associated with the room.
I would get up and get the out.
But Gary, I was in Iraq. I'm not afraid of anything.
There you go.
You guys are nuts.
Oh, that's it. Fear.
I mean, okay,
It's the
Johnny.
worst catalyst.
All right, so now, Johnny, just like Johnny, do you ever feel anything? Like, are you
just talking
feeling
about that?
Yeah.
So I feel the way I describe it is atmospheric. I my environment around me. I'll feel like heaviness, as in like the whole area will get heavy on me. And the way I describe it, and I describe it in my lives, is the vat of jello, as funny as it sounds. I feel like in this room, like I'm in a vat of jello. And if there's any sort of disturbances, think of how you would feel if you were in the middle of a jello and something flicked the outside of it. You'd feel it. And that's what I feel,
So I think what he's bringing up is he feels vibrations.
No.
Yeah, he's feeling vibrations. So like we were walking down the driveway and he says, I'm not a psychic. I don't have any feeling of this. Like he doesn't believe that he has psychic ability. I believe everyone has a certain level of psychic ability. He may not be acknowledging that he has psychic ability, but I believe he does. He may be trying to block it, but now he's forced to confront it. And that's why I feel he has this past life that he's been on a battlefield. Everything is confronting. He's in conflict all the time with the ghosts or the past life combined.
That's the logical person in me. Does not want to admit
But
that.
this room to me though, and it has nothing to do with the chair I'm sitting in. It feels very limited. The ceiling feels like it's coming down on me, and it's not.
You want to switch? Would you be more
No,
comfortable?
it doesn't matter. It's just like I feel like. I mean, we could stand up, and you could see there's plenty of room to stand up in this room, but in in me, it feels like it's squeezing us down. So Johnny feels very jello-like he feels kind of cushiony in this. I feel more compression. I feel like the ceiling is coming down on us, kind of in a squeezing manner.
Well, with the whole Jello thing, that's everywhere. As far as here,
Yeah.
no, here I feel, and my followers can attest to this. Here I feel compressed, closed in. I don't want to be here. I stopped streaming down here for a multitude of reasons, that being one of them.
Yeah, the ceiling feels like it's coming down on us.
This place, just to give you, I'm not going to give you a full backstory, but
Don't give me.
I'm not going to give you anything. But as far as because what I do and whatnot, and I have a whole community that I built on TikTok, this place almost destroyed that community.
We've talked about this 100 times here already, where Johnny would keep a fixed rig camera in this room, and apparently his audience would go absolutely bananas.
Yeah, so maybe we could start doing what we can do here.
Yeah, so you want to start.
Are we doing the same thing?
The same thing. What do you feel? What do you, everything, yeah.
Well, I just keep seeing a symbol that I don't like. I see a symbol for a snake or a serpent, and that means like trickery or people that are doing tricks. And it actually feels a little bit like maybe it's affected current people that live in the building. Like maybe people complain about another neighbor or neighbors are fighting or something. But it does feel very serpent-like, where someone will look very friendly or look like they're like sitting there like, oh, that snake is dead, but yet the tongue comes out and bites you. So there's something very much snake-like about that. There's also like a very weird reference that I get, like someone either lived in the building that was part of like the Lions Club or some kind of an organization like the Lions Club or whatever. But there's some kind of a reference to like someone holding a high position or being part of a secret club or like a club in some way. I don't know why, but I feel a little bomb shelter like. But it does feel like I'm in a bomb shelter or there's some kind of a reference. So either someone went to war in this building or someone came home from war or whatever. But I feel a little like I want to bring up a bomb shelter reference. Someone's Joseph or Josephine, but I keep wanting to bring up this JOS, like Joseph, Josephine. I don't know if it's one of the ghosts or anything, but I just feel like I want to mention that name. And yeah, that secret club. I don't know. It's like I don't know what that is. I don't know if there's like a Masonic temple kind of relation. It's some kind of a secret club or something, or somebody's connected to a secret club. Does any of this make sense to you?
All of it.
And it's interesting.
The secret club thing is wild. I'll get into that because that's where it gets insane.
It's kind of interesting to me because I have to very precisely say that I see like George Washington on a dollar bill. So there's a reference in this room that either you put money out or you thought that somebody took money, but there's a theft of money in this room. And I'm seeing like a George Washington on the dollar bill. So it actually feels like it's a dollar bill, kind of a losing money reference. And I don't know if you've talked to the guy named Sam, but there's a Sam or a Samuel.
There is a Samuel.
Yeah,
Yes,
there's a connection there.
A big connection. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. And it's weird though, because I'm standing here like facing the camera. They're telling me to turn around. So something's behind me.
Yeah.
No, it's
How does Samuel make you feel?
Samuel, I don't like him. He's the one that's he's telling me there's something in the other room. Someone would you understand teasing you or something, but they're saying like you should give the guy a tie, like a long straight tie. So whatever Samuel's been involved in, he has make some comments like being a proper dressed man or something. He's kind of mocking you, like, why don't you put a tie on or something? But you have something to do with this room that's next to where we're standing.
Oh, that room completely was a huge part of my life at one point.
Well, he's talking about you being in that room.
Mm-hmm.
And he's talking about you working on wood. And he's showing me like you have a nail and a hammer. You made stuff or you were making furniture or something in that room. But he said he was watching you working on things with tools and hammering and nails and whatever. But he was watching you do all that work in that other room. And he said, you never took a break. You should have had a meal. You forget about eating when you're in this room or something, because he says you didn't get a break. There's another name like Frank or Franklin or some kind of a Frank name, and I don't know why that's coming up. And whatever the water is, it has something to do with this building. But they also said one of them is connected to a river, so they said, throw him in the river. Somebody's like a murderer. Somebody threw someone in the river, or someone got rid of somebody and threw them in the river. It's like tossing a body. So I don't know if it's one of those guys. They're here for you. You're the connector. Honestly, if somebody else was here, they may not even see anyone or talk to anybody. That's what I get. You're the connector. I think this goes back to your days on the train. I think that they found you as an attachment going back to the days on the train. And there's some guy that wears a Navy hat. Some guy was like wearing a Navy hat. Navy hats are very different. And this one looks very much like it's not a sailor hat, but it's a Navy hat. I'd have to draw a picture of it, but it's a dark blue hat. And it's a Navy hat. There's also a little bit of comments on you were here. I don't know. What is this? They're saying you were here on New Year's Eve, and they said there's a significant thing about you being in this room on New Year's Eve. They know it was New Year's Eve. They're showing me like a New Year's Eve hat that says Happy New Year on it, and they want to bring it up. Do you understand that?
I do understand.
Yeah, and they said they were here during that.
That was the let's just say the turning of the tide, if you will.
They're talking about something that happened outside the building. I have to justify this. It was snowing. There was a lot of snow, and there was a problem on the property with two neighbors or two tenants. And it had something to do with clearing of the snow. And there was a big fight. And is that correct? They want to.
That was actually a very significant thing that happened here while I was here as super. So
they want to bring that up though, because that goes back to the serpent symbol.
Yep, 100%.
That's right. These people have this. Yeah.
What is it? What? Tell me.
I was wondering if you were going to pick up on that.
What is it?
That's actually quite wild.
What is it, John? Tell the story. Can you?
So, should I get into it now? Because if I'm going to get into it, I'm going to get into it.
Well, you want me to keep going?
Yeah, keep going.
Then I'm good.
Yeah, okay. Keep going.
There's something about, I don't know if I could say this. I'm just going to say
No, say it, please.
There's a triangle in this building. So it's you and two other people. So what is the triangle? It's you against these two people. There's I keep seeing a triangle. There's three people in the triangle.
Yeah, they're not alive, but yeah, there is. You could call it a triangle. You could call it an opposition, if you will.
Did you also have some kind of a connection to someone being from Scotland or Scottish?
Wow. What? Wow. Keep going. It's not a connection with me. It's a connection with this place.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because I have to go back in time, but there's someone that was like an originator here. And they have big feet, or they make boom, boom, boom when they walk.
And pompous, huh?
Big feet, boom, boom, boom. And it's very much like the people are afraid of that person.
Yes, they are.
And it's like someone who's walking around holding like a hand grenade, threatening people, like, I'll just pull the pin any chance I get. Like,
It sounds like.
and it's very much like that. And it's interesting because there's like a real, there's a.
Can you picture his face?
Well, I have to tell you what I see.
Yeah.
He has a real life quality to him. So he was a real person at one time.
Oh, yeah.
And he gives me this feeling that he didn't realize what he was doing. He thought he was plugging holes. He was plugging holes. He was making fixes. So instead of fixing it the right way, he would just plug the hole. He didn't do things the right way. And he was just plugging holes. He's very tall. And I guess he has a bit of a high hair or like a high hair in the front because it feels like he's either wearing a hat or he has high hair. But I feel like I want to mention the top of his head. And he's a little kind of like a maverick. He gives me a real maverick energy. Like he just does whatever he wants.
Are you picturing him younger or older?
I don't know, maybe mid-age.
Okay.
He's not a little boy at all. This is a man that walks boom, boom, boom with his feet. Very arrogant.
Oh, yeah, like you wouldn't believe.
I'm 3,000 miles away and I want to run.
Yeah, it's interesting. This guy is a pistol. He's a pain in the neck. He talks about things being two ways. His way, he's like, you do it my way. And he keeps showing me wearing boots. I feel like he's stomping his foot like this. I'm stomping my foot now. All right, I think I'm done.
Yeah?
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm going to show you a picture. Now, if you had to age this person, the person from Scotland that you saw, would that...
Yeah, that's him.
That's him?
That's him. I don't know who this guy is, but when I saw him, his hair is darker. His hair was a bit more. I saw him younger than this.
Yeah, when he was here, he was younger. I mean, even when he was old, he was here too. He was,
He has.
But there's no younger pictures of him, unfortunately.
Darker hair to me, but this is the guy with the face.
All right, so hold on. Let me say this, because the most prominent thing you spoke about was the serpent.
Okay.
Let's talk about that real quick, and then I'm going to fire up the spirit boxes. Everything you said did have references, or could have, because there's a lot of spirits here. But the spirits here talk about an order of the serpent. And it is a group of men, a secret society, that have done sacrifices.
Oh my God.
Frank is one of those names, led by this man.
Oh, wow.
And that's why when you were like, the serpent, like deceiving on like just bringing up the order of the serpents, you're going to pick up that like right off the bat, which is wild. The spirits that it's come across on my spirit boxes all the time back in the day, especially when I used to document here hardcore. So that's wild. Edward, his name is Edward. You're going to hear from him soon, unless he decides to be a piece of shit and not say anything, which is a possibility. He's from Scotland. Originally. And what's funny is you bring up the whole Jaws and the whole boat captain. In his history, he sailed up and down the Byram and Hudson rivers, basically accumulating his wealth, selling wares and whatnot, and also in the streets of New York City panhandling.
So I wonder if he threw someone in the river.
Oh, probably. When you said
6 shot, remember I said 6 shot?
Well, yeah, when you said when you were talking about all that, I was like, oh, that's right. When you said Scotland, I was like,
yes. Okay, Johnny, tell me the significance of New Year's Eve.
So
what was that?
So that's now I'm going to get into all this with the order of the serpents and all that.
Okay.
The spirits here speak of, and this goes into the whole Greek mythology and whatnot, speak of something called the Nexus. Okay, they call it the Nexus portal. They say it's an old, and as crazy as it sounds, they say it's an old ancient portal that formed when the Earth started rotating, as in it's tied to the Earth's magnetic field. And they said it's here. It's actually out in the driveway. According to the spirits, there's a tunnel underneath the driveway, and that goes into the horses. I'll get back into all that after. So this guy, Edward, and this order were supposedly sacrificing people, especially children, especially ones that were displaced during the Civil War and whatnot, and sacrificing them to this nexus for power, wealth, whatever. I don't know what they were doing, what they believed was going on. But this place was extremely toxic. Even afterwards, even decades afterwards, you talked about the fighting and the way things were. This place was bad. The woman that fell outside, when you talked about the dispute between the two people, that wasn't with the snow. That wasn't a dispute. There was an old woman here, one of the most pleasant spirits that I have ever spoke to. I knew her in life because she was still living here. She fell outside and cracked her head open, and she survived, but she ended up dying a couple months later. She survived the fall, but she bled in the driveway, and that's what woke everything up here. And that's what made this place go fucking berserk.
Wow.
And it had to do with that instant. So I was surrounded by negativity. When I mean I mean negative. Like everything here was negative. All the spirits almost were like when they were affected by it. It was negative. And then one day I said to myself, what can I do? I have all these people watching me. What can we do to counteract all this negative shit? And I started doing what I call the battle for St. Jude. And it's when me and in my community, we get together and we raise money for St. Jude. And it was on New Year's that we started it. It was New Year's where we donated the money. And just that act alone of all of us getting together shifted this place, put the power back in my hands. And I was starting to be able to not be affected about it as much. Let's just put it this way. If this was before that New Year's, these candles would have been thrown at us already. Mirrors would have got, these mirrors here that is the second door mirror. That's original to the building, by the way. That's been shattered on live. All right. The spirits have just shattered that. Same thing. That's not an original mirror either. That went up last year. The one I had there was shattered. I'll show you the video too.
Wow.
When we're done. It used to be insane here. Now that we shifted the balance, or as the spirits say, shifted the nexus in our favor, things quieted down. The only thing that remains still vile and violent is Edward. And he comes through constantly. And I guarantee we're going to hear him come through. That's why
Dude, let's hear him. Let's do it.
Let's do it. And that's why I said at the office, I apologize in advance for anything that he says.
Okay.
While Johnny sets up the voice box apps, I want to remind everyone that Kathy has officially made us question our belief system, or at least she's made me question mine. This isn't some magic trick. She's dropping symbols and specifics that would have taken weeks of research and years of watching Johnny's live feed to know. I'm excited to see what happens when the spirit boxes are on. I'm excited to see if we get any ghosts talking. I'm really excited to hear what Edward has to say if he shows up. And when I say I'm excited, I mean I'm absolutely terrified.
Which?
The ghost just said which, and that's going to be important later on.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace. Okay.
Quite a lot.
Hello, spirits. Spirits. How many people are sitting in this? How many people are sitting in this room right now? I need you to speak a little clearer, please.
Am I a ghost?
Yes.
Houses.
He's
Sound like I heard.
the course of
Who's this? Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Kathy, and I'm a professional psychic medium. I came to sit with Johnny in this.
But each of the and so on.
Edward.
I heard someone ask, am I a ghost before?
Yeah, one of the spirits asked. One of the spirits asked if they were a ghost. That's a common thing. I want to speak to Edward.
It's to mine.
Another room.
Watching.
We're not going in another room.
Maybe he wants me in another room.
Maybe. Well, I just heard a spirit say leave here, but
Through a wire.
Kathy, does it feel different when you hear these sounds? Does it change the overall vibe of the room?
No, it feels the same to me.
Okay.
Media are at what?
no, we're not leaving here. Why do you want us to leave?
And Kathy, do you pick up the same sort of vibe from a haunting as you would an apparition in the definition of what a haunting is versus an apparition?
I think for me, apparition is actually seeing
Content.
a ghost, like seeing it in front of you. Haunting to me is more like the imprint of someone having lived their life.
Spirits, is Edward here?
Is that I'm hopeful. Down there.
Down where?
Traveled.
Leave this place.
Absolutely not.
Dude, I would be up and out.
Absolutely not. That's the voice Edward uses.
Full.
I guarantee that's Edward coming through right now telling us to leave. What's the matter, Edward? I also call him Cupcake, by the way.
Cupcake?
Yeah, I gave him a nickname. He doesn't like it very much. Right, Cupcake?
Kathy, what is your feeling on taunting spirits?
I don't agree with taunting spirits. I've just never done it.
Do you know?
I ask them questions. This is their space.
Fight for the necklace.
Fight for the nexus.
Turn it off.
You just hear what that just said? Fight for the nexus. And it just said, turn it off. I agree with you, by the way. I'm not a fan of taunting spirits.
Yeah,
Edward, on the other hand, starts shit with me. So that's why
I always ask them about them or tell them that I'm here.
Educated.
I want to learn from them.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I am not a fan of taunting spirits. I think it's just not something I'm about. I get a lot of shit for that, by the way. A lot of people in the paranormal community, they're all about taunting spirits, and I don't like it.
Undecided.
I don't like it either. Spirits, tell us about the Nexus. It's interesting that they said fight for the Nexus. Tell us about the Nexus. Nexus. Just said it again. Edward, I think you're a little scared, man.
Wow, that's not nice.
I want to talk.
Well, talk to us. We want to talk to you for once. I want to introduce you to my friend Kathy. She has a special gift.
I remember. Please try me.
Hello, child.
Who wants to say something to me? Tell me your name.
I was now.
What's your name?
Kathy, let me ask you something. Of all the cases, the readings you've done, the places you visited, what do you think is going on here with John, and his ability here to talk to spirits, and and sort of this theory of his that these are spirits are attached, their memories have been dispersed, and that's what he's dealing with, versus a being on the other side. What would you define what you're feeling and seeing and hearing?
I could just tell you, I'm validating a lot of information that is going on around him. And the information I have is what they're giving to me. So I think it's connected to him. I think if you brought in someone else, they wouldn't be having these experiences.
Hey,
please try.
I think it's more of like what you would call an attachment.
Edward, be nice.
So what I feel is that whatever he did in his life, and I think that he has a level of psychic ability. And I feel like that started when he was probably around 10 or 11 years old. May not be aware of it. I do believe that when he started traveling on the trains, it feels more like there was spirit activity around him then. And he may have formed an attachment with spirit that maybe hasn't manifested until he's in a very infested area.
So when you use the word attachments, I mean,
It's like he's attached to the spirit.
So is it the spirit itself, or is he like, in other words, we've been saying like maybe Johnny is some sort of like, we've been using the phrase tech medium because it seems to be working through the tech somehow even stronger than, like, unlike you who could be in the room and you're getting them directly, he's getting them through the tech, or it's strengthening or heightening it. Is that, I don't know if that's possible, but is he some sort of a...
Nobody knows.
Well, maybe Kathy knows. Why don't you let me just ask her the question?
He just said nobody knows.
Are you saying like his connection could make him a medium in his own right?
Yeah, I believe in my life that every living person has a level of psychic ability. People may or may not embrace it. Have you been before? But I do feel like he has some.
Follow you.
And I feel that they're easy to connect with him because he probably does have medium qualities, but he doesn't use them like I use mine. Or maybe he doesn't believe in doing it the way I do it. So they communicate with him the only way they know how. And he's able to produce results by using these spirit boxes. But
no.
What I found out today.
Why are you here?
I'm here to talk to you. I'm here, thank you, to validate what Johnny's been going through. Because I've been able to communicate with all the spirits that are connected to Johnny. And either Johnny's out on another location, these spirits are around Johnny. So Johnny is the magnet. They're magnified, or they're connected to Johnny. He's the magnet to them.
Jesus.
That's what I feel like. So I feel like if you brought in, another person, and they sat in front of the spirit box, maybe there would be activity, but they wouldn't be able to create the story around it the way he's been able to do. It would be random voices. Like when I'm sitting here, I never use equipment. I could barely make out what they're saying half the time. But he's been able to create and identify who these people are. I know you're right here. We're talking about you. So I don't know. I mean, I think me being here is really important because if anything, it validates the life he's been living. And I'm sure Johnny's life doing this can't be easy. I mean, he takes on a level of responsibility. He takes on a level of frustration. He's taking on a lot, communicating with them because, I mean, it's, I guess, a form of entertainment, but, the other side of it is, they're still validating their lives through him.
It could be a lot too. You're 100% correct.
It is a lot. Yeah. That's why the lady in spirit, when I was at the other location, kept sending him hearts, talking about him having love in his life, to balance it out.
It's funny you say that because I'll go to like a dark place like Buckout, and then the next day for like my noon session, I go to this beautiful cemetery that overlooks the Atlantic Ocean in Connecticut. There's three. There is three of them, but this one is the best spot to do it.
No, Johnny, sorry, hold on. There's three. We talked about this triangle before.
That's right.
Yeah. But that could also be the cemetery I'm talking about has three different levels. One spot overlooks the headstones and then the Atlantic Ocean. It is the most peaceful place you can go and like detox yourself.
Yeah.
As far as like
have we met?
No, not yet. I just came here to meet you. Would you
You
like
are
to
the
tell
only
me
person on
something?
earth. You're the only person on earth I know who would go to detox at a cemetery, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
We have a very different definition of what it means to detox and relax. I'm more
Yeah.
about like, resorts, pools, drink cocktails.
Yep.
I mean, it's the
Me, I
last
roll
place.
up a fatty, crack open a monster, and look out at the water.
Oh my God.
Wow. But I do think, Gary, that this
Yes.
having me here validates the spirits that he's been experiencing.
I do too.
Yeah,
I mean, it's there's
without
something.
the spirit boxes and all of that, just flat out,
It's good to have a corroborating witness who feels the same things that we're hearing.
Yeah. Well, I like that I was able to get so much stuff without any spirit boxes, just coming in flat,
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
when you picked up on the whole serpent, I was like, whoa. Like, that's wild.
Dead.
Because that is something that has been spoken about in the past and at great length.
Wow.
So the history here is in depth. There is a lot. There is a lot. And this place has seen so many people, so many faces. It had a lot of death.
Wow.
Yeah. So, but the whole serpent thing, that's the most wild.
Don't leave me.
Oh, I'm leaving soon.
Oh my gosh.
But that was the.
It's crazy, right? Like how clear and like.
It is very clear. I know.
Louder.
Yeah, it was loud. So that was actually the turning point for me. Not documenting down here was my daughter.
Give it back.
My wife came down here with my daughter one time. I was live.
Stop recording.
No, we're not going to stop recording. So she came down here and also
Give it back.
Edward started talking to her.
Oh.
And, it was really creepy. And I was like, I'm done.
Wow.
I was like, I'm done with this place. I did it for 3 years. I documented it. I got all the information I'm going to get. I was like, I don't want something that vile speaking to my daughter.
What was he saying?
He was like, hello, little girl. How are you?
Oh, wow.
What are you doing? It was the tone. Everything was just so creepy.
Wow.
It was like,
Not.
yes, you were. Don't even, Edward.
Yes.
See, even that spirit saying it. And even, right there, even another spirit was like, yes, that happened. He's saying no. And the other spirit's like, yes.
Wow.
Because the other spirits here don't like Edward either. I mean, obviously.
So, Edward, why did you do that?
Yeah, Edward, we're not on TikTok. We could fully talk about that right now.
Why don't you talk to me now?
Don't be shy about it. You're proud about the things you've done.
Am I a ghost?
I don't know. Are you?
Is he being extremely quiet because I'm here?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Well, and I also have another theory too, because it's not just you. Like, if I have somebody with me, and I believe this has to do with my magnetic field, they don't talk as much. It's the weirdest thing. Like, if I can have another random person there who has nothing to do with anything, they'll still clamp down. They'll talk a little bit, but not as much as normally if I'm just sitting here by myself. And I think that has something to do with my magnetic fields.
What does that mean, your magnetic fields?
So you know how people talk about, oh, your energy. The only energy we really do scientifically is our magnetic field. We permeate a magnetic field.
Rest in peace.
4 to 7 feet.
These two are talking about magnetic fields while a disembodied voice says to rest in peace. I mean, what the. What?
Magnetic field. So
I want you to go.
So we understand that. We're not going to be here too long, Spirit. So look, listen.
Why did you come?
We came to talk to you.
Why did you come?
Yeah, we came to talk to you. But listen, it's funny, I got bit by a tick. I had a tick a couple weeks ago. And I didn't know this. I'm extremely allergic to tick bites. I had no idea. So I had to go to the doctor because I just wasn't feeling right. And I pulled the tick out myself. It wasn't in there long. It didn't have to be in there long. I just had an allergic reaction to it. I still have the wound on my stomach.
Have you been before?
And it's healing horribly, and that's because I'm allergic to it. And anyway, I go and I get my blood pressure taken. Now, I smoke cigarettes. I drink energy drinks. I do eat healthy, but I eat a lot.
Yeah, you're a picture of health.
Okay. Exactly. I am not a picture of health. I am like horribly unhealthy. I go get my blood pressure done. Fucking get it. The reading comes back. They took it twice. They could not believe how good my blood pressure was for someone my size and my history, and be having an allergic reaction to this tick and the way I was. Wow. They couldn't believe it. And I was like, and I joked around. I was like, yeah, I got a strong magnetic field because it permeates from my heart. Yeah. And it's wild. Like, it makes no sense. So there are things that make no sense, when I should have horrible blood pressure. My blood pressure should be through the roof. And it's not. It's wild. But anyway, that's what I believe. And so when I'm with people, this gets nulled down a little bit because of other magnetic fields in the room.
Yeah, I think one of the important points, Gary, is that since he's alone a lot doing this, and they're communicating a lot when he's alone, to bring me in without the boxes to validate that's to me like the best, because he really has experienced this. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yes.
I don't know how to explain it.
No, that's the best way to explain it. The fact that we didn't have anything up and running. Listen, she knows nothing. She knew nothing about this place. Yeah. She literally knew nothing. The fact that she brought up Edward, brought up the fact that he was, Scottish, the fact that she brought up the serpent. I mean, my followers that have been watching me for years now, when they go and they actually watch this, they're going to be like, holy shit, how does she pick up on the serpents?
Who was that?
It not only validates everything that I've been dealing with, but, your abilities as well.
Yeah.
And again, I'm going to say, and I said this to you before, I think that most people that claim to be mediums, psychics, and have gifts are full of shit. I don't think they're the real deal. You, however, have proven yourself a lot, and I appreciate you coming and doing this for us and for this podcast.
Believe me, not like you had to prove anything to the two of us. We're nobody, but it's like,
but
exactly. It really was.
I appreciate you taking
it was really
and
just
doing this.
I've been blown away by it. It certainly makes me question a great many things. And I'm very glad I'm not in that room. I don't know if I could be in that room.
But you will be soon.
I will come down there and do it. Yeah, man. Listen, again, thank you, Kathy. I appreciate it. I don't think we want to keep you too much longer here. I think we've got everything we need to get.
Why are you here?
Oh, he keeps asking why you're here.
I know. He wants to know why I'm here.
Yeah. Why are you scared? Did she scare you, Edward?
Confused.
Spirit's confused. What's the matter? A strong, powerful woman scares you, Edward?
Run now.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Run now.
Run.
Oh, really? Okay.
Wow.
I guess you figured out who I was. Do they know I'm a witch?
You know what's funny? I was going to ask you about that because the first thing I heard when I fired up Vox was, why is there a witch here?
Oh, wow. Yeah. Well,
Did you forget that I told you to remember where it said witch back at the beginning? Well, go back and listen to it again if you did.
I want to.
Not you, Edward. Listen, Gary, when I get up to turn on the spirit boxes, the first thing you're going to hear, and it's probably going to be light because I don't know if I had the speaker hooked up to it yet.
Candle.
But you'll probably hear something about a witch. Oh, shit. Usually when they bring up candles, that means, well, it's like I'm flying. As we all watch the back. I can't tell you how many times I've knocked candles off this.
Oh, wow.
I've got videos on YouTube where it's like boom, 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 boom.
Are you going to move a candle for us?
Why are you here?
Well, I'm here to talk to Johnny, and I think it's a perfect timing because the last couple of days we had a full moon, and, there's a lot of power with the full moon. So I figured it was a perfect time to talk with you.
That reminds me, I've got a case of water on the roof. I put a case
of water. Oh, good. Yeah, that's good.
I got a whole case of water up on the
moon water. Yeah.
Water.
I asked AI what's up with moon water. Apparently it's made by placing water outside under the moonlight during a specific lunar phase, and it can be used in a variety of spiritual practices, including cleansing, healing, empowering spells and rituals, enhancing intuition, and even psychic abilities. It is also said to make your skin glow, which I assume means like how a pregnant lady is glowing, not literally like you're glowing.
I told him.
What? What'd you tell him? And who'd you tell?
Why are you
Like,
whispering?
they're like, what is happening?
Why? Because I'm telling him how to fix the room.
Run now.
They keep wanting me to leave.
Yeah. Well, she's gonna leave when she's ready.
They know you're wrapping it up, so they're
Yeah.
like, get her out of here. Did you hear a name Sal down here?
So, it's funny because there is a Sal, there's a Dominic, a Sal, and a Brian, and they're all related and they all have to do with this place. But yeah,
I'm not sure.
Oh, I'm sure. After your time, Edward, it was a tenant that was
Come inside.
Yeah, it was. This place has seen a lot of tenants, but it was one of the tenants that
Sal is so clear to me.
Yeah.
Did
Definitely.
you know Sal?
No.
Oh.
No. Yeah, and what's crazy, the only reason why I know that these people ever even existed, other than the spirits, is that some of their names are still on the doors by the doorbells, and sometimes they still get mail.
Oh wow!
'Cause, like the dead still get mail.
Yeah.
Like all of a sudden, a piece of mail will come in and it'll just be left on the box, and I'm like,
Are you scared?
who's this?
No, I'm not actually. I'm not scared of you.
I am scared. Yes. The answer is yes. I am absolutely scared. 100%.
Psychic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yay! You know who I am. Thank you.
And that's one thing, and you probably agree. The last thing you want to do is have fear while you do this.
Oh, I don't have fear.
You can't have fear
because I'm always protected.
Yeah. Fear will feed.
So what else do you know about me? Tell me other things I've done in my life if you know I'm a psychic.
You can speak.
When you were talking about that cemetery in Connecticut, I don't know it, but is there like a what do you call that tree? A weeping willow? Where is the weeping willow that you've been around? Because I keep seeing this weeping willow. Do you know a weeping willow tree?
Yep. I know a weeping willow.
Why am I here?
Where is that tree to you?
The only weeping willow tree that has any significance to me is in a park that's in the neighborhood. Yeah.
Why do you go to that park?
The only time I go to that park for any of this is there's an old pre-Revolutionary War cottage on the property.
Oh.
And I've also tried to get into the Girl Scout house too, but because the Girl Scout house is
Explain yourself. Don't just say you're trying to get into the Girl Scout house on camera. Like, you have to explain why.
The Girl Scout house on the park property is haunted as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's be clear.
Yeah. So
where's a Girl Scout house?
It's a park called Lions Park.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And what's funny is that it's and now it's really funny that you said that cemetery in Connecticut first, because the people that owned that property that park is on, their family is buried at that cemetery.
Oh my God, that's incredible! Oh my God,
and they're buried at that cemetery.
That is really incredible. That I went from.
Look for the Nexus.
Ooh.
Did you hear that one?
Oh my God!
I heard Nexus.
Yeah, they just said blood for the Nexus.
Wow.
But
I find that really interesting that I got all that connection from the weeping willow tree.
Yep.
Wow, that's incredible.
It's warm.
It's warm.
That's amazing.
Yeah. But see, that's the spirit chatter I'm talking about that you'll get here randomly. They'll talk about the Nexus and blood for the Nexus and things like that. Almost like, I don't know if they're asking for it. And it's
I'm leaving.
I don't blame you, spirit. And it's something asking for it, or if it's like they're just saying, hey, this is what happens. Very, very interesting. What's also really interesting is that was not Edward that sent blood for the Nexus. That was a
John is an asshole.
You know what,
Oh.
Edward? See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? This is why? Because I said that wasn't you that said that. This is what I deal with him. And that's the thing. He comes off funny. He comes off cunning. He comes off all these things. But in reality, he was a really bad guy. You know?
So why did you just say that? Why did you call John that name? You know why you did it. Why don't you tell us?
No explanation?
Do you know?
Well, that's why we're asking.
Yeah, well, John knows.
Disgusting.
Oh, he is disgusting. Yeah. That is very true, Spirit. What's your name, Spirit?
Grave.
Spirit that just said disgusting. What is your name?
He has like a British accent.
Why is he here?
Why is
Me?
Yeah, maybe.
Gary's on the team.
Agreed.
Well, because what's interesting?
He agrees.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, wow. Yes, they know about you, Gary.
Great.
Which is why.
Jacket.
So you want me to get my jacket on? You're telling me to leave
Have
again?
you been before?
Have we been where before? Here? This is her first time here.
Edward, I'm going to plan with Johnny on how to kill you. That's going to be one of our next things, is we're going to kill Edward.
We're going to dissipate the spirit.
We're going to dissipate that spirit. We're going to test that theory.
There's theories that you can dismantle a spirit using magnets. And we're going to test that out if it's possible. Now, I personally don't think you can. I think you can remove a spirit from theoretical spirit particles if they exist. It'll end up reforming again. It'll end up coming right back. But for the time being, you can separate it. I don't know if we can fully kill it as like a second death type thing. But we're going to see what it does. We're going to see if it's possible. My theory on it is that it's just going to dissipate the spirit for a bit. I think it's going to end up coming right back.
Yeah.
You know, because it's just...
It's an imprint. Yeah.
Leave me alone.
Right? Why are you still there? Why are you guys still in that room?
I don't know.
Stroke.
Stroke.
I just like certain things that are like oddities, but also come up as evidential. Mm-hmm. Like for the fact that he said that he watches him in that other room and that he was working with hammer and nails. Like that to me is evidential.
What should I do?
That he actually, spirit actually was like watching him, right. And I find that's why I find this all very interesting, because he actually brought that through, that he was actually watching him. So that to me in itself has a really different creep level. It's one thing to think that spirit's around, but the fact that he says that he was watching him working, that's like really creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
That's creepy.
And just to be clear, it's all creepy.
It is all creepy. I know. But that's
next level creepy.
There's different levels of creep, right?
There's different levels of creepiness. And once you've done this for so long, it just doesn't seem like it anymore. Like you'll hear
There's
things.
Different levels of it.
Yeah. You just get so used to it.
Well, I was holding that noose, like, you gave me like.
Yeah, I gave you. Yeah. Well, that's why I said to you, hey, if you got to throw this thing away, throw it. In a second.
I was fine with it.
Yeah.
There's only a couple of times in my life that I came across something where literally I felt it was a very, I won't talk about it, but it was a very evil situation. And I literally felt the energy from the ground travel up my legs to my stomach.
Oh,
and it was like, boom. I was like, this is no good. Yeah. Like, I am not going further with that.
Yeah. It reminds me of that story about that doll that they found in the Adirondacks, I think it was. Supposedly they found like a voodoo doll in a cave. And they
Believe me.
yeah, and they took it, and it was in like a museum with a bunch of other haunted objects, but it kept getting like people sick, and they ended up having to take it back to where they found it, and they dismantled it and took it apart. It was like there was a whole special.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't know about that.
And I'm like, oh, I would have take the doll. I would have taken it. I would have taken it.
But you know,
I'm pretty sure that's a Brady Bunch episode where they go to Hawaii.
in living life, you've probably met some people that you thought, oh, I'm glad I am never going to see you
Yes.
again.
Oh, 100%.
You know? And it's that feeling that you
Yes.
say, like, okay, you're a bad dude. You
Yeah.
know, it's like you see.
Oh, I could tell somebody. Oh, yeah.
In CVS, and there could be a bad dude in front of you or behind you, and you're like, oh my God, I can't wait to get away from this person. Like, and they could
Yeah.
be the best person in the world, but what they kind of elude from their body is this energy that it's like, wow, I don't want to be in your space.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah. I can usually, well, most of the time, if someone's eluding that energy, they're.
Oh, wow.
Oh, shit.
What the hell is that?
Something just threw the pamphlet. I have the pamphlets.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
It's up there.
Yeah, it looks. There was a couple of them up there. That got caught.
I saw it
on the recording.
I do have it on the recording.
The pamphlet.
Did you see that?
I sure did.
Yeah.
What the hell?
And I'll be rewinding that and seeing what that was.
Yeah.
Wow, that is crazy.
How wild is that?
My nephew has a planchette, those things for Ouija boards that you move around over the letters and words, decoratively hanging up in the background, and it just fell to the ground. For no reason. No one was moving, no one was shaking, it just fell.
But we're talking about someone being a bad dude.
And then.
And who's the bad dude? The guy I was talking about.
He just said
before.
grandmother.
Yeah, it just said grandmother too.
Gary, you broke too.
Gary, you what?
He called you broke. He said, Gary, you're broke too.
Uncle.
Oh.
Oh, wow, he knows you're the uncle. Oh,
Johnny.
God.
Johnny.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Who did we tell him I was?
That's right.
Oregon.
That's right. To test our theory. I said you were so we told the little version of him that he was my brother.
We did not tell
Now
him.
let's pick it up in here a little bit. Huh? Crazy, right?
We did not tell him I was your uncle. We told him I was your brother.
Yeah. But we told the little version.
The little
right?
one. The younger version.
Yeah. And he knew. He straight up was like, nope.
This.
That wild, bro. Wild.
Wow.
Oh man, Edward. He's such a piece of garbage too. It's not even
Well,
funny.
that's amazing.
Yeah. That is wild. So wild.
Well, they haven't said anything about me other than me being psychic.
Yeah.
Isn't that? What do you mean? Other than you being psychic, it's sort of new. To me, that's a huge thing. It's like they know you're a psychic. That's not to me. That's not random.
I told them that in the beginning, though.
But even more of a reason, though, right?
That's
like
true.
It's not like they said, "Oh, you're a baker." They called you what you were.
That's true. Yeah. I was curious to see how.
Please come back.
Oh, wow. You want me to come back? Why do you like me now?
Okay.
Sacrifice.
Oh, yo,
Edward. That is not cool.
Edward, you are not going to sacrifice her. All right, your time of sacrificing is over with, my friend.
Wow.
That is done with. You're done with all that. Now you get to sit here while I make money on TikTok and it pisses you off.
He thinks he's so powerful.
He does.
That's amazing.
He's a very pompous. Well, I think he comes through the strongest because of his sacrifices.
Satan.
Because of Satan, sure. I think that's what I think the deal is.
Wow.
That's why he comes. And there are some other spirits that will, like Barbara, will come through every now and then.
What do I do?
Spirits, you can do whatever you want as long as it's not bad. Wow, that's wild. I honestly didn't think something was going to get thrown in here today. So that was pretty cool that happened.
Wow.
You know?
We also have a very different definition of what cool is.
Yeah, I guess we do.
Gary, you broke too.
Yeah, he thinks, yo, Edward, why do you think Gary's broke?
Look, I'm not really working right now. It's
Disgusting.
not like technically, I guess I'm not, rolling in the cash, but I'm not
we don't
broke,
have your
dude.
type. We don't have your type of money.
19.
19, he could be talking about or talking to one of the hospital spirits.
Oh, wow.
Real.
Just sometimes we get that too. I'll get spirits that'll come
Oh,
through and be
wow.
like, oh, I was sick. I had a fever, things like
Oh,
that. And
wow.
they're just, So this was fun.
The thing with the thing, the thing I have
Sure
to
was.
say, when that thing fell, we were not talking. I find this is actually a good experiment, but we were talking about energy.
Yeah.
And I was telling you about something that had happened to me. And we were saying, there's a bad dude on the line at CBS. Had we ignored that,
Mm-hmm.
we were just having our own conversation.
Huh?
And they wanted us to remember, hey, we're here.
And that's the way it always goes.
That's amazing.
And it's wild. And it's funny. It's funny you bring that up because on TikTok, what I am known for more than anything is ignoring spirits. I am very well known in the paranormal community where I'll completely stop talking to the spirits and just talk to my community. And then things will start happening and popping off. And it's
They're
like,
here.
it's like, oh yeah, they're here. They're here.
Yeah.
But I'm not paying attention to them. I'm going to pay attention to my community right now.
Well, the timing of it was amazing because we were just having this, on the line in CBS, and then that thing went off.
Yeah.
Wow, it's crazy.
Very crazy.
Oh my God.
Very crazy.
Nexus, Nexus, Nexus.
Nexus. We're speaking about the Nexus. Isn't that wild?
She repeated it 3 times.
Mhm.
3.
What do I do?
Did you hear that, Gary?
I heard it. I've been hearing it. I can't unhear it, Kathy. I cannot unhear it. After that, we didn't get much more with Kathy. We said our goodbyes and my nephew walked her out. Oh, shit, he's coming back. Never mind. Now that she's not here, tell me how you really felt about the reading.
So I personally feel she was at the office. She was picking up all the spirits at the office. I don't think that any of the spirits that she was picking up on had anything to do with me. For the most part, anyway. All right. Mostly the names she was dropping, it all had to do with the 1900s factory. And then when she was down here, I mean,
Steven.
I think, come on, of all the countries you're going to pick Scotland. Like, she nailed Edward.
Right? Dude, when she did my reading, she was saying a lot of stuff that was, I didn't get or I didn't understand. But when she was specific, it was oddly specific and
Yes.
her almost on point specific. Right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Let's talk about what our whole point here and what we're trying to do. When you have someone like that from the outside, where does that? What do we think that means? What do we think it means that she's?
So, for example,
what does it mean to you? Yeah.
So what it means to me is regardless, like, she's picking up on all of these things. She could be picking up on the memories. Like, it doesn't disprove it. It doesn't prove it. The memory theory anyway. It just proves that she's picking up on something that I've already, documented from an outside source. Like she said, because she even said that in when she was here. It doesn't prove or disprove the memory theory. It just solidifies that there's something there.
Based on the definitions of what we've been playing with, apparition, hauntings, poltergeist, that we are actually dealing with apparitions. Because if we are dealing with hauntings, they wouldn't interact. They are imprints that wouldn't interact. So her being there, then I would say makes them apparitions. It puts us in that lane. And then the idea that you're some sort of AI where you are taking hauntings and bringing them to life, like we had talked about our guest, is not the case. You're actually talking to apparitions, right? If using just her right now, that means that's what that would tell me. Like that haunting theory and that you're sort of bringing this to life is not the case. You're actually communicating with apparitions that are there She's now felt them. They try to reach out to her. They're giving her direct messages. That's different.
Yeah.
Then that thing fell off the wall. I mean, the whole thing.
Yeah,
And then
that was once that happened, I will say this. Once that happened, her entire energy changed. She went from like, oh yeah, everywhere is haunted. This is what I do to, oh wow, this is one of those types of places. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which was great. We were talking about it outside.
Yeah.
It was like, yeah.
Did anything change for you and your thoughts based on sitting with someone like Kathy?
No.
Well, you've always been skeptical of mediums and psychics. So
I've always been skeptic. I do know they exist, but I do know that majority of them are full of shit. Kathy, however, is not. There is something going on there. She has some sort of gift.
Well, it seems to me like, dude, you may have a gift.
Maybe.
I mean, I mean, if an app could talk to the dead, everyone would do it.
Yeah.
So it's like people are trying it, they're not doing it. So there's, one thing she said though too about you, right? Like you are this magnet.
Well, I agree with, because I've always theoretically said that my magnetic field affects the spirits. That's what gets them to talk. That's my theory. That's what I say on TikTok all the time.
So, I mean, with that said, it could be possible that there's no spirits at the cemetery, except when you're at the cemetery, they're there for you. And then, do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you're a medium in and of itself.
Maybe.
Could you imagine? Look at you. You're just a ghost magnet. You're like a straight up supernatural silo lightning rod for ghosts.
Is that crazy?
It is wonderfully
what
crazy.
Kind of bizarre world we live in, dude?
I don't know, man, but these past few hours with Kathy were crazy.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to make of all this.
Yeah,
I know this. I don't like the fact that the ghosts are now knowing my name. Not loving that. Not loving it.
But it makes sense. They learn. And as long as you stimulate that, they will remember. And this is not your first time here via the call.
Dude.
It's technically what, your fourth time, right?
Oh, it's a few times. Yeah.
It's been a few times.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Oh, wow. All right, dude. Have a great night. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
All right,
and
you
we'll
too,
talk
Uncle
soon.
Gary. Love you.
All right,
Send
dude.
love to the family.
Love you too, bro.
I'll talk to you soon.
All right. See you, man. Now it's really the end. Thanks for listening to Splintered Spirits with me, Gary, and my nephew, Johnny. You can watch Johnny live on TikTok at Santa Paranormal. We want to once again thank Kathy Nadal for joining us. We may not be closer to knowing what ghosts are, but if we are to accept Kathy's professional analysis, we might be closer to understanding what Johnny is, in that he may be a medium himself, a true conduit into whatever space these spirits are residing in. You can find Kathy on Instagram at CatWitchNYC, and her books can be found on Amazon. See you next time. Hello.
I just had the greatest idea, right? So we're going to do a promo intro for Splintered Spirits. That's going to be me just moving my head to the music as it kicks on. And then we're going to AI some spirits in back and be doing the same thing,
Now, John, I'm trying to see if we are... I'm trying to see. We're trying to add our friends on TikTok today, but it doesn't look like it's going through for some reason.
Uh-oh.
Which is a bummer. I just set that up. I don't know what it looks like. People are joining, even though I went through hell and high water to figure this out last week and do a whole thing.
Yeah, you were on.
I was on.
Just chilling.
Hey, TikTok folks, are you seeing anything or no? I'm looking at their chat. I could see their chat, and I want to see if they
could see you.
No, they just see like the thing. So why isn't the? Here we go. Booyah! Now it's up. I see what I have to do. John, we're live everywhere now. Now we are everywhere.
Everywhere.
And in the TikTok, can you hear me as well? Do you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Yes and yes.
There you go.
All right, let's hope this doesn't get totally effed up straight in the A.
Let's hope it just holds.
Let's hope that this holds. Welcome, everybody, to Splintered Spirits Live podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew, John Santa, where we try to figure out what are spirits. And we've got a fun one because I want to, those apps don't work for me to talk to spirits. So I want to go old school on it, and you're going to help me do it today. And you know what's great is, dude, I had all this shit around the house, because from the band days, from like all my stuff from the band days. So I'm going to build.
So you have an understanding as well of how you're going to hook all this up.
Yeah. Exactly. So
but we got to stress to them that you're doing what he's essentially doing is building a portal box. That is what he's essentially doing. This is a very simple one. Now like he said,
okay. Let me show you what I got. I'm going to show you what I got before we dive in. Let me show you all the bits, and then we'll see how it does. All right. So here, let me turn on. I'm going to show you on my desk as I pull it all up, so you guys can see it, and you guys should be able to see it. All right. Okay. Let me shut that off because then I think all the speakers came back on.
Okay, so that's the amplifier.
Okay.
Using.
Yes. All right. You can still hear me, right? No echo? Okay, perfect. Nope. Here's an amp. I got this little amp, right?
Okay.
Put that up here. I got a reverb.
Reverb pedal. Yep.
Noise gate.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Power.
Okay.
See that?
Yep.
Then I got, this is ancillary power, little battery packs.
Okay.
Right? And dude, I got cables shooting out of my butt. So it's like I got a quarter to an eighth. I've got, these are for the batteries to go into the pedals if I need those, right?
Okay.
I don't think I need that one. I don't know what that one is. That's a USB. I don't know what that is either. Oh, these are like for the pedals, right? To go in and out to each, right? Quarter inch. I got a bunch.
Yeah, you need.
I got a bunch of these, dude. I got a bunch. I got a bunch of these, bro. Yeah. I'm ready to go with those.
Yeah.
And then here's what's great. So then I've got, this is how funny is this? This is what this thing is called. I just got a pedal board, but how funny is it that they're called, like for a guitar
Ghost
pedal
Fire.
board, a Ghost Fire pedal board, right? So it's a little one.
Now, I'm curious to see what the
right.
Oh, okay.
So it's just a little bit of it's a little pedal board. So look, all right, let's throw this shit out of the way. Okay, now, and of course, the classic. Did it freeze?
The SB7. Yep.
The SB7. All right. Here we go. All right, and then, I modded this up a little bit. See this little screw here?
Okay.
I put this here because I had how many of these do you have, by the way? Like little phone holders. Tons of them, right?
Tons.
So then I'm going to put this here like this. I'm going to screw this one on to the corner because this is what's going to hold the SB7.
Nice. Cool.
Right?
Yeah, perfect.
Let me tighten this up.
Now,
I might have to put a washer on it.
On a normal, just so people don't get confused, on
Tell them.
a normal one that someone would, be using, you would have it Velcroed to the back.
Yeah, I'm going to Velcro some of this stuff.
Yeah. Same thing with like the battery, the 9 volts.
Right. Yeah. I got Velcro for all that shit, dude. There's Velcro everywhere.
Velcro, baby's the best.
We're Velcroing everything up, yo. But I wanted it like this because I didn't have enough space to stick it. I didn't get a big enough like little amp.
See, the pedal board though, dude, the pedal board would be great at a spot that you're always at.
where you can literally mount it to the wall.
But like, look, see,
You
I can
know
move
what I
this.
mean?
I can close this.
Yeah.
I can put it right, and then I can do this here like this.
Yep.
Right. So boom. So that's set. Right.
Set. Yep.
Now, so then we're gonna go what? We go first from there to the noise gate, right?
Yes, I believe so. Yep.
All right.
Yep. The SB7 is going to be connected to
The noise.
the noise.
All right. So then we got to stick this on.
So what's interesting with my setup is I can go through both the noise and the reverb, and I have it split because there's different ways to set them up. But you could technically just go in through one.
All right. So I'm gonna stick some Velcro up on this mother right now.
Velcro.
See, I got Velcro, guys. We're set.
Yeah. Velcro excites the shit out of me.
Does it? What a genius invention that is.
Ah, it's the best. It's the best.
What do you
I've
guys
got
saying?
rolls of the tape of it.
What are you
never know
folks
when
saying
need
in the
to
chat?
something.
There's so many chats, dude.
I can't see any of them.
I've got so
I feel
many.
disconnected. I gotta get once I get the setup, I'll be able to see the chats as well.
Yeah, it's like we got so many chats. Let's see.
So many chats going. 2 people
Well,
per chat.
We got a lot. We got people rocking and rolling here. All right, look, guys, we got
2 people
all right,
on Twitch.
Maybe right, but TikTok, welcome. I like that we can play in this space, which is really John's home.
Yeah.
And all right. So let's see here. All right, so we're just. Do we think we're gonna get any spirits, John? That's the real question.
I don't know. Listen, everywhere's haunted. It's just the amount. It's just how haunted, and the amount. Maybe you'll get one that's floating by. It's like, hey, what's this guy doing in his garage? Oh shit! This is more than just a garage. What is this?
It's a garage / Equinox / podcast studio / storage center. The one thing this garage does not do is hold cars.
Imagine there's the spirit of a car in there.
All right, so we got one Velcro on there. This is my reverb.
Okay.
Let's make sure I put the right Velcro on. Okay, yeah. All right, so we'll slap this on the back of this shit. You guys can see all this. All right, guys. Anybody have anything fun to say? Am I doing anything wrong? No, you guys are cool. What's up? Welcome. You're watching Splintered Spirits as we build a spirit box.
Yep.
Thing. All right, so I'm gonna throw this down. Oh, look at that. Sticks. Now I can. Okay, so I'm gonna use this, which is my 1/8 to 1/4, to go out of this.
Out of the SB7.
Yeah. So this would be the speaker out. Right.
Yep.
Right. And that's gonna get jacked into here.
Into there.
It's like magic, dude. Are you ready? Are you guys ready to hear some ghosts? I don't think they're ready. All right, so then I'm going to jack it. Then it goes out from here into the verb, right?
Yep.
This is so easy. Everybody can do it.
Yep.
Guys, everybody can do it. Let's get it right up close. All right, then, see, I don't need to stick my amp. I can just rest it in here.
You could just rest it, yeah.
Right? Oh, but
you could always do something if you ever, like for that.
So then,
just rest
look, this is the power box, right? So then this can go anywhere. Let's just stick it here. I can put it underneath.
Yeah.
All right, and then that's going to need juice. So then we're going to have to plug in. It comes with a bunch of power. I got more cords. Just what I needed in my life, by the way.
More cords.
Can never have enough cords, I guess. Yep. All right, guys. So then we're going to go. I can't see this shit down here, but I guess it's all the same. So I'll tighten these. I'll zip line these cords up so they don't hang. Keep it neat.
Keep it nice and neat.
Nice and neat.
You don't want a ghost pulling on the wires.
We don't want ghosts pull. Right. We don't need ghosts pulling on wires, John.
You don't need spirits pulling on wires.
We don't need spirits pulling on wires. All right.
Nah.
All right, so that's plugged in. All right,
Okay.
so then we got to go out from here and into the amp, right?
Into the,
Into the mini amp.
All right. Yeah.
All right, what do we turn on first? I guess we turn on.
Make
You don't
sure
want the amp
volume
to
is. Make sure
The
volume
amp would be
is,
last, right? The amp should be last. Speakers
Yeah,
last.
amp is last, but make sure volume is low on that amp, because you don't want to kick that on and then destroy everyone eardrums.
Right.
So
you see what I'll tilt this
Lower the
forward so
volume
you guys can
on-
see it. Look at that setup, guys. Dude, we're ready for ghost shit. I'll stick the battery things under here in a minute.
yeah.
All right. So then
That's
first,
you don't even need the battery things. It's only if you're on the go.
yeah. If I run out, right? So this thing's rechargeable. This plug I got. Okay. So I'm turning this. Oh wait, we want to do this last. Okay. Yeah.
Just make sure the volume's low.
Let me plug it. Okay. So it's all right. It's off. All right. So I'll turn that on last. Okay. So it's ready to go. The volume's on. Low. Let's see. The gain just in the middle, I guess. And we'll just do the rest flat.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we're going to play around with stuff in a bit.
Okay. All right. Then. All right. So let's turn on this first.
You got batteries in the SP7?
Yeah. Oh shit! Could you imagine if I didn't? All right, guys. So this is on. All right, now, where do I want this set, John? Like, which kind of speed do I want?
Oh, let's start at a low cycle through.
What is that? Is low 50?
The lowest. I can't remember the numbers. Is it
50? It goes
1100?
like 50 to 100. It goes no. It goes 50 milliseconds to like 350 milliseconds.
We want bring it to $150.
$150. Okay, so let's see.
Bring it to 150.
All right, so that would be.
Let's start in the middle.
Hold on, I can't see shit. First of all, guys, I'm old, and I gotta get my readers on. Can't see this thing. This makes me look more like a scientist.
Yeah. There you go.
There we go. All right, sweep rate. So 250, 300, 350, 50, 100. You think 150 is where we want to start? Do we want 150. Do we want AM or FM?
Let's go with FM for this. We could try. I mean, listen, you try whatever you want, whatever.
Okay. All right, that's on. I haven't started scanning forward yet. So now I'm going to turn on these. Oh, wait. I got to turn the power on. Okay, power's on. I'm going to turn the noise gate on.
Yeah.
Turn my verb on.
Yeah.
And I'm going to turn the amp on. All right. So we got sound.
Okay, so now you want to hit sweep.
Hold on. Well,
sounds like it's just picking up one station.
yeah. I haven't started scanning yet. I'm just playing with the. I'm playing with the noise filter and the reverb to find a.
Gotcha.
To find.
Gotcha.
Like, what kind of reverb do we want? We don't want something too heavy, right? Let's see. We want.
Well, we're gonna have to play around when once it starts scanning. We'll be able to hear what it sounds like.
All right. Now I'm gonna start to scan. I'm gonna start going forward. You ready for this? All right, we're scanning.
There you go.
So now I just turn the noise gate on. Oh. What?
Ask if anybody's there.
Are there any spirits here? I'm gonna put this straight up so the antenna is better. Spirits! Are there any Los Angeles spirits? What if let's tinker.
Gary's sitting there with a thing of gasoline and a lighter ready to light his garage on fire.
I am. It's like, dude, we're going to have to
Hello,
move.
Gary.
I'll have to find a new office. Spirits. Maybe there's no death here. Welcome, TikTok. Welcome, everybody, to Splintered Spirits.
I just heard what sounded like a little high, but maybe it's just the audio coming through.
Spirits. Now, this is the gate, right? I have the gate right on the edge of... See, that's noise. And that's right, taking the noise out. Now, what does the scan speed do, and how does that affect spirits, do we think?
So basically, if I remember correctly, the whole theory behind it is the scanning is as it's scanning through the radio waves, it's trying to catch up a spirit in that process. So the slower you're scanning is the slower you're trying to pick up on them, and the faster is the faster it's going through the channels in order to catch what spirits it can on that frequency. I believe that's how it goes.
So should we try a different speed and see what happens?
We could.
All right, let's go fast. Let's go super fast, 300. And we're still on FM. Oh, this is slow, I guess. 300 milliseconds. So it's longer. It's a longer hold.
Okay. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's a longer period of time.
Mm-hmm.
Spirits, I dare you to say something. The power of Christ compels you. Spirits are pussies, bro.
Seriously.
It's been a
Gary.
while. Yes.
Ask him what musical instrument is in your garage.
What musical instrument do I have in my garage?
Citizen.
I've got a couple, but what are the two big ones?
Nico.
Ask him for the biggest one.
What's the biggest musical instrument in my garage? Spirits, I'm asking you a question. I am your leader. You must answer me. Spirits! I demand that you tell me what instrument is in my garage. All right, let's try super fast speed. There's a temperature reading on this thing. Can this overheat?
I think the temperature reading is supposed to be for if the spirits are changing the temperature. But I've never liked those, especially in places that aren't insulated or outside.
Now, see, this is super fast. You can hear it when I lower the gate.
Yep.
But if I turn the gate up just to where it blocks out. Spirits? I could also be in maybe I just don't have good ghosts, dude. Maybe my ghosts suck.
Yeah.
Like, ghosts can suck. Right? Like, we know this. They cannot be very forthcoming in their information.
Yeah, even when there's a lot of them.
Right? Even when there's a lot of them.
Even when there's a lot of them. It's a pain in the ass.
What do you guys think? How we doing in this chat? We got some eyeballs. Guys, what do you think? What do you think of this setup? Are you am I making you want to become a ghost person?
Dude, I love the idea of the pedal board.
Pedal board's dope.
Mounted. I think, because I have this spirit box that's literally just been sitting here. I think I am going to take this apart and get a pedal board and literally just mount it to the wall here.
Yeah, man, right? It's so easy to do.
Yeah, it's so easy. It's so easy.
Let's try. Look, we're not getting squat on. We're not getting squat on the old AM stations. So why don't we try? Hold on. And that 50 speed is real bad. It's like we're not hearing anything on that. Let's go up to 150 where we started. Or maybe we'll go to 200. And then let's try AM. All right, we're on AM. Now we're going to sweep forward. Spirits? I demand that you answer my questions about what instruments I have. I want a very straightforward answer. Laney, I think Vox uses digital radio, right? Because there's no radio in a phone.
What's real interesting, and I can never really get into the details about that, but I always say Vox scans through digital radio, right?
No, I think it has to.
That's completely wrong. It's the short answer. It's the only thing I can say while I'm on live. The actuality behind it is Vox takes digital radio, puts it into a sound bank, and then it cycles through the sound bank, and the spirits have to manipulate the digital radio. So it's not coming straight from digital radio through the device.
Oh, that's interesting.
It literally goes into a sound bank and then goes through a cycle, which is why we hear things like level up my business, and shit like that, because it's literally cycling through. And if you're not connected to the internet, what Vox does is it never updates the sound bank.
Right.
So it just cycles through the same. Doesn't mean the spirits can't manipulate it. It just means that you're not going to get any new radio for them to, which is good because they constantly have a bunch of things that they can, mess with.
Jesse thinks that maybe the ghosts are not used to having anybody talk to them in my place. So they're like, I don't know what this thing is. It looks rinky-dink. Why don't you've got a nice iPhone there? Why aren't we talking through that? Why are you using this MacGyvered spirit box? Maybe that's what the ghosts are thinking. Maybe they're being bougie.
So I haven't heard anything.
I haven't heard anything on AM. Let's see if we sweep in reverse. Besides, AM radio sucks. Let's go back to FM. Then we'll go backwards.
Now, how sick would it be? And I've consulted great minds on this. And they told me the technology would have to be built from scratch. Which I don't even know where to start with that. But how crazy would it be is instead of going through radio waves, we were able to manipulate the same setup, but go through old analog TV. So analog TV is gone, right? But not the waves. That shit is still it's still all over the place. It's coming from outer space, being sent back to Earth. There's bursts coming from outer space.
It's just you want it to be able to pick up broadcast.
Yeah, and because we're not using them anymore, we wouldn't pick up any local shit. It would be all, it almost on the theory of principle that, these things are coming from outer space, coming through the earth, and the spirits are hitching a ride. We might be able to, let alone see them, but let alone hear them, maybe even see them. And I've inquired about this. I got close, Gary.
Well, I
did it once. I set up an old antenna into the TV. The only thing that I couldn't do is cycle through to do it and for the images. But I had the static white noise. I had the TV.
You mean also show imagery, not just the audio?
Oh yeah. So.
Well, you got to think. What's broadcasting? What's still broadcasts, right? Everything does. Well, first of all, everything does.
All your on that old school. You can't. For example, PBS 13. It ain't on 13 anymore. It's not on channel 13.
But let's start. Why don't we start? But what I'm saying to you is, before you start trying to get old TV, which you'd have to probably somehow lock in with Tubi and use fast channels, where all the old shows are running 24/7.
Yeah, but no, you missed it.
I'm talking about broadcast. Look, CBS is running. All your local stations are running.
Yeah, you're missing the whole thing. Forget all of that. Let's transport back in time.
Okay.
To when there was only 1 through 13, right? And channel 3 and 4 were reserved for video games. Okay. Let's go back to that time. Imagine we were able to jack into those TV waves. I forgot what they're called. Okay, they're not being used. Nobody broadcasts on those anymore. That's why that's why antennas don't work. The old school rabbit antennas and whatnot, none of that works anymore. It's all dead. But the waves are still out there. And some of them are from Earth. Some of them are coming from outer space. They're literally still out there. And how cool would it be is if we could see if we could get the spirit to talk through that and also show us imagery.
Now, Mama Lisa's asking. First of all, yes, that would be wild. That would be wild to figure out how to do that. I don't know.
Maybe now that I have,
we should talk to AI about it to figure out what that's called.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Now that I have access to all that, because when I first came up with all this idea, there wasn't AI to run all this by. Now AI might be able to be like, hey, well, if you take the components from this and you combine them with this. Let's just take a little, just knowledge of the circuit boards and whatnot, and
I just slowed the sweep rate to 250. Let me just lower the noise gate a little. I like the. What was that bit?
Thank you.
I just heard thank you.
Now, Mama Lisa was saying maybe let John ask, but this in a weird way because. They can't hear John right now because of the way my setup is, right? We would get reverb. So in some odd fashion, they would have to they're just going to have to go through me. I was going to say something stupid there, like it was a weird sort of Estes thing, but it's still, Estes is so confusing, it still doesn't make sense to me to do it. Night. Spirits, what instrument do I have in my garage? Maybe I gotta lower the reverb because it's a little too hard to hear. I don't know how to lower the reverb on this. Let's just go room and see what that sounds like. Spirits, what instrument do I have in this room? Can you see it?
Could you put the volume up on the amplifier?
Yeah, well.
Or is it up all the way?
No, it's not even close.
Okay. Crank it up a bit.
I can move my mic down a little too.
There you go. Much better.
Spirits. I dare you to enter me, spirits. No, I don't want to do that. I take that back. I don't want to do it. But you can talk to this machine. Talk to... I take it back. I don't want to be possessed.
Me, but you can talk to the machine.
Talk to the machine. What do I have in this room? Tell me something I got. Point it out. I said my name earlier. Do you know it? Can you say my name?
Dude, I just heard drum kit.
No, you didn't.
I shit you not. There's no way that didn't say drum kit. There's no way.
Spirits,
someone who's watching on the YTs, rewind it. Tell me if you heard drum kit.
I'll check it when I upload it.
Because only YT people right now can go back and fast forward, rewind, I believe.
Mm. How they get in there? How they get in where? What? The spirits?
Or the garage. Well, the garage, we came up with a crystallized quartz infusion on the cords and the springs. So as soon as that fucking door goes down, that is it, baby. Them spirits are trapped. They ain't going nowhere.
Listen, there's nothing in my house that would prevent spirits from coming in, so it's like I don't really give a shit. There are tiny ghosts that are box size. That'd be funny.
Box-sized spirits.
Box-sized spirits. But does everybody know what this is? If you're just joining us, right? So we've got this SB7 that people rave about as like the go-to sort of thing, right? But people do. People dig it, man. They like this radio scanner. Then...
Dude, anybody who digs the SP7, you can tell when someone's like, oh, I love the SP7. Either they're a naturalist where they can't accept any other form of spirit communication, or They did not live through the old let's take a radio, crack it open, pull the tab, get it so it scans and listen to it like crazy while you're going nuts back in the day. You know what I'm saying?
Now look,
Like,
here's what. Now, just so right, I just want to point out any new people. So what all this shit here does? Whoa. So if I shut off the noise filter, right, here's what it's going to sound like. It's going to be a mess.
It actually sounded like it said, "Can you help me, please?"
So the noise gate,
messed up, dude.
so you don't have to hear that static, right? Because it's just scanning. And
That
the
literally
reverb
sounded like it said, "Can you help me, please?"
And this is just to make it cool, right? Reverb is really just to make it like.
That's all it is. It's supposed to. So the reverb, and again, people who swear by portal boxes won't tell you this, but all the reverb does is it makes it sound cool.
Makes it sound cool.
It's to give it to a spectral and spatial effect.
Yeah. Why else?
Literally what it's for.
Well, who would say different?
Yeah. Oh, people do. People say it's needed so the spirits can communicate, and it's like, no, it's not.
No.
No, it's not.
It's for coolness.
Yes, that's it.
Everybody sounds better in reverb.
Yeah.
Let's go, spirits.
Yes.
Spirits, I want you to tell me what else should I ask, John? You're the expert. Like, what are some initial questions you want to ask spirits?
Well, first you want to find out if there's actually something there. So you want to, dude. I wish you don't have any sort of like. How close are you to your garage door? Are you on the opposite side of the room?
Yeah, it's on the other side of it.
Okay, so you wouldn't be able to hook up to. I wish you could make that antenna better. Yeah, that's the other issue with the SP7s and 11s. Like, too bad you didn't have like a couple clothes hangers lying around and we rig something up real quick,
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. I don't know if there's anything.
Just
if
jack
not,
it
that's
into
fine.
turn this whole room into some sort of super antenna.
Yes.
A lightning rod of some kind.
Yes. If we had spare copper wire, you could run it to your garage door holder.
Right. Just stick it out. I'm close to my window. I could just stick it out the window.
Oh yeah, or stick it out the window. Yeah.
I'm very close to that, but I just need Okay. Wait. What do I?
Yeah, I wouldn't go too crazy. We could always play around with it another day,
Yeah.
We could really make something crazy for that. I actually have a CB radio antenna. We might be able to hook up to that too.
All right. So this is a regular station. I managed to stop it.
Pretty amazed my dog pepperminted.
That was Alice in Chains. That was Man in the Box.
So I managed to stop it right on a station.
Park, of course. Take a shot. The alcohol of your choice, unless you're driving. Wait till you get home, or if you're under 21.
That's it. Hey,
all
that's
right.
good advice.
So now I'm gonna go forward. Now I'm gonna change it because I don't know if I'm allowed to rebroadcast. So let's see. Is there a spirit here? Can there a spirit take control of this box? I'm glad I didn't spend a lot of money on this shit either, but it's like, which I didn't do. I had a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, the only thing you didn't have was the SP7.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else was here,
And I bought it for like $20 less because it had like a mark on it.
Yeah, perfect. I found one of those in the dirt once.
I'm most proud of myself for this little bit, putting this clamp on here.
Dude, that is awesome.
I could just fold it down.
Yeah.
And then I could just put it up.
Dude, I'm telling you, that'd be amazing for whether you're traveling or you set it up stationary somewhere.
Yeah, it's got it, and it comes in a box that says Ghost Fire. I mean, dude, what's more impressive than that? I'm fucking Mr. Ghost. Dude, I don't even want to hear. Who's more ghost than me now? I'm Mr. Ghost guy.
I don't know. The dead people?
I'm like Ghost guy. It's just like,
guy.
I'm Ghost guy, dude. John, we got some good stuff coming up, by the way, for these guys who don't realize that Tuesday we drop an episode about Buckout Road.
Yes.
Splintered Spirits, episode 18 on Tuesday about Buckout Road. We go through some really great evidence, and we catch an EVP that I don't want to spoil it. You got to listen to it. No, it's good. but it's really good. It starts out, we reanalyze it, and it's like, there's legitimately something there that happens, and it's pretty fun. Like I'm excited. I'm excited to hear what people think. I hope everybody checks it out and watches it. People are always gonna like shit on EVP, especially when I drop it on Reddit. They're gonna be like, meh, meh, meh. But it's as the Reddit community will do. But for most people, it's like, look, I don't know what it is. I don't know what causes it. I can't figure out what caused it. But it certainly happened, and we caught it.
Yeah, dude. My big issue with that's an EVP, but that's a different type of EVP, right? Like, think about it. We weren't trying to catch anything. We weren't trying to speak to the spirits. I just heard a child call my name, which is, normal. I mean, the last time I was on Monday at Buckout, I heard a woman call my name from deep in the woods. But everybody heard it. It even picked up on the damn audio.
Well, this one, it didn't pick up on the audio. I had to isolate. So the way look, we are podcasting right now on we use a service called Riverside. What Riverside does is it records locally to our own individual devices, and then it uploads. So it's not just, you're not seeing an actual live stream. It's recording it on the device so that we get the best possible thing for the after effect. So I have everybody's track isolated. So I was able to then grab, when John in the episode, you will see John like cut me off and go, I just heard a kid's voice, dude. I caught it. I didn't hear shit. But then when I went back and I pulled his audio, and then I just cranked up the volume and slowed it down, you hear something. And wait until you hear it, because it's really freaky that something's there, and I don't understand what caused it or what could it, but it got your attention, and it's not audible just to the, you got to just jack the volume up for it. But it's weird, dude. It's weird. That was weird.
Weird shit happens at Buckout.
You're so cat. Like, dude, what? I get ghosts all the time. I hear ghosts. Every time. I always hear ghosts. I'm a ghost, dude. Listen to this guy. Yeah, whatever. I get ghosts left, right, center ghosts.
I'm so numb to it, dude.
Yeah.
No, but it's cool because we weren't trying. That's the cool factor about it. Like, it was just me sitting there talking to you about Buckout, and then all of a sudden, I hear a child calling my name. Where were we? I was at Stony Hill that day, right? Yeah.
Yes. Stony Hill was talking all about Buckout, the history of Buckout. Yep. What's up? I am Cammy. Are you still with us? Sorry if I'm not really, talking to the chat. I'm trying to listen for ghosts. I'm not used to talking to a chat and listening to ghosts and talking to John. This is why he has 1 million followers and I've got 2,700. So it's like I'm just I'm not really here for the followers. I'm here to get this podcast and get these stories and understand science. That's my goal. Yeah, Buckout does be bucking, Cass, for sure. Hello, Outlaw.
Yes, it does.
Hello. I like all these people coming checking us out. We got a handful.
How close
here.
are we to 1,000 followers on?
Listen, man, we are very close to 1,000 followers on the Splintered Spirits channel. We're super close, just a little over 100 we need to get there. So look. If you're checking us out right now, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to Splintered Spirits right here on TikTok and everywhere podcasts are. We are on every platform. We are live right now on every platform that you can imagine. So it's like, I don't know how these numbers do. Look at you guys. I don't know if I'm making money from people throwing money at us here with gifts, which is very kind of them, or I'm just naturally making money, but that's pretty sweet.
What happened? I can't see the chats.
Well, no, I'm just looking. I can't see. It's not showing me. I see a lot of hearts coming up, but I'm not used to looking at this. We've only got 11,000 hearts. Does that mean something in TikTok world? I guess that's good.
On what platform?
That's TikTok. I'm only talking about TikTok.
11,000 likes? Yeah, it means you got over 10,000 likes.
Yeah. There's some diamonds here. What do diamonds mean, John?
On TikTok?
Yeah.
That means you got gifts.
Huh. There's
means you got
27.
gifts.
There's not a lot of people watching this right now. That's all right. But there's a lot. There's when you start adding up the people.
No.
I don't know. Why does this heart with a red dildo show up on my head every now and again on TikTok? It's like a heart riding a red dildo, and it says "Join my team."
So if you do the heart me for Splintered Spirits on TikTok, that means that you are a true player for real for Splintered Spirits. That is Team Splintered Spirits right there.
I see.
And that's actually going to be joining with the subscription soon.
Oh,
so they're
okay.
combining that, and a lot of people are not happy about it. Some are very happy, but we're holding on to Super Meows.
All right.
Speaking of Super Meows,
hey, B Love, John is on. This is John's podcast. This is Splintered Spirits. This is what we do together. So at this time, we're focusing on here. This podcast, this live stream, which we do normally every Thursday, but we had to move it yesterday. We do the live. Yeah. We broadcast the live everywhere on both channels on YT. TikTok is new to drop the live, and I'm glad we're making it work, and I'm glad it's working for everybody here. We're also on other platforms as well when we go live. So to answer your question, John is here. He's right here. And this is where he is during this hour for our show as we try to build this. And if you've never seen Splintered Spirits, we do deep dives. Deep dives into spirits. What are spirits? John's theory is, as many of you who have listened before, that spirits are energy, or the memories of the dead trapped on the energy that we all have in our bodies that's released. On this podcast, we talk to a lot of people who communicate with spirits, from mediums to witches, but we also talk to academics, parapsychologists, people who have done intense study on tech to try to figure out where the energy lies. And what's really interesting, dude, I got to tell you, because we're going to talk to a couple more people we got lined up. Steve Parsons is going to be on we're doing an interview with. He's a British, UK parapsychologist, really into tech. His book, where is it? I might have it on the floor next to me. This book, guys, it's called Ghostology. All right. So if you see this book here, really dives into tech, and really from a unique perspective, from frequency to how it works to how you use things. I mean, for the most part, real hardcore ghost investigators, paranormal investigators, would not rely on one thing, which is why I also want to point out John never claims to be an investigator. He's a documenter. Hardcore investigators wouldn't just go somewhere with an app. They would go with 2 different apps. They would go with an EVP recorder. They would go with an electromagnetic field thing. They would have some real high-tech shit. And they would study a place over hours and hours and hours with a medium, probably, just to help back up some of their things. You know what I mean? So it's like they really get into it. And hearing all of these perspectives on how it works. But one thing I'm finding fascinating is some people, we've got, starting with, we do an interview with Amy Belaski. She's one of the most popular psychic mediums online, the Belaski method, and she's wild. She's really great, but she really talks about frequency a lot. And we're about to do another interview with a clairaudient who hears spirit, and she gets like a ringing in her ear when she does it. So there's something about this idea of frequency, energy, that is consistent no matter what you think spirits are, which is what the podcast is all about, like trying to get these different perspectives to hone in on what things are. So this MacGyver box that you're watching here is my attempt to communicate with the spirits and see if I can get them to go. I should bring this to Hollywood Forever in my backpack and see what happens.
You could.
Right?
You could. See if it gets any...
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah.
I could set this up there easy. I'm going to do that. That'd be pretty wild.
The loaf of bread up. Am I frozen?
This big contraption.
Or
it's almost like
frozen?
everyone's got smaller like their phones or something, and then
frozen.
I roll out with this thing.
Okay,
you know?
So yeah, you're going to hear a lot of crossover talking because it froze, and I didn't know if it was on my end or your end, so I just started talking.
Oh, no, it's fine. You're back. Oh no, you're back. I didn't notice. Yeah, it was. I think it was on your end. Oh, your connection.
It could have been.
Heads up, John's network connection updated. Oh, okay. All right. Well, you're back.
Yeah.
Anyway, so imagine if I roll out with this. It's almost like this is the boomer setup.
The boomer setup.
Right? Like, who's that old guy with that giant contraption he whips out of his bag?
Yep.
I don't know. I'm hearing noises, but it's cool.
Even though going somewhere with it, it would probably be easier if you just Velcroed the pedals to the sides. And then,
no, dude, look, I got this kick-ass bag. I'll put it in my backpack. I'll flip this thing open like, you know, like.
Well, I'm just saying, when you're traveling, compaction is always.
Dude, this is the DeLorean of spirit boxes, bro. This is, come on. This is what this is.
It's the Ghost Fire.
That's, you know what I'm saying? Ghost Fire. Yeah. This is the Ghost Fire DeLorean of spirit box. I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna be the new big thing. Everyone's gonna what? Oh.
Uh-oh.
She tried to cut me off. What do you have? You have a problem with what I have to say, Spirit? No? Spirit, do you have a problem with what I'm saying? You finally getting some guts? You want to speak up? Once I start communicating in the spirit realm, it's all over for you guys.
They're not going to know what to do.
You're not going to know what to do.
They're not.
So close to figure out. 250 is an interesting speed. Let's go up one more. Let's go slower a little bit to 300. Maybe we get a couple more words and it's clear. Sweep rate. 300. Here we go. We're on FM 300 millisecond speed.
Yeah. I had years ago, I had a guy hit me up when I first started doing this. He's like, "Hey, I want to build you a portal box." So I'm like, "All right, man." I'm like, "You sure?" He goes, "I can build my own." He was like, "No, I want to build you one. I want to send you one," which I still have somewhere floating around.
Okay.
So he sent me this portal box, right? It's like literally like the cheapest thing you could throw together. And with a note that says, I forgot what frequency he said, but he goes, "At this speed, I got a hello." And I went, wow, hello.
I know. Well, yeah, you're like Mr. You got specific, you got ghosts calling you names and stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome, everybody. Angel Crafts. You know, a lot of these names are the names they're kind enough to show up for Splintered Spirits. Who do we got over here now? I'm looking at a lot of different windows, guys. That's what I'm looking around. Behind me? Did that just say behind me, bro? Did you just hear behind me?
I didn't hear it. I mean, I just didn't hear it. I didn't hear anything. One time I used a portal box, very similar to what you built at the undisclosed location in the fireplace room, and all the spirits did was scream out of it. You literally heard human screams out of it. And I was like, yeah, I can't use this, and I had to turn it off. It was
Carrie Sue heard it. Sue heard behind me.
Uh-oh. Maybe you got one sitting on your lap right now.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, right? Unless it's a 500-pound man named Billy. You know, then...
Listen.
Hi, Billy.
Billy needs love.
Billy, hey, listen, all Billies need love.
All Billies need love. Look at this thing, dude. This is like... Ghost, and it's got Ghost Fire on the front. This is destined.
I like it. I think
I'm going to throw some stickers on it. This is going to be like... This is the Trapper Keeper of Ghosts. I mean, it's the greatest.
Dude, I was talking about Trapper Keepers today with my wife. We went back to school shopping. And I remember I remember being, you know, at the grammar school I was at, you know, like one of the poorest kids there. All the kids, they had Trapper Keepers and all this fancy shit. And I'm like, yo, I'll never have this. I'll never have this.
The Trapper Keeper. You should see what they got now that they carry around, dude. I had to go through all this shit, too.
It's insane. It's insane. Yeah. It's insane. The whole thing's insane. When it comes to all that, it's insane.
They had, at my kids' school, they don't let them have, it's really frustrating. Like, for some reason, it gets crowded with, like, backpacks. So they make them really walk around carrying books. I'm like, that's the dumbest thing I ever saw. Because, like,
old school?
kids. Yeah, it's just like, but they're worried about kids tripping over the backpacks or in a fire hazard. I'm like, look, this is Darwinism. Like, some kids are going to trip, and then they're going to learn.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to.
They're gonna learn not to look at their phone while they're walking.
Yeah, and it's also like, I don't want my kid dropping his computer because he's trying to carry that in 6 textbooks. So it's, if some kid trips, well, they should be mocked for being a klutz. There's certain kinds of peer pressure that's good. Like, I'm all for, there's certain peer pressure that's okay. I'm just all for it.
Yeah.
There is good peer pressure out there, guys.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need to be made fun of or hazed a little bit to be like, you're right, that is stupid what I'm doing, and I'm going to stop doing that.
Yeah. Maybe I should take a shower. Maybe I should,
Yes. Like, dude, deodorant, it's your friend. Like, you stink.
Yeah.
It's like time to make a change. Yeah. It's okay. How are they going to know? We're going to just sit there and, just pretend it doesn't smell? Enough.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Spirits, come on. Spirit, is there a spirit here? Spirits, bring the thunder. Come on now. I do like this little machine. What's this button do? Hard or soft?
That's on the noise gate.
Yeah. I know what it is. So
it's gonna filter. I believe it's gonna filter some more and let some other types in. What do you have it on soft right now?
I'm gonna go soft now.
What's mine at? Mine's on soft too.
Yeah. Ooh, what did you say, lady? Sounded like a pretty lady. Come on, pretty lady ghosts. We're all into it. You heard it. See, yeah, Heather heard it. When they said, right, because it said behind me. That's the clearest thing I heard. Although
clearest thing I heard was drum kit.
Which is wild. We'll go back and listen and see.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Right, Voxy, you heard it too? Oh, she just looked at me with the weirdest stare. She's like, what are you talking about, John?
Oh, man, time flies when you're talking to ghosts. Yeah. No wonder it's like,
Yeah. It definitely does.
It really flies.
Oh, so real quick before we go, here's something to talk about. I guess I had an interaction with a entity of non-human origin, an interdimensional entity of non-human origin, that other people in contemporary ghost hunting world have had an interaction with. In fact, I chat GBT'd this entity's name that came through. It called itself Seven, and literally chat GBT spat that out at me. That although there is nothing in mythology about an entity named Seven in contemporary ghost hunting and investigations, a demonic force named Seven is known to go after or interrupt investigations and cause issues and problems. It didn't cause any issues for me. I was just curious about it because of what was going on. Like, we had something go up the steps and then down the steps here, and it got pretty wild when I was using the spirit board last night. So,
Seven, are you listening to this? I know you can't hear John. I'm going to repeat it. He claims to have spoken to you the other night and that you made your presence known, Seven. So are you? Why don't you show yourself? Or actually, I don't want to see you. I take that back. Let's hear you, Seven. Count.
I think I just had a spirit here laugh at that, by the way. I think I just heard disembodied laughter.
Do you know why 6 is afraid of you? Do you know why 6 is afraid of you, 7? Because you ate 9. Come on, that's a dad ghost joke combined, no? Bombed? They can't all be pearls, dude. Sometimes you got to, listen, sometimes you got to try out new material. Every now and then you got to try out new material. It doesn't always work. It doesn't always work.
That's like when someone comes into the live stream and goes, hey, people are dying to get in there talking about a cemetery. And I just want to slam my head up against the wall every time they do it. It's like, it's like, oh.
Listen, it was a bad dad joke. I get it, guys. I get it.
But at least I haven't heard that one in a while.
Yeah, right?
That's
why 6 afraid of 7? 7, 8, 9. Come on.
Yeah.
guys. It's classic. Some of you appreciate it, I bet. It's an oldie but goldie. Right here.
Someone in there. Someone in the chat.
Right here on Ghostfire Radio.
Ghostfire Radio.
Oh, I wanted to ask you this. I have a question for you. What is a soul eater? What is a soul eater?
The soul eater. All right. So, years I've been coming across these things. All right. And it's few and far between. And a soul eater, I have no idea what it is. I don't classify it as a spirit. I think it's an interdimensional entity of non-human origin. I don't know where they come from, but I do know that they like to feast on spirits. And I don't know the implications of that either. I just know from what I've heard from the spirits saying it's trying to eat me, it's eating me, things like that. I also believe that it was a soul eater that knocked me on my ass that night at the cemetery, just because of what it was saying to me.
That's interesting, dude. So I'm reading this book because this woman's going to be a guest, and I'm reading her book. Her name is Joni Mahan. She was referred to me by Sam Baltrusis, the guy who wrote the book about Sleepy Hollow. She wrote this book called Ghost Magnet, and this book is all about sort of her discovery into her connection to spirit, and like how it really was a real problem for her. Until she sort of learned how to manage it through the help of friends and her own strength and all this stuff. But she talks about soul eaters a couple times, and one of them really giving her a problem. And I just was wondering, there's a lot of things that seem to be crossover in this ideology of talking to spirits of the dead, soul eaters, spirit guides, which is a very past life regression thing, which we're going to be getting into in a couple weeks with everybody. So I don't know. I'm just trying to see where it all fits in the sort of hierarchy of spirits.
So interesting, because I have never come across. I have no data on spirit guides. Literally, actually, the only data I have on spirit guides right now actually came from Netzel, because he says that he may have a spirit guide, or maybe it's something else. So talking to him about it, and I was going to get more info out of him on that. I spoke to him on live about it, but that was it. When I get a chance to talk to him one-on-one, probably more at Gettysburg, I'll get more in-depth information. I got no data on it. It's an interesting concept. It's a very human concept from what I'm understanding right now. Like, it's not, a lot of it doesn't come from spirit boxes or devices. It comes from people, saying, oh, I have this. I have that.
Well, they are from what I understood from the past life regression therapist that I spoke to. These are beings that are there overseeing all of the different versions of you to help you make a decision that is right for the timeline that you're in, right? Leading up to what they believe is your higher self. Like there's a version of you that's like the ultimate you or something. That's look, dude. I mean, we laugh, but it's like I don't know. Something. Who am I to say what it is?
I get to my higher self every night.
Well, dude, I gotta say, I know this ain't my highest self. This cannot possibly. I've had moments in this personal self where I was like, yes, this is as good as it gets, right? I can call it a day.
Yeah, but that's a matter of perception too,
No, like, I think if I tell you some stories, John, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, you've arrived.
Yeah.
I've got stories that are like, yeah, man, you've done it. You could go. You could go now, right? Like there's, there's no perspective. There's certain things of
it's all a matter of perception.
I've been very fortunate. I've been very fortunate in a great many ways for a lot of things. Yeah. But anyway, that's what this higher self spirit guides are. They're not. I don't believe they're necessarily angels, but does that make them the opposite of soul eaters?
Well, for the longest time, I thought a soul eater was more comparatively something to like a squirrel or a raccoon or a bunny or a bear or an animal. I thought it was some sort of animal of a spiritual realm because of the way that they were communicating. It was very like, and grunts and shit like that.
Like man, bear, pig or something?
Yeah, like a man, bear, pig,
Like man, bear,
pig?
But
then this last one I came in contact with, knocked me on my ass and was talking shit to me. So, Is there a hierarchy with them? Is there different types? The more spirits they eat, the more they evolve? I don't know. Are they building themselves on memory? Because one thing that when we talk about, I have to run. I have to start getting ready to go. But one thing I do want to say, when we talk about spirits being memory, we never talk about how that memory imprints on, say, a theoretical spirit particle, which I talk about all the time. Or can particles of regular matter become spirit particles? And what I mean by this is there's an old theory called the brick and mortar theory, that spirits are attached to the foundations and to the material and the matter of a place. Even if you raise it to the ground, it doesn't make a difference. All that dust and all that, everything is still there, and it's still.
Well, this goes to that whole idea, this hermetic, the 7 hermetic values of things. It's what is this called? I'll tell you what this is real quick. I know you got to split, but it's like the hermetic.
Because that's how the principle of QDE works. When I talk about the theoretical principle of QDE, it's spirit particles here, theoretical spirit particles here, reacting with theoretical spirit particles where you're at. And I say theoretical because I've never seen these fucking things with my eyes.
So Hermeticism is ancient, right? It's a principle. So, and they have, there's key concepts to Hermeticism. It's from like ancient Greek or even maybe Egyptian, right? So one of them is the Hermetic principle of vibration. Yeah. And that is this idea that, a relationship between energy, frequency, and manifestation.
Well, and it's also technically how they built the pyramids too, Right. Like if you want to get like this thing, like this goes, so it's Egyptian or maybe even farther back. It's pretty wild.
Does it get farther back than Egyptian? I mean, that's pretty old, dude.
Yes, because the Sphinx was built by another civilization. It wasn't built by the Egyptians. The Sphinx is older than the pyramids.
So there's 7 hermetic laws.
And that's
law
science.
of polarity.
That's not pseudoscience.
Right. There's 7 hermetic laws, and it's also goes to like a Kabbalion concept, of course, but like as above, so below.
I love you talk about the teachings of the Kabbalah.
I don't know if it's the same ring. It's the Kabbalion concept of correspondence.
Yeah.
The laws of cause and effect, right? Like these things of like they all go together. So vibrations exist at all levels, from atoms to the universe in this one universal mind. What do you think? Spirits? Is there a vibration in all of us?
Gary, what time you got on your end?
It's 5:15, so it's 8:17. You got to split? You want to call it? We can call it.
Yeah. I got to call it.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning into Splintered Spirits. I'm going to shut the spirit box off or turn the volume down now. Please like, share, and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Welcome, TikTok.
Especially YouTube. We are trying to get to 1,000 followers. Get on that YTs.
We want to get 1,000 followers on all things, especially there.
Everybody, where you're watching, go there.
Where you're watching, go there too, because you get video for our podcast there. And it's real fun. But we're out everywhere podcasts are. We're really trying to grow this thing. We got a lot of big stuff coming leading into October, which is Rocktober. Halloween City Central, but we've got some fun stuff. We've got spooky season.
Spooky season.
We got a lot of fun guests coming up next week too. We've got a real fun guy joining the live. Jeremy Jolly from SoCo Paranormal is going to join us on the live. He's got a real baseball player name. I wonder if he was a baseball player. Right, maybe. Jeremy Jolly sounds like a baseball name, doesn't it?
It does.
And then it's like maybe he pulled something and now he hunts ghosts. I'm gonna find. Yeah. I'm dying to know how somebody gets into because he's got big showman energy too, which is if you don't follow that guy, he's great, he's fun. But it's gonna be good. We got a lot of good stuff coming up in the weeks to come. Thank you so much for checking us out, John. It was an absolute pleasure as always. Ladies and gentlemen of the spectral realm, thank you so much for being a part of Splintered Spirits. And with that, we say goodbye.
Bye-bye.
I don't know how to stop it. I'm on 3 different things. There we go. And
I
one
think
there.
Boxy's about to get sucked into the spirit portal. What are you doing? She's like getting sucked into the spirit.
Welcome to Splintered Spirits, a podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew Johnny, where I'll be documenting Johnny as he tries to prove his theory about what ghosts are. You heard me right, ghosts. But that's not how this podcast started out. I've been in the entertainment business for years, kicking and clawing for those rare wins. Meanwhile, Johnny's out there making a killing on TikTok by talking to the dead. With the state of the entertainment industry the way it is, the idea behind this podcast started out as a traditional media creator, me, trying to get some insight into this social media world. I mean, his @Santa Paranormal TikTok feed at the time of this recording has over 900,000 followers. His success has made me question all of my life choices, which I'm sure you don't want to hear about and are thinking, thanks pal, just put the fries in the bag. But over the course of this interview, what started as professional fascination and includes Johnny's haunted beginnings, turns into something more proactive and fun. And the idea of a podcast about the differences in media, which was probably boring and stupid to begin with, might become a fun investigative series into the unknown. And oh yeah, you're gonna hear ghosts too. So let's dive into the conversation and see where it takes us. Hi, my name's Gary. I'm here with my nephew Johnny. Say hello.
What's going on?
I wanted to talk to my nephew today because what he does for a living is completely unique. He is a TikTok phenom, and it's not for his dance moves, his makeup tips, or his healthy recipes. He's popular because he talks to the dead. I get that right, Johnny?
Yeah, pretty much. And I tried makeup, I tried dance moves. It just wasn't for me, so.
This is what clicked. You can find him at Santa Paranormal on TikTok, and we're going to get into it because I want to find out how he got here, how he knew he had this skill, and by the end of it, hopefully we're going to talk to some spirits. But first, Johnny, you got to tell me, man, when was your first paranormal experience?
So my first paranormal experience, where I was old enough to gauge what was actually happening, was actually right across the street from where I'm at right now. And that's an old firehouse that was built in the 1800s. I used to be a parliamentary officer for the company I was in. And I was doing some secretary work late at night because I'm a night owl naturally. And I saw somebody staring at me through the parlor doors.
Do you remember exactly what you saw?
I saw an older man, in between, 70, 75 years old, approximately. And he was a little short, a little hunched, and just very curious as to what I was doing. My first initial investigation didn't yield much. But from talking to other people in the fire department, I ended up finding out that he is an entity that is always seen there, and he was a janitor there for decades.
You were just sitting at the computer in your firehouse.
Yep.
And you what? You felt something?
Where I was sitting, like, let's say this is the setup, and where this phone is right now is exactly where it is. I'm literally sitting at the computer, and you're at a computer, especially with the big screens back in the day. You lean over a little bit like this to see what's in front of you, and naturally, and that's when I spotted the entity staring at me from like at least 20 feet down, because the room was a big parlor room.
Did you shit yourself at all?
No. At first, I was like, who the hell's spying on me?
But he was in the room.
Oh, yeah.
Did you get up and walk over there? Were you like, what the hell? What the hell? What's happening?
Twice. I thought it was just somebody, either somebody was drinking. I thought somebody was messing with me at first. I had a lot of thoughts going through my mind. This is a firehouse that has over 300 volunteers at the time. So it could have been a number of anybody in there, but nobody was there.
Okay, so this is your first paranormal experience. You see this ghost, this guy.
As an adult.
As a kid, when Johnny was about 4 years old, I remember him screaming at someone none of us could see. I was young myself and thought he might have been, the nice way to say it is touched. Maybe he was always in tune with the dead? I don't know. But full disclosure, in that particular instance, it turned out he was just constipated.
So then after that, I started getting into it more and more. And I started investigating old speakeasies and places where people are like, hey, John, this is haunted. Come check it out. And I'd go check it out. What's wrong, baby? Cat's just meowing at the wall. Maybe she sees a spirit.
I'm a dog person and I'm allergic to cats, so generally I'm not a fan. I was fairly concerned this cat was going to ruin this interview. When was the first time you actually spoke to a spirit?
It was called Smalley's Inn in Carmel, New York. Then the story with that place was that there was he was like the sheriff, the coroner, the everything in this small town. And he had a daughter that had Down syndrome, back in the 1800s. Those things were handled very differently. He unfortunately kept her locked up in the basement for about 10, 11 years, and then decided to do a mercy killing, as he called it, and he drowned her. And when they were doing construction, they uncovered this headstone, and then the activity just boomed in this place. I learned a lot of things from this place, which is why I'm bringing it up.
No, tell me. That's why I want to hear this stuff. So you chose this place after you heard the story, and that's why you went there.
Well, I heard the place was haunted. I didn't know any of this. We learned all this when we got there. My first conversation I had was actually with this little girl. And she, very soft-spoken, sounded like a 10, 11-year-old girl, talking about how she loves her dad, but her dad doesn't like her, how she never gets to go outside, all these. Hey, what is wrong with you?
I was right.
Hold on.
It's all right.
I don't know.
The goddamn cat was f***ing up the interview.
She gets like this sometimes. Special needs cat. Yeah. You're lucky I rescued you. Anyway. So I'm having this conversation with her. She's talking about how her father, doesn't let her outside, how she loves her father so much. Her mother barely talks to her. I just remember how broken up it sounded. We also caught a video on a camera recorder of an entity. You saw it had a top hat, a face, and then it zoomed right by us. Then came the greatest lesson of all with the paranormal, and why I am 90% skeptic. The people who own this place were also messing with us. They were the entire time flipping off the light switches. They had a 3-way light switch, so they could control lights from the top, the first floor to the basement. I have a little knowledge of electrical, so I was able to tell by the wiring, just by looking at it, rudimentary BX wiring. I'm like, wait a minute, that's a 3-way. They were throwing stuff at us in the basement. They would never let us in the basement altogether. There was 2 sides to this basement and 2 stairways that went down. And I wanted to split the team up and go 1 half here, 1 half there. They wouldn't let us do it. They kept us all on one side, and every time we were there, they were messing with us. Even in places that are extremely haunted, you still can't trust the human element. And there are many things that other people would consider evidence that I dismiss.
That's the first time you start having a conversation with a spirit.
Yes.
Is this little girl.
Is this little girl.
And does this start to happen to you more frequently, or did you have to create?
No, after Smalley's, life took place, and then it wasn't until COVID that I lost my job, like so many other people.
Right.
And I said, and the place where I lived is extremely haunted, and I knew this. And I ended up having to take the super's job of this building.
And you found a lot of activity in your own basement. Is that correct?
Yes, an insane amount. Everything from audio to visual happens in that place.
I want to know this. What is it about you that makes you think you have this connection to the spirits unlike anyone else?
I firmly believe that it has to do with my magnetic field.
Come on, bro.
We all have a magnetic field. That's science. That this isn't hocus pocus. So I think that some of us, for whatever reason, have a magnetic field that's a little different, where it attracts spirits. I don't think it's a gift from God or some other being or aliens. I think it's a human-based attribute.
So something about you.
Yeah.
You're giving off some energy, like when you're using all this stuff, because anybody can buy this stuff.
Yeah.
That's what makes it like why you have these connections and why you can have these conversations.
No.
Well, that's bananas. I mean, it's crazy because I've seen it. I've seen you do it. I've seen all these videos. When did you start going out in the field with this stuff?
This basement, unfortunately, is very toxic. It was toxic to me. It was toxic to my followers. People were being affected. People were being affected by the place.
What do you mean affected?
Like some would have physical issues, while other people would just become completely nasty and disgusting. We're talking about like people that have been watching me for months that were completely fine. And then all of a sudden you start to hear from like their family members, hey, there's been a real mental decline in this person since they started watching you. We're not going to have them watch you anymore. You know, we're intervening, which isn't good if you're running a social media platform.
Yeah.
You need that. And it was literally destroying my community that I was building as I'm documenting.
You're
It
saying,
wasn't good for me either.
so I'm clear, you're saying that whatever conversations you were having in your basement, whatever spirits were manifesting themselves there, were getting toxic to you and to your watchers?
So it wasn't the fact that I was having the conversations, was the constant hours these people were putting into this that were actually mentally and physically affecting them. I had to make a change, but I still wanted to document. So I thought to myself, where else would spirits speak to me? And in large abundance. Well,
Right.
let's try a cemetery.
Right.
And I went to a cemetery, and something that no one, even in the paranormal field, ever thought, like, hey, there's not spirits at a cemetery. It's just stone, marble, granite, and dirt. Well, no, there's something about a quantum connection to a final resting place or a memorial that will tether some memories at location. And thus was born the cemetery walks.
And that's obviously become a large part of your TikTok streams at Santa Paranormal.
Yep.
Johnny, do you have repeat spirits? I mean, like the same spirit that comes back that wants to talk to you?
Yes, there's no guarantee they're going to come through, but I've had repeat conversations with the same spirit over and over.
What is your explanation? Look, most people think spirits, you know, they're floating around and they have unfinished business. What's your theory on all this?
So the whole unfinished business, 3 a.m., I like to call that the romantic paranormal nonsense. It's actually all that is all reasons why no one takes this field seriously. I believe there's a scientific reason for it. As you know, energy can't be created nor destroyed. It can only be transferred. That's science, basic science. We know that. We've been learning that since we were children.
Johnny is no scholar. His highest level of education is a GED. But he's not wrong. The law of conservation of energy, a foundational principle followed by none other than Albert Einstein, states energy can't be created or destroyed, only transformed. And full disclosure, while I graduated third in my high school class and have a bachelor's degree, I had to Google this after the interview because I didn't know what it was.
Think of it like this. You know how some people, when they get blood transfusions constantly, or they receive an organ from a donor, they begin to get attributes from the organ donor, memories, feelings, new food cravings, new hobbies, interest in music. There's even been reports going as extreme as being able to play an instrument that their donor was able to play. It's the same concept. It's those memories. It's what makes us us. Not only can they be transferred per human, but when we die, they don't disappear. They connect with matter. At least I personally believe. You know, this is all theoretical. But I believe that's what explains it. So when I'm speaking to a spirit, it's the spirit's memory. It's the actual memories of the spirit.
Johnny's theory that ghosts are dispersed electric brain synapses might sound a bit out there, but who am I to say he's wrong? Who the hell knows, right?
3 days ago, I had another 2 viral videos that just popped off. You know, and one of the videos, I'm cleaning a grave, and I'm showing my audience that my drill brush, you know, isn't going to hurt the grave. It won't even hurt my hand. And a child goes, "Are you okay?" as I'm drilling into my hand with the brush.
Johnny has an app that utilizes the magnetometer, whatever it's called, I don't know, in his phone, which picks up changes in the magnetic field and turns those fluctuations into what he says are ghostly voices. Look, I know, it sounds made up, but people are hooked. Here, listen for yourself.
The palm of my hand.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay, child. I'm sorry. I was just showing people something. Sounds okay.
I want to see if we can talk to some spirits and get some voices.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab. I'll grab. What's it called?
Grab whatever you need. Hey, while you're setting that up, what has been your biggest, most successful viral video thus far?
My biggest one is the one of Mary cleaning a 5-year-old little girl's grave. It has over 20 million views now.
Cleaning my grave.
That's it.
Down side.
That's it. We're cleaning your grave. That's it, little Mary.
What is your name?
My name is John, Mary. Seems like you're having trouble retaining that information. That's okay, baby. I won't forget you.
Wow. Hey, now we're starting. I'm hearing a couple sounds in the background.
Yes, yeah, they definitely come through in my office. If we're doing this like I'm doing it live, I wouldn't even engage the spirits. I would literally talk to you. We'll just keep talking. And then when I start to hear something that makes me go, oh, wait, something's paying attention to us, then we engage the spirit. So
I'm curious if they can hear me and if they want a space, because normally your audience doesn't get to talk to them.
yeah. So they can hear you.
You're what?
You're what?
That sounded like hear what?
Yeah. Yeah.
That freaked me out a little.
They can hear you. So I've been listening. You hear
Yeah.
that spirit just said, I've been listening. Hold on, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Hey, spirits, can you hear Gary right now?
Generate.
Can you confirm that you can hear Gary through the screen? See a lot of what's coming through right now? I can. Okay, so I just heard through the screen.
Yeah. Yeah.
That I did hear, but a lot of everything else was inaudible to me, so I ignored it. I just said, a child just said, let him out. I can't. He's not trapped in the phone. Probably a child that has no idea what this is. Sir? Yeah, there's definitely a child here, too.
Have you ever heard anything that truly freaked you out?
Not that truly freaked me out. I have heard things that made me raise a brow. A spirit one time, in response to me saying for it to calm down, like it was acting up, and I'm like, spirit, relax, calm down. It said, I shit you not, the first thing it said was, how about I shit on the floor? And I'm like, how you gonna shit on the floor? You're dead. And then it goes, you're right. I'll just shit in a cup then. And I went, that makes no sense. And as long as you're not spamming
Shitting in a cup.
shitting in a cup.
There could be.
What? But it was a tangible conversation. It was it wasn't like the spirit was responding to me, but wacky, So I was like, all right. So I hear things like that make me go, holy shit.
I'd love to see your mother talk to these spirits.
Did my mother ever tell you what happened?
No, tell me. His mom is my older sister, by the way.
We were down in the basement, in the fireplace
Of your
room,
apartment.
of my apartment. And I just heard getaway. Spirits, remember, this is my office. I'm not going anywhere.
Maybe she's telling me to get away.
Oh, she could be, but then again, you're my uncle and my guest, so he's not going anywhere either. So we're down there, and my mother originally thought this was a big joke. Like when we came down there, she asked me like where everything was, all the sounds were coming from, recorded wise, and I said it's not. I said it's literally coming from here.
Right.
It's coming from here.
From your phone, right.
We're sitting there, and all of a sudden, and my mother, she wears a lot of her emotions on her face.
Yeah.
She turns her head and she looks, and she sees something, and she grabs me, and she turns white as a ghost. No pun intended. White as a ghost. And she starts freaking out. And I had to be like, what did I tell you before we went live? I said, if you see something, fear will feed some of these entities here. You can't get scared, or you have to go back upstairs. And she's like, no, I'm fine. I just want to draw what I saw. And then she drew what she saw. And it looked a lot like one of the spirits that always comes through down there that I've seen pictures of.
Hey, Have we ever tried to ask these spirits for lottery numbers?
So think of it like this. This is the way, and a lot of people disagree with this. This is another thing that I do differently than what everybody else out there does. Everybody views a spirit as some omniscient entity that when you die, you get all the answers. Who says? Who came up with that? That's BS. That's not what happens. When you die, you literally die with the knowledge you died with. And that's it. You might have the ability to learn new knowledge afterwards, but it's not like an instant download where you know the secrets of the universe, let alone lotto numbers or anything. It's one of those things where, and I get it a lot. I get a lot of people that are like, oh, ask the spirit if my husband's cheating on me. And I go, nah, the spirits ain't going to know that information, but statistically, he's cheating on you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Who are the regular spirits in your office?
so in my office, there's Peter, Joe, Mary, and Sarah are the regulars. Sarah is a 9-year-old girl. We're not sure how old Peter, Mary, and Joe are there, but they all worked here.
So let's
And
see.
what's crazy?
You ever try to call them? Do they show up when you call them or no?
No, they don't. They'll just show up. And what's crazy is Joe is the most recent one. He kept saying 1910, 1910, 1910, 1914, giving us all these dates. And come to find out, one session, we're wandering the factory. I'm in the freight elevator. It's going up, and I'm looking at writings on the brick over the years. And there you see it, Joe, 1910. And I was like, oh, shit. And it's technically, he was saying Joe C, 1910, as in the name Joe, last name C, 1910. And there it was written right there, plain as day.
How do you know it's them when they're back? How do they let you know it's the same people?
So that's actually a great question, and it can get really confusing. Like it's one of those things where even if they come through, and they'll be like, "Hey, John," and I'll be like, "Okay, that sounds like Joe." I'll be like, "Hey, Joe," and then I'll ignore Joe until he said something else. And then once I can confirm, okay, that's Joe, then I'll talk to Joe like as if he was here. But I won't. But a lot of the times, one or two things won't make me go, "Oh, they're here." I'll wait till they come in nice and strong. That's my whole idea on it.
Yeah.
They're strong enough to come through. They're going to come through multiple times, not just once. Retaliate for what? Get out. Uh-oh. We got some nasty ones.
How often are you told to get out? That's like Amityville
All the
Horror.
time. All the time. I'm told all the time to get out, and I literally say the same thing, especially here in an office that I pay, a large amount of money for. Hey, this is my office. You get the with the paranormal, especially with social media. Fear sells. I turn around and I remove the element of fear when I do this. I completely remove it. When the spirit's like, get out, I'm like, oh, now,
Right.
and I get funny with it,
Right.
I don't do the fear thing, and I don't sell fear. And my evidence shines a lot more because of that. Because it's not, I'm not here to scare people into giving me money. I'm here to being, hey, I'm documenting. This is what I'm doing. If you want to support what I do, thank you. I appreciate it. Now, oh my God, what's happening now?
Right. A lot of green lights, like
yeah. Which is the big issue. And think about it like this too, longevity wise. If I want to do this for the rest of my life, I can lie to my audience, or I can be true blue to the equipment and to myself and to my followers. I'm an atheist. I mean, listen, no disrespect to everybody in the world, but there's so much knowledge out there now. The fact that the whole world isn't, has that principle blows my mind.
So, Johnny, where are you going with all of this? Are you just trying to make a buck, or are you trying to prove something?
So I'll actually, I can answer that with my documentation. One spirit that I have actually grown very fond of is a man named Mr. Churchwell. I go up to his grave. All I can see is his name, Churchwell. I can't even see his first name, just Churchwell, because his grave is so dirty and covered with moss and all outdoor filth. All right. I start talking to the spirit. Tell me about yourself, Churchwell. Oh, I was in the army. Oh, cool. Thank you for your service, Mr. Churchwell. What'd you do in the army? Oh, it was 3 days of hell. 3 days of hell. And I'm like, wow. I was like, were you in a war? What war were you in? He was like, fire and blood everywhere. That's what the spirit says to me. So 3 days of hell, fire and blood everywhere. Then I finally asked him, did you die in this war? And he said, no, I died 2 days later due to his injuries. He flat out says this to us. But he also gets into other details about how heavy his equipment was and how tired and hungry he was and how he was having breathing problems from all the smoke. Like all these details he's given us. So I still know nothing about him. This is just what he's saying. A year later, I decide to clean his grave. All of a sudden, I see his name, Joseph. So now I know, okay, your first name is Joseph. All this little writing appears that you couldn't see before because it was covered with filth. And it says, succumbed to his injuries in the battle of the wilderness, 19 years old. So I look up the battle of the wilderness. It was described as blood and fire, blood, fire, and smoke. Everything that Mr. Churchwell talked about, the 3 days of hell, the battle lasted for 3 days. Everything that he spoke about, the first encounter I had with him was true blue. This spirit remained coming to me every time I went to his grave. Hey, Mr. Churchwell, how you doing? He would either say, hello, John. Hi, John. Or he would say hello to the chat. He'd be like, hello, chat. Hi, everybody. And people would be like, oh, my God, Mr. Churchwell. And up until recently, he would come through. And then all of a sudden, he stopped. I haven't heard from him in 3 months. And every time I go to his grave, nothing comes through. So where I would like to take my next steps with my documentation is starting to test my theories out. I believe that it is memory that we're speaking to. And if that's the case, then I should be able to speak to a version of Mr. Churchwell at his family home. I should be able to speak to a version of Mr. Churchwell at that battlefield.
Oh, that's interesting. And that was the moment. What started as an investigation into Johnny's success as a TikTok influencer stopped right there. And following Johnny on his quest to prove his theory on fractured memories began. This was the series idea.
The energy of Mr. Churchwell, the memories of Churchwell that's at that battlefield should not know who I am. He shouldn't. He never met me. He met me after the fact, after he died. That energy, that Churchwell shouldn't know me unless somehow it connects quantumly. But I can't prove that right now.
Quantumly? You know what? I'm just going to let it go.
I need to steal this thought bubble a minute from my uncle, because I can tell by his eyes he is seriously confused. I believe that the spiritual world or spiritual realms are on a quantum level, which means they are relative to the size of the energy they are putting out. In this case, because I feel we are dealing with memories, it is very, very small. And by the way, my uncle's thought bubble is huge.
And you haven't done that with any of the spirits you've spoken to?
Actually, I kind of have. I came across, remember that spirit Edward I was talking about? I went to his grave and a child came through claiming to be Edward. The spirit that I've cursed out and has cursed me out for years now as a child, and he didn't know me. Hi, John. Nice to meet you, John. My mama called me Ed, being like a child, saying, oh, I want to be friends with you. Can I be your best friend? All these things it was saying to me. And I'm like, wait a minute. This isn't the Edward that I've spoken to.
Right.
So I'm actually in the middle of documenting him. And that's what I do. I go a bunch of times, compile the data, and then I make a decision on everything that I caught. Okay. shit, this is the child version of Edward. If it ends up being Edward and the child version of him, that proves the whole memory theory when it comes to spirits. And honestly, I know even if I prove this and I have tons of data on it and logically even get people of like the scientific community to go, oh wow, this is pretty cool. The world isn't ready for it. People still think Sky Daddy is looking down at them and praying to their angels.
I like it, man. You have a really clear perspective, you make it interesting, and you have a definite passion for all this. It's fun.
Yes.
For anybody listening, you just have to go to Santa Paranormal on TikTok and watch for yourself. You're either going to believe it or not. And while I don't believe in ghosts, yet, I do believe in my nephew's passion, expertise, and drive. Together, we'll talk to the dead in haunted houses, graveyards, and anywhere else these splintered spirits of the past might be hiding. We might find a piece of a ghost at their childhood home, and another version of that same ghost haunting their favorite dive bar. I mean, that is to say he will. I'm gonna stay a safe distance away from all of that creepy shit. Thanks for listening, and in the next episode, the conversations continue. Welcome to Splintered Spirits, a podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew, Johnny. With a clear goal in trying to prove Johnny's theory that ghosts are memories in the form of dispersed energy, we're going to dive right in. This episode takes place at a cemetery where Johnny just finished one of his live TikTok streams for his @Santa Paranormal platform. For those listening for the first time, the random blurbs and voices you hear in the background, that's not someone with Tourette's. Those are the ghosts. The voices my nephew picks up with his spirit box. Let's get into the conversation. Hey, Johnny, what's up?
Listen, as we're sitting here and I'm all set up, I just did a session on TikTok, a live session, speaking to a child version of a spirit that I have been documenting for 3 years at a completely different location. This spirit that I'm speaking to now is the child version of the older spirit.
Holy water.
Okay. Now, all right, first of all, you got to tell everybody where you are.
So I am at a local cemetery here in Westchester County, New York, and I am at the grave of Edward.
I'm not clear on the legalities of name dropping, even of the dead, and we're about to make some terrible claims about this man. Rather than pay a lawyer to find out, I'd rather not worry about some great-grandnephew coming after me for defamation. Describe the scene. Is it like a super old grave?
So I'm in an older section of this cemetery, graves dating back to the 1700s to the early 1900s.
Got it.
It's a very nature setting. Like, it's not a uniformed cemetery. There's graves everywhere, trees, animals. It's very peaceful, serene nature setting.
Gotcha. Now, you do your live TikToks from here a lot?
Yes.
Now, I caught the end of your live stream, dude, so I saw that, and this is, again, me trying to understand TikTok. They had, over 300,000 likes. Does that mean people are just sitting there hitting the screen and giving you hearts? In the first episode, I said I wasn't going to make this about a boomer trying to understand how TikTok works. But when I don't know something, I'm going to ask. Move past it.
Yes, that session, we had between 400 and 500 people watching. They were sitting there tapping the screen, sending hearts.
And when I see those really whacked out icons and GIFs pop up, people have to pay to use those, right?
Yes, so people pay to use them. That's called sending a gift. And I get a certain percentage of that gift that they send.
That's amazing to me. Oh my God. All right. So now you're out there, you're doing a session, and this is exactly what we're trying to prove, which is the biggest. I mean, the TikToks are fun and you're getting spirits and you're having conversations. But for this, we're really trying to follow and hone down this theory of these fractured memories, these splintered spirits. Remind us about the history of Edward.
Edward was originally from Massachusetts. He had a very bad and abusive father, which led him to flee his home at a young age. We're talking 12, 13 years old. And he left. He went to New York City, and we don't know if he panhandled on the streets of New York City to build his fortune, but something happened in between him leaving Massachusetts and coming to New York City in the early 1800s that allowed him to build a mass fortune. He built up his fortune buying properties and owning businesses. Then he ends up retiring early in Westchester County at the building where I live and I work.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where my story begins with Edward. I have countless hours of documentation with Edward. He is a completely nasty spirit, completely nasty. He is all about money and greed. The spirits there have said that he has gotten involved with. How graphic can I get on here?
Well, I'll bleep it if it gets too graphic, you know.
Okay.
But go ahead, you know.
Awesome. So I'll just speak freely about Edward.
Yeah. God, please don't get us sued.
According to the spirits,
The spirits? That's his source?
not only murdered people, but used them ritualistically, taking advantage of people that were displaced in the Civil War. There are accounts of Edward, and this is all according to the spirits, raping,
Gross.
keeping sex slaves,
Lost me at slaves.
using their children for rituals,
Ooh, that's bad.
having many bastard children in the process that actually survived, just being an overall horrible, horrible human being.
So wait, I gotta ask.
Father wants me dead.
Wow, did you just hear that?
I did hear that.
Okay,
Everybody
so he just
heard that.
said- This is the child version of Edward. He just said, "My father wants me dead. Can you hear me?"
Okay.
So,
Now,
and
wait,
I'll-
all right. We're gonna get into this child.
Yeah.
I want to know something about when you say the spirits are the ones in your building who told you this history of Edward. So
Yes.
when I hear these voices come through, they are very short spurts or phrases. How are you coming to this conclusion that Edward is guilty of all the things the spirits are saying?
Imagine
To your
for
left.
3 years sitting in one location communicating with spirits, not only communicating with Edward, Edward's coming through. Other spirits are coming through saying, "He raped me.
Open.
He murdered me. He sacrificed me. Edward was a bad man. Edward was this. Edward was that." There are spots at the building I live in that Edward won't go because of the other spirits that are there. He stays confined to one area.
He must have ancestors, right? Or family. Have you ever tried to track down family?
Interesting enough, what happened with Edward was that
Daughter.
he just, it's funny, he just said daughter. Edward had only one son that ended up dying in his 20s, and he had 5 daughters that were not bastard children. We're talking about they bore his last name. Some of those daughters didn't make it. The 2 daughters that did make it ended up marrying other prominent families in the area, and the last name fizzled out.
You couldn't find where it went.
No.
Okay.
Interesting enough, and they'll never come forward. I'll never be able to interview them. I've spoken to them personally. In my hometown, I have spoken to the bastard family of Edward.
You have to admire Johnny's commitment to the word bastard. Like he's straight out of Game of Thrones.
That one of the daughters that ended up surviving rescued 3 of the bastard children. One of them was just a baby, and 2 of them were little girls, and they escaped. And she was able to get them out of the house before they were sacrificed. And that bastard family is still around in my village. And what's insane is I'm wearing a shirt the shirt says "I'm a stupid stoner" because Edward calls me a stupid stoner at the building.
Stupid stoner.
Edward, come on, man. Can't we hug it out or something?
Okay. And so the shirt says, it's got a big pot leaf on it, and it says, "I'm a stupid stoner," or "John's a stupid stoner." Edward. I'm at the bar. There's an older woman at the bar in her 60s. She sees the shirt and she looks at me and she goes, "What do you know of that man?" And I straight up was like, "You might sound what I'm about to say crazy, but," and I explained everything. She burst into tears. And then she goes, "My family has held on to these secrets for decades. We know all about this. Nobody believed us. This is where we come from." And I'm like, "No, I believe you." I was like, "I believe you."
All right, I'm going to take a quick second here.
Okay.
See the stupid stoner shirt, and I see that you are missing a tooth, and you look like a homeless crackhead right now. Please tell me what is going on with that tooth, because, what did you do to yourself?
So listen, I've been doing construction for years, and I was working at this very haunted building where Edward is.
Agreed.
And I am on a ladder, and I needed a pair of channel locks to loosen up a lug nut that was keeping a fixture held up. And somehow, some way, those pliers slipped and whacked me right in the mouth and just destroyed the tooth.
Has anybody ever yelled at you out in the cemetery? They look at this guy missing a tooth, walking around with a stoner shirt. I mean, is it like what's keeping somebody from like calling the cops thinking you're a grave robber?
One big thing, because I don't know if you know this, I actually do a lot of work in cemeteries. Like I take over abandoned cemeteries. I have a certain etiquette in cemeteries that I follow. When it comes to cemeteries that are you drinking blood?
No, bro, that's funny. No,
Again.
it's my iced
I'd love to
coffee,
be
dude.
like, yo, my uncle's a
Yeah,
vampire.
yeah.
Yeah,
No,
so
this is my go-to grande iced coffee, black.
nice. I have a certain etiquette in a cemetery. And for example, I don't do any work in this cemetery other than cleaning stones. I clean a lot of headstones here. I have a great relationship with management. So before I go into a cemetery, I contact whoever's running the cemetery, find out the details, what's allowed, what's not allowed, XYZ, dot all my I's, cross my T's, and I stick to the old sections of these cemeteries. So anybody that comes here and visits, they're not family of any of these people. And if they are, they're like far away descendants. And I have full permission to be here.
Got it.
So, but I do every now and then come across crazy people. One woman was stalking me and she ended up running over 2 graves and she ended up getting kicked out of the cemetery.
All right, let's talk about Edward. Now you're sitting close to his grave, I assume.
Yep, let me turn this around real quick.
Okay. That's the tall one?
The tall one is just a grave marker.
Yeah.
That just tells us who's buried in the family plot. It's Edward, his wife, and a couple of his children. His actual grave is this small grave that says father.
Does that say mother and father?
Yes. One,
It's a little blurry right now, but
one
yeah.
says father, one says mother.
Got it. And then there's a bigger monument behind it that's supposed to be his family plot in this. And yeah, it is a very sporadic looking cemetery. You're right. It does not look like there is any uniformity to where these graves are buried. It was just like first come, first serve.
Yeah.
Yes.
So for example, I'll also sometimes, I don't know if you can see it, I'll also sometimes plant flowers. That's a grave I cleaned right over there named William. Nice guy.
Nice guy. Hey, let's get into Edward, man. And let's figure out how we try to connect Edward here to when we do another session in your basement and try to see and talk to that Edward there. So, all right. So how do you know it was Edward? And why do you think the child version is here?
This is my 4th time here documenting this plot and coming across this child version of Edward. The reason why I think the child version of him is here is because his mother is here, not his father. He had a really bad relationship with his father.
I just heard uncle. Do we think this thing knows I'm here?
The family plot.
Now, why do you think that? Why do you think it's because of the mother?
So,
Who are you?
It just asked, who are you? This thing is definitely trying to talk to me, and I am not ready to engage with the
during
ghost.
the session I just did on TikTok, we heard the name Mary come through quite a bit. And there's a couple Marys buried here because it's a family name. However, the child version of Edward is also coming through. So I believe that the mother is here. So these splintered memories, these quantum memories connect, and
Not
we're
likely.
able to.
It's weird that I just heard not
child
likely,
version of
because I have a
Edward
few questions
through the
about the
mother
logic
being
of all of
buried.
this, but I'm gonna wait until we get more, what should we call it? Ghost data? I guess ghost data, until I talk to Johnny about all this. What did the child do to identify himself to you that you know it's him? Like, how did you?
Yeah, so he's already told us his name. He said, "My name is Edward." He said, "My mother calls me Ed." And he's speaking about his father in great lengths. I guarantee while we do this session, he's going to bring up his father a lot. So this child version of Edward has a lot of resentment. Now, you know what? I can't even call it resentment. It's more like a lack of understanding about why his father is so mean. He keeps bringing it up. My father is a bad man. My father's so mean. So I think that's what led him to become the monster financially and humanely that he ended up becoming.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
I'm coming.
According to the spirits.
According to the spirits. What? Okay, man, let's get him. Try to get him. Call him out, dude.
Edward. Edward, if you are here, can you please tell me your name?
She told me.
What did she tell you? Is there someone here telling you not to speak?
Stop it.
Something's going on.
He told me.
Something's going on. Edward, tell me about your father. Don't hold back.
Happy.
You're happy? Why are you happy?
Maybe he's happy he's dead.
Maybe. Edward.
It's what we want.
Who's we? Is that you and your mother?
Trip.
Dude, look at my arm right now. I don't know if you can see it. I just
What, you
got
getting
chills from the.
goosebumps?
Yeah.
Getting chills? Edward, I want you to talk to me about your father. Tell me how he treated you. Don't be scared and don't be shy and don't listen to any other spirit right now. I want you to listen to me and the sound of my voice. Tell me about your dad.
Not.
Okay?
Leave it.
You want me to leave it alone? How about this, Edward? Why don't you tell me about your mother instead? What's funny is he didn't come through for 40 minutes while I was on TikTok. It was just a bunch of other random spirits. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I was explaining to somebody what I know about the child version. And then right when I said, oh, yeah, he didn't like his dad, bam, he just started going on about his dad. Edward, do you remember what you said to me the last time I was here about us being friends?
How John visits me.
I mean, come on, dude. Come on.
Yes, I do. I do visit you. Edward, who are you talking to? He's talking to somebody else. He's not talking to us. Because he just said, John visits me. So what I think's going on, I think there's another spirit here trying to tell him not to speak. That's what we were hearing before. And right now, the evidence of that is he just said,
Evil.
Evil. Is there something evil here? Edward, let's talk about that. What's trying to stop you from speaking?
She won't leave.
She won't leave. It's a she? Interesting. And that happens a lot while I'm doing this. I have spirits that bother other spirits, almost like a jealousy thing. Like, oh, how come, he wants to talk to you and not me?
I want everyone to know that I'm watching you right now. You're on camera. I can see your hands. They do legitimately feel like you're answering your questions. But like on the TikTok, you're not always on camera. And I could see why people might.
Oh, I get that all the time. I get people that are constantly like, oh, you're pressing buttons. Oh, that's a recording, and it's just I have a great community and they know how I operate. There's that level of trust. And they know that sometimes I'm such a
What
space
is happening?
Edward, right now what's happening is I'm talking to my uncle. Edward, I want you to tell me about your parents.
Pain.
You're in pain. I know you are. I want you to introduce yourself
Hair.
and then tell me about your parents. It would be doing me a great favor if you can introduce yourself and then tell me about your parents.
Satanic.
Satanic? Earlier in the TikTok live, he was describing his father as Satan.
Where are you?
Where am I? I am right by your mommy's grave. Edward, can you please introduce yourself and tell me about your parents?
I don't want to talk over. I'm trying to talk low.
That's my issue on TikTok.
Night.
Edward, I know it's hard, and I know you got a lot of other spirits talking.
Between. That sounds like a different voice.
Yeah.
Do they sometimes sound different through the app?
Inside.
It all depends on which app I'm using.
Got
Vox, Vox scans through radio waves. The spirits manipulate the radio waves via the magnometer. Think of it as the butterfly effect. A butterfly flutters and it causes a tornado. I don't know if you've ever heard about that.
Sure.
But
sure. I actually do know what the butterfly effect is, but I'm not sure how chaos theory, a small action leading to a vastly different outcome, applies to an iPhone app.
But with GhostTube, it's different.
Talk.
All right, we'll get back to you, Edward. We'll talk to you. Edward, I need you to tell me your full name.
Hello.
And tell me about your parents.
Sister.
You did have a sister. You did have an older sister. Would you like to talk about her?
Locket.
You had a locket of hers.
Off of me.
It was for me. You hear that? He's talking about his sister passed away when he was young.
I can hear you.
Good. I'm glad you can hear me. I'm talking to my uncle right now, Edward. That's why it seems like I'm talking to somebody else. It's crazy, right? Edward, let's talk more about your family life.
I'm like looking over your shoulder, making sure no one sneaks up behind you with like an axe or something.
Satanic.
They were freaking.
Please leave.
That sounded like satanic.
Yeah.
Please leave.
That's exactly what that was. So there's something. So interesting enough, a lot of spirits, when they're negative and angry or sad, they look different to other spirits because of the vibrational frequency. There's something here, which, you know, I suspected that looks to be evil. And a child might be like, oh, that's satanic, that's evil, which we both heard both those words. That doesn't necessarily mean it's demonic, you know, or an entity from a hell-like dimension or anything like that. Because technically, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in heaven and hell. I don't believe in your pitchfork and all and your sky daddy and all that. But
Later.
these spirits do. So we have to go by their lingo. If they see something that they don't understand, they're going to be like, "Oh shit."
Total side point. Did I ever tell you how the Church of Satan wanted me to join?
No.
Because we used to like a lot of the same stuff on Twitter. And someone reached out and asked me to join. And I said, I will not join any organized religion. And they responded with admiration, saying, that was the most satanic response ever.
Yes. Yeah. Well, so that's
Satanic.
satanic. They just said satanic again. Well, you know what's interesting? They don't even believe in Satan. They're all atheists. You know, which is very interesting. It's not when people hear the Church of Satan, they're like, "Oh my God, the devil and this, that, and the other." No, it's not. The imagery is just there as an example.
Grandfather.
You know, as that's all it is. It's actually really interesting. And hey, they're not wrong with their commandments. I'm sorry, but
The pillars?
yeah,
no,
yeah.
They got some good ones,
They
dude.
got good ones, man. That's how I live my life. You know,
What year is it?
What year is it? It's 2024. Let's see if we can. Edward.
Open it.
Edward, listen. I'm going to try to change my voice up a little bit, frequency and all that fun stuff. Edward, I want you to remember your parents and speak about them.
Silly.
Silly? Why is it silly?
Not.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he doesn't want to talk about them now. It's interesting, right?
We should also give him some of our secrets
Satanic.
to test if this is connected to the other Edward.
According to my theory, technically, these two spirits shouldn't be connected.
Yeah, here's what I think. Tell him this, Johnny. Tell this Edward the first girl that you tricked into taking your virginity.
Well, technically, I was tricked because she was 15 and I was 13. Or not, you know. Her name was Catherine. Edward.
So now he'll know. Now he'll know that, and we'll ask the other one that.
The other Edward's gonna turn around and is gonna tell me to shut up that I'm a virgin.
Oh, that'll be great.
Leave.
Leave. We don't mean to offend you, Edward. We're not trying to be mean. We're not trying to be mean.
What else can we tell this version to see if it comes over? We'll see how many.
I've got one.
John visits me.
It just said John visits me. Yep. I definitely visit you. Edward. This man that I'm speaking to, that you can hear, this is my Uncle Gary. Okay?
I hate my dad.
Holy shit.
Well, this is my uncle. This isn't my father. This is my uncle. All right? This is my Uncle Gary. So you know for the next time.
Stroke.
Okay? All right, Edward? So now, when we talk to the other Edward,
see if he knows my name.
We're going to see if he knows your name, but we're going to say you're my brother.
His idea is definitely smarter than my virginity
we're gonna
bit.
See if he goes, oh yeah, you know, that's your brother. You know what I'm saying? If he goes and says, no, that's your uncle, then we know there's a connection between the two.
He knows you're lying to him.
He knows I'm lying to him. So listen, I gotta go.
Johnny, this was great. This was a solid session. The first step in proving this theory. Look, I don't want to hold you up. I know you got to go. I love you, bud. Next week, we will talk to the older Edward.
Yes.
And you're not going to want to miss next week because Edward has a lot to say.
Big loser you are.
Oh my God. You're a big f***ing loser, Edward. You're a big f***ing loser.
Thanks for listening to Splintered Spirits with me, Gary, and my nephew, Johnny. You can find Johnny streaming live on TikTok at Santa Paranormal. Come back next week to hear more of the conversation. I'm gonna push this button, John.
Push it.
I'm gonna push it.
Push it.
John, I'm gonna push this button.
He's gonna push this button.
I'm pushing this button.
He's pushing it.
Welcome to Splintered Spirits, a podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew Johnny from At Santa Paranormal, where we try to prove his theory that ghosts are the fractured memories of the living. This step's a bit different. Johnny and I get on the offensive. We head back to the fireplace room to hit the spirits with direct questions and even threats. That's right, we brought weapons. All right, look, we brought some magnets to see if we can kill a ghost. It gets a little weird. It's ridiculous, it's fun, and we get more ghost talking than ever. Let's dive into the conversation. Johnny, we're in the fireplace basement here where the haunted Edward lives. What the hell am I looking at that's flashing over there like a 1920s disco ball radio? What is this?
So this is a spirit box that I made called the Elmont. It's named after what Edward called his property.
Can we lower it a little, the volume of it, or is that as loud? It's one.
No, that's
volume.
yeah. That's
all right. So the Elmont.
The Elmont, and originally Edward called his entire property this estate, the estate that he owned up the road that's no longer there, and a couple of blocks going, down towards downtown Portchester. It was all his property, and he called it the Elmont. So to piss Edward off, because he's always pissing me off, I made a spirit box and I named it.
Are you a friend?
The Elmont.
So it looks like something that an old-timey family would have sat around to listen to War of the Worlds.
Yes.
Now, how did you made this?
I made this.
How did you make this? What are these lights and what's going on in there?
So basically, it's dual function. It runs off a Bluetooth speaker with an app, and it also runs off a radio and a tone generator.
What app is it pulling? Its
right now, it's using Spiritus.
Okay, so it's a whole different. There's a whole different spirit talker.
Yes, a whole different app.
And it still works for Edward.
So
these ghosts come through here no matter what.
No matter what I use, it doesn't make a difference. So.
All right.
No matter what I use, it does not make a difference. They will come through.
Well, I'm hoping we're down here today because I'm hoping I want Edward. I don't care about Edward anymore. I want to know why Edward cares so much about you.
Yes.
So what? Let's try to get him, and let's see why he picks on you so much.
Well, I just heard get out of here. One of the things I think is that he was a very materialistic person when he was alive. He was a big money player. He was all about his property. He was all about his wealth. And the fact that this at one point was his home. And now there's people living in it. And on top of that, I walk around here like I own the place. Hi, Spirit. Another Spirit just said, hey, John, hi.
I heard that.
Yeah. I think that's a big part of it. I think that's actually the biggest part of it, in particular.
Why do any of the tenants ever complain about Edward or any spirits?
They will complain about certain things happening in their apartment, but they won't complain about Edward specifically.
Edward, I want you to come on out, boy.
Edward.
You can hear us. We don't need to yell, right? Do we really need to yell your name? You're here.
Yeah. Well, why do I say it? I say it like kind of like with authority, almost like, hey,
Yeah, okay.
we're not going anywhere. Speak to us. And it's weird with Edward too because he really doesn't like it when I make money.
Yeah.
That's like the main thing with him. He just doesn't like it.
Yeah.
In this scenario, it's a little different because we're not live. There's no. So who knows what he's gonna say? The most I can do to antagonize him, if you will,
Sure,
is maybe speak about his wife and his children. His children hated him.
Yeah.
I
can see why.
Yeah.
Why do you, Edward? What is it about Johnny? Johnny's here. Tell me about Johnny. Why do you pick on Johnny? Is he the man you never were?
I'm not sure.
That sounds like him. That sounds like the voice.
Him. Yeah.
You're not sure? What is it about John? That sounds like they're talking backwards, like if you're turning the Beatles album backwards.
Yeah.
Can we feel you? Is that what you just said?
Yeah. I can't feel you, nor would I want to, though.
Are you in love with John?
This is going to start pissing him off. That's great.
Why are you so obsessed with John?
Edward, why do you care so much about me?
We can hear you. What do you hear about him? How do you see him?
What happened?
We're trying to figure out about you. Your side of this. How do you see us? How do you hear us?
Is John's magnetic field just create some sort of animal magnetism for you that you need to be around him? Do you like little boys?
That was funny. Edward, why don't you talk about the children? You love children.
Is this where it all started on a regular basis for you?
Yeah.
The streams?
Yeah. Yeah. It was here.
Was that strong?
Yeah. It was here. It was
It's warm.
It's warm. Yeah, the main three spots that I would stream when I first started was in here, outside in the field, and in the abandoned side of the building. Fortunately, the abandoned side's like too dangerous to go in now. Yeah, like if we get pushed and we fall and get sliced open, we're gonna get an infection or something. Like it's disgusting in there.
Oh, I see.
Breathing wise, you can't breathe in there anymore.
Oh, that seems unsafe.
Yeah, very unsafe. Very unsafe. Very bad. So.
And how long were you doing it when you first heard Edward?
So it was funny when I first heard Edward was before, it was when like these apps first started coming out and they weren't that like highly involved.
Mm-hmm.
And I noticed that it was all the same voice. There was no dynamic settings, no random settings, nothing. It was all just one monotone voice, and he would come through, and I noticed that like, wait a minute, like this spirit keeps saying the same thing over and over, and he would even say, "My name is Edward." It would be a female voice though, because there was only one voice that it could use, and very limited. But then I realized it was the same spirit coming through. He would talk about sacrifices, children, people giving me gifts, things like that. And I was like, oh, this is the same spirit going on and on and on.
Edward, I flew all the way out here to come to a place that I don't want to be in with ghosts to hear why you are obsessed with my nephew. You know I'm his uncle. You said it a couple weeks ago.
Are there any other spirits in here that know why Edward is obsessed?
There.
You do? No, we're not leaving. I'd like to know why Edward is obsessed with me. I should know that. She said you should know that.
Maybe, do you think ghosts can see through clothes? Maybe he likes the way you look naked.
Maybe. It's a possibility. You compare yourself to me and your inadequacies?
Do you like naked boys?
Later this evening.
Well, I bet later this evening.
It's business time.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Here on Pedophile Ghosts. How would you catch this predator?
I don't know. How would you catch this predator?
How do you catch this predator?
I know. I'm like pushing. Yeah, I'm pushing on the sexuality buttons to see if it sets him off.
Talk about his wife.
Was his wife a pig?
No, his wife would hit on me sometimes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she'd come through and hit on me, and then I'd use that against Edward.
Edward, does your wife like bears? I feel like your wife must have been a bear. Were you like a frail man, and this is why your wife wants a big bear?
A real man?
Big bear of a man? It is big boy season. This is when girls cuddle up on a big bear to stay warm in the wintertime.
It's true. Body warmth.
Make a noise.
You want us to make a noise? How about you making noise? Why don't you go fix that elevator for me so I don't have to listen to clink and clank?
Dude.
Tuned. Just heard another spirit say Eddie. How many spirits are in here right now? 6? Sound like 6.
Sound like 6 to me, too.
Yeah. And out of the 6 spirits, how many of them know Edward personally?
Or spiritually.
Yeah.
Come closer.
How much closer can I
wow,
get?
It just said something. Just said itself. Something just came through and said itself. Nasty ass spirits. Is Edward making you miserable? Just heard, hey John. Another one came through.
Guys, this is your forum. This is your chance to be heard. We want to know why you are in love with John. Why are you attracted to him? What is it? Is John a medium?
Not.
Not what?
Spirits, do you like my energy?
Killed? It reminds me a lot of Poltergeist 2. And they were going after the girl because they got a taste of her little energy, like her energy, and they wanted to get her again. Remember that stupid, shitty sequel? But it was like, they were after her again. They sucked at the old man, who was the preacher. He was walking around clapping.
Yep.
And they grabbed her again.
That movie had great visuals.
Yeah.
But horrible plot.
Yeah.
Like that's the one with the worm, right? He drinks the tequila worm, and then the thing comes out, dude. And then the thing with the tree. That's all part 2.
That's part 2.
Yeah.
But he was a creepy old man.
Yep.
He was like the Jonestown guy. He killed his followers, and then he was like a giant worm beast in the ether sphere, and the whole family went in this time to get her out.
Get her out. Yep.
Is that what John is to you? Is he like the energy of a young girl? Does he have virgin energy? BVE?
BVE.
That sounded like not a virgin.
Cute.
Sounded like cute.
It sounded like he said cute.
You think he's cute? He is very handsome. He's got mad riz.
I got that spiritual riz, yo.
He does have that spiritual riz. The gift of gab, as they say.
Even the ferryman lets me go for free. Spirits, can you sense my energy?
Johnny, hand me that box right there. That's that I put next to the radio. I want to hold it up and tell him what it is. Guys, do you know what this is? Is anybody? Are you that smart, or do I have to explain it?
Probably have to explain to him. It's technology.
So, this is what's called the degaussing wand. And what it does is it demagnetizes anything that is magnetized. And you plug it in, and you wave it around something, and it pretty much flattens it if it has any magnetic energy. In a sense, this can kill you.
Oh shit. Something just said, oh shit. That's funny.
So, I have the ability here, if I plug this in, and push this button on the side, and for anybody, I'm holding this, it's a green degaussing one. I bought it on Amazon for like $16. It's pretty cheap.
Yeah,
But whatever, it says it should work. It should certainly work on ghosts.
Yeah.
I want some answers, or I'm gonna start killing ghosts up in this bitch.
We're gonna start flatlining you,
We're gonna start flatlining ghosts. I'm holding the plug. I'm holding the stick.
We want a name. We want the strongest one amongst you. I just heard Robert. And Robert, if you're here, how old are you?
Robert, I'm gonna degauss that ass.
Robert, how old are you?
Play.
This ain't play. If we had video, if we had what?
Just said something about us not being nice.
No, we're not being nice now. We're playing hard.
Yeah.
I'm being bad cop.
Nah.
I don't like ghosts, and this is how I cannot be afraid.
Spirits, that looks like a green dildo.
It's a
that has the ability to kill you.
They call it a degausser. I'm gonna call it a deghoster.
Yeah. Anally. Help us.
That was like help us, right?
Yeah. Edward, I want to try it on you.
Is that a plug right there, Johnny?
Yes,
I can plug it in right there.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Right there on the switch.
Guys, I'm gonna plug this into the wall right now. Do you see me doing it? Do you see me getting up? I'm gonna push this button, John.
Push it.
I'm gonna push it.
Push it.
John, I'm gonna push this button.
He's gonna push this button.
I'm pushing this button.
He's pushing it.
I don't even know if it's on.
Now.
I'm gonna wave it. I'm waving it. I'm holding the button and waving it. I'm walking around this basement with a cheap-ass magnet trying to kill ghosts.
No, you're not.
I just did it.
Wow, Spirit straight up just said, no, you're not. I wish they could see you waving this thing around right now like Harry Potter. There.
I'm gonna bring this close. Where do you think they're standing, John?
Oh, that's a great question. That I don't know.
This evening.
What? What did he say?
He said later this evening. Keep saying later this evening.
Later this evening? What are you gonna do? Oh. Ooh.
Is it going off?
I feel it vibrating right here.
You really?
Yeah, right here. When I touch this, it vibrates.
Wait a minute, hold on. So that when you know that's working when it starts to vibrate.
Right here, it's vibrating.
That's weird because that's concrete.
Well, it's got to be a rebar in it.
Yeah, but I mean.
Oop. It came unplugged, but it was vibrating right there.
Yeah, that's wild.
There's another plug over here. I'm gonna go do this.
Yeah, do it over here.
I'm gonna plug it in again, boys.
But let's see if we can get it.
Did he just say this is war?
Is it vibrating again over there?
Yeah, it vibrates against here.
All right, so that we could debunk that. That's probably
Close to meddling.
It goes off, which makes sense.
I'm probably ruining everybody's cable in your entire.
Yeah, it's all right.
Let me grab my mic. I cannot stress how ridiculous this is and how ridiculous I look. All right, so I'm just gonna wave it in the air like I just don't care, because we don't know where the ghost is. But if there's a ghost, did I kill any ghosts? How many ghosts are there now? Ghosts, how many of you are there now?
Yeah, it's funny. I literally just heard killing us.
No, you didn't.
I shit you not.
I
bet you if you go back and you listen to this, you'll hear it. It said killing us.
Does it hurt?
Are there any spirits that are in pain right now?
Does this make you feel weak? I'm degaussing you. You're getting degaussed. Don't touch my nether regions.
Did they just say?
I'm just going to keep you away from there and from any anal probing.
Oh, yeah, you don't want them going up the booty hole.
Better safe than sorry.
That's clench central right there.
That might be some sort of electrical line. All right. Oh, it's warm.
Is it?
Yeah. It might be warm because it's cheap as
Let me see it.
Take a look at that. Threaten them. You're going to keep that here because we're going to threaten them again with that.
Okay.
How many ghosts are there now? How many ghosts are here?
Wow, this is definitely something you do not want to leave on for a long time. That got hot.
Feel it, right?
Yeah. Wow. Now, did any spirits feel anything? Because I don't think that would be powerful enough to really do anything. However, theoretically, if it could take out a spirit, it would definitely bother them.
I would like to think so.
So that's what we need to ask. Were there any spirits who were bothered in the past 2 minutes?
David.
Just heard no. So none of the spirits whatsoever were bothered by the device that Gary held in his hand. I just heard something about the podcast.
Do you just see, what do you see? Do you see us or do you see energy?
I see you.
That said I see you, right?
Straight up, it said I see you. I see you. You're getting multiple answers. Multiple spirits are responding to that question.
But why John? That sounds like he listens to me?
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
But why do you think he listens? How do you know he listens? Is John a medium?
Actually getting some really good responses out of this.
Do you think John's a medium?
Spirits, do you think I have a special ability to speak to you? I'd like a nice, clear answer. Nice, loud, and clear. It's a lot of them coming through.
Why do you like this basement so much?
I just heard portal. Said something about feeling something.
Yeah.
Priest.
Why? Where? There's a portal to this basement? Some dimensional portal?
Spirits, is there a portal here? And if there is a portal, what do you call it?
Did one of you just fart?
No. What is the name of the portal that's here? Did I ever tell you about the gay spirit at the cemetery?
Really gay spirit?
Yeah,
How did you know he was gay?
His name was David.
How
He
so?
straight up hit on me. He would just be like, "Oh, I find you attractive. Thank you for coming to visit me. You know, are you single? You know, we can't talk about this in public, things like that." And I'd be like, "Yo, David," I'd be like, "It's 2023. It was 2023 at the time. I'd be like, "It's 2023, bro. Let it out. I ain't gonna be the one to tell you you can't be gay."
Right.
I'd be like, "Yo, you hit on me all you want. You're not offending me. As long as you don't touch my balls, we're good." You know, straight up, that's exactly.
I don't
what
think
I
it's.
said.
I don't think it's gay if a ghost touched your balls. Is
No,
it?
is it? It's not.
I don't know.
No, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's a gray area. It's a gray area. You know,
like, is there? I don't know. Is there a sex associated to a ghost?
You would think they would lose it. Well, at least they lose the physical aspect of it.
I don't know if it's gay to get a handy from a ghost. Edward, tell me about this secret club I keep hearing so much about. I came out here to hear some real shit.
Edward, talk about your people and the children. Don't be shy about it.
And John. Why is John your go-to?
I heard don't.
I heard get out. Your club sucks.
You molest children.
Your wife was a whore.
Yes. Your family hated you.
I'm listening.
And your daddy hated you. How does that make you feel, Eddie boy? Cupcake? Mr. Micro?
Have you ever called someone down here to have like an exorcism?
Wait, what happened?
Have you ever gone to an exorcism or discussed that with anyone?
Oh, like
a legit exorcism.
Like a legit exorcism?
Yeah.
I've seen one. I've seen one done to a place. And it was interesting because literally the following week everything just came right back.
Mm-hmm.
So
I wonder what qualifies. I should look up what qualifies for them, a priest, to come out and perform an exorcism. I can't imagine you could just call them and say, "Hey."
No, they would want to. It depends on what church you go through too. Like the Catholic Church are the hardest to get actually somebody to come out and do an exorcism.
What's the cheapest church for exorcisms?
Probably one of those like
Voodoo or some shit.
Yeah, definitely. Or like one of those churches that are just starting out and they're starving for, parishioners and all that. You can probably get one, be like, hey, I have this issue.
Some low rent religion.
Yeah. They exist.
Or do they just come out and burn sage that they bought at,
that's
Food Emporium?
That's more of like New Age. And burning sage is the worst thing you can do ever, because the actual Native American purpose for burning sage was to invite energy, not expel it.
But I thought it was good energy.
Well, regardless, you're still inviting energy, and if you get an entity that doesn't give a fuck what kind of energy you're giving it, it'll just kill you with a smile on its face.
What do you guys think about sage? I'm sure he burns a lot of weed down here, but how much sage?
I am scared.
Of what?
The weed or the sage?
Here's what I think, guys. I think Johnny is a medium, and I think you're obsessed with him, and I think you are
touchy.
And I think you're using him to get through for some reason. Why do you and all your friends want him to use him to get through? There's a lot of people in this building. Why do you use John?
Wow, I just heard I don't use John. That female straight up said I don't use John.
Who do you use? This one's funny, man. You get a lot of people talking over each other.
Yeah, a lot. And you go to other spots, that doesn't happen like that. Like, you can go to other spots where they're just quieter. They just said something about me smoking weed. They just said something about smoking weed with him. Not yet. Later tonight. Edward, I have one question for you. One question. If I brought you a small child, what would you do with it?
If you're new to Splintered Spirits, John thinks that this particular ghost, Edward, was a cult leader, a murderer, and a sacrificer of children.
Wow. You shouldn't leave it alone with him. Is what that female said.
Bedroom.
Bedroom, of course.
And what's your favorite flavor? Vanilla, chocolate, or caramel? In a child.
Laughing.
Oh yeah, you find it funny? How did you sacrifice the children?
Who's the girl here? What's your name?
Yeah, you hear her coming through strong, right? He likes boys. Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Is that Epstein with you? Epstein with you?
Making noise.
I'm making noise.
That elevator isn't noisy enough for you? I'd like the name of the female spirit that's speaking.
Dude, say something like with authority, like by the power of Grayskull, or something that sort of makes it feel like, shows them that you can pull in the juice from a medium. Like really concentrate on going to the other dimension.
I don't even know how I'd do that. Should I just like...
I don't know, roll your eyes back in your head, go into a trance, start jerking off.
Undertaker. You know?
Put a belt around your neck, maybe?
Yeah. Hold on, let me go get my codpiece. You know? All right, hold on. I'll say it with some authority. I would like to speak to the female spirit that is coming through. What is your name?
Give it back.
What is your name?
Jason.
James?
I'd like to speak to the female.
When do you ever tell in all the people in all the spirits you've spoken to, is there ever a distinction in terms of time, location, manner that you get response faster, less than? Like, what is there any tells in a spirit that makes you know, like,
yes.
I'm gonna get
some
action?
It's the I call it like the 2 or 3 question response. So for example, spirit, what's your name? They give me their name. Spirit, how old were you? They give me an age. And then after that, then I have a high chance of knowing that spirit is going to continue the conversation.
And
tell me how they died. They tell me how they lived. They'll tell me.
Have you tracked how you're feeling on those days when you make those connections, or you noticed?
Yeah. I'm in a great mood. I'm in the mood to do it and speak to spirits and be out there and be.
Is there anything different about your routine? You should start keeping a journal of your routine.
Of how I am.
Yeah.
And
like everything. Like, here's what I ate today.
Well, I'll tell you
I took a bowel movement.
Getting into all that. You talk about food. After I eat, I'm always sluggish and I'm always more like not involved. Not involved. Like we just ate, right? We just went out to dinner. And like, I'm here, I'm cool, I'm interactive, but like if we didn't eat and I didn't, I'd be more
hangry.
Not hangry, like, because I'm gonna eat if I'm hungry.
Sure.
But like, no, like it's just not as sluggish.
And you think so? There's something about you being sluggish that might pull back from the connectivity.
Distracted, sluggishness, and emotion.
You ever meditate?
Yeah.
Like transcendent, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Meditation. Why?
Well, I actually originally did it to see if I can increase the energy within myself. So going back to the whole magnetic field thing, basically using the blood platelets in the negative positive charge, your blood platelets to increase the energy. And like it's like the whole. It's funny because like things like Dragon Ball and other like things that focus energy and whatnot. Do it to great exacerbated examples, but the reality is if you sit there and you concentrate, and you try to put some sort of force in between your hands, you can do it to where it feels almost like it's, you know, like pulsing.
Well, that's
yeah.
Have you ever done a session after a meditation?
No, it's usually
What up, homeboy?
It's usually afterwards. And I'll tell you this, if I'm not rushed, like let's say like I'm rushing to do a session, you know, like alive, if I'm rushed, I am like not in the mental state I should be to be doing this. But if I'm relaxed, where, you know, I got to relax a little bit, you know, do everything I had to do, I was able to sit down and just chill before. No, I don't want to fight spirit. No, thank you.
Dude, you come across as like every superhero origin story, but by the end of the movie, you have learned how to hone your craft. Remember the Incredibles, and she couldn't do the shield around the family?
Yeah,
that's you. You're like that, and then all of a sudden, when
she's pretty hot too.
That was the daughter, weirdo.
Oh, I thought it was the mother.
No. Like she was. She put the invisible shield around her.
Sorry, I was just thinking of the mother's hips.
It's a stereotypical. It's a trope. It's a superhero trope. You know, where this idea of they haven't reached their full potential as a hero until this certain point, and then all of a sudden
they reach it.
Kaboom.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the kind of medium you are, where you've just been dicking around on the surface here, having some fun, but you've never really done. I heard sacrifice. You haven't really done. I got to work this muscle out, where I need to get in the empty head space, then do it, and then strengthen it to the point where I'm not sluggish, I'm in the mood, I'm in the zone, I'm open, the mind's open, the energy's flowing.
Let's do it.
I sucked on a battery and now I'm ready to go.
I sucked out a battery.
I don't know. I mean, I think we got to try it.
Maybe, yeah, I could try it.
I think you got to try it. When, just try it before your next session. Let me know when that is.
No.
Your next live.
We got more other spirits responding than we do Edward. Which is pretty interesting.
I can tell you honestly, I feel nothing in here. Whereas Kathy felt she was worried about it being cold, and then like the ceiling was falling in on her, and you're like this jello thing with the vibe. I don't have that. I don't have that connection.
You don't feel anything. You don't feel.
Do you want to play?
Play what?
Jacqueline.
Who, Jacqueline?
Said Jacqueline.
Who's Jacqueline?
How many female spirits are here right now that can hear the sound of my voice? Say something about sisters?
It's hard to make out.
Yeah. Inaudible usually produces audio pareidolia, where you think you hear something, but it's not really. It's just the sounds of it.
That was a big 25-cent word. I'm going to have to look that up. I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, a lot of people.
What'd you call
pareidolia? That? So there's the main pareidolia is mainly visual, but I've kind of tweaked it a bit, and I also say there's audio pareidolia. So pareidolia in itself is just simply you looking up at the clouds. A cloud goes by. It looks like a bunny to you. It looks like a dinosaur to somebody else.
I see.
Okay.
Like a Rorschach.
Yes. It's your brain taking patterns and making images out of it.
What happened to me?
So those images really aren't there. You know, it's the same thing with audio pareidolia. Your brain is taking the syllables and sound it's hearing and creating words, but the words really aren't there.
Gotcha.
So if you couldn't understand it, that's why I asked you. You know, there's a double check for me. Oh, you couldn't understand it. Well, then guess what?
He is 100% correct.
Oh, this thing's pretty interesting, though, right?
Yeah.
Spirits, what do you think about the Elmont? Why? I'm just curious if you like it or not.
Why is he here?
I'm here to get some answers.
Yes. Yelling, yes. Spirits, can you say hello to him?
Nexus will be mine.
That said, Nexus will be mine.
That's the portal.
As clearly as clear. What a weird thing to say.
That's the Nexus. That's the portal.
Nexus will be mine.
Yeah. So another spirit must have said something about the Nexus to him. We couldn't hear it because he wasn't talking to us.
That is such a weird, specific story and thing that comes up.
Yeah.
Do you ever hear any other spirits in the word Nexus in other locations?
No.
No, that's what I'm saying. In other locations, when you're in cemeteries,
Nope.
In this location, you hear this story of the Nexus.
Except that they will sometimes refer to me as the Nexus Keeper.
In other locations?
Well, they'll be like, oh, we can sense this on you. You must be the keeper.
You got the stank of Nexus on you?
Yeah, basically, I got the stanky.
You got Nexus stank?
Yeah, I got the Nexus stank, which I can't stand because I could give two shits about the Nexus.
Leave.
Then leave.
Like at the end of the day, I really could care less about it. Like I don't want anybody that has any connection to that Nexus ends up in the worst dire straits ever. I refuse to be like Edward.
Do you think it's like Zool? Like the gatekeeper?
It might be.
There is no Dana, only Zool.
Yeah.
I am the keymaster and the gatekeeper.
Yeah.
And if you're the gatekeeper to the Nexus,
yeah.
You know what that means? That means the keymaster's going to come in one day and
you
guys are going to have to bang it out and open the door.
Open the portal. Well, you know what's funny? It sometimes it says, and it speaks about a key. Sometimes it'll say Nexus is the key. Things like that.
Is Johnny the gatekeeper or the keymaster? Guys, I'm a professional. I've seen Ghostbusters like 100 times, so I know what I'm doing. Is Johnny the gatekeeper or the keymaster? I said no.
You asked your is what that just said. Spirits, tell us about the Nexus portal.
Why is John the keeper of the Nexus?
I'm trying.
Usually when we ask that question, we get things like protection, protector, things like that. It's a responsibility. I want absolutely nothing to do with.
Sounds a little nerdy.
Yeah. I definitely didn't ask for it either.
Is Johnny the gatekeeper of the Nexus?
Ask him where it is.
Where's the Nexus?
Wow, I just heard John will help us.
Where's the Nexus? I'm waiting for it to freak me out by all of a sudden you hear 6 voices or harmony just answer one word all at the same time.
Yeah.
If that happened, dude.
Which does happen.
Dude, I would get up. Like, I got chills even thinking about it. If that happens, packing all my shit, and I'm out of this room.
I got a really cool...
Like, if you just sort of like, yes, and all the dynamics.
I've got a really cool video out in the fields of me asking questions, and then all of a sudden, like, literally the spirit box just goes quiet. And then they all answer at the same time with a phrase too. It wasn't like one word. It was like, it sounded like 30 people speaking at once.
Yeah.
And I was like, hold on, let me see if I can find this.
I don't like that at all.
Hold on, the video is wild.
Send that to me if you have find it too, by the way.
Yeah, the video is wild.
Where's the Nexus? And why is Johnny so important for it?
Frightened.
I'm getting a little frightened. Does Johnny need to spill his own blood so the portal opens?
Oh, they love that.
Can Johnny open the Nexus portal, guys? Come on. It's a simple question.
Don't come in.
Spirits, I'm getting a little tired. I'm going to wrap this up for today. I want you to think about your homework for tonight, Spirits.
Yeah.
Is to figure out why you're so into and obsessed with John. I want to know why John is your chosen one to be your Nexus gatekeeper and your conduit into this world. In 1,000 words or less.
Do any of the spirits in here want to say goodbye to Gary?
What say you, spirits? What say you, spirits? Who wishes to speak and be heard? Do you wish to be heard? Speak now or forever hold your peace in the afterlife.
Please stop.
Oh, you don't like that voice?
Edward said, Edward got upset.
Please
Be heard.
In the name of Jesus Christ, your Savior.
Spirits, how do you feel about God?
How do you feel about magic babies?
Ooh, it's a sad ritual. You love me. Who do you love?
Hey guys, is Santa Claus real? What do you believe more in, Santa Claus or magic babies?
Is that a spirit?
You're more funny.
I'm trying to be funny. My nephew just left me in this room alone with a ghost machine. It's true, he did. Some of his buddies showed up and he had to split. It's cool, we were wrapping it up anyway. Did we make any new discoveries? Not really. But we did generate more questions. Could meditation harness whatever energy John carries to help heighten spirit communication? We'll have to try it. Can magnets break up magnetic energy from the spirits? The cheap wand I had did not, but that doesn't mean it can't work. And let me add this. The question response from the spirits was incredible. The most I've ever seen or experienced. Maybe the magnetic degaussing wand agitated them to speak up more. Who knows? The good news is we'll never run out of spirits. We'll just keep documenting, having fun, and trying stuff out until we get some answers. Thanks for listening to Splintered Spirits. Please like, follow, and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts, and be sure to follow us on social media. Until next time.
Not with me.
John, look at my phone.
Well,
Look at my phone.
oh shit. Can I pick it up?
No.
No? Okay. Dude, that is wild. Have you ever picked that up?
Yeah, I told you I had before.
Yes, yeah, that's right. They're asking what? They're asking what?
You can
happened.
tell them it's okay.
It just gave me chills. So, Brian's mother passed away. He's been getting phone calls from her. And he just got one now.
What you just heard was the moment our friend Brian received a phone call in March of 2025 from his mother. His mother passed away in the winter of 2024. Wait until you hear the full message. Welcome to Splintered Spirits, a podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew Johnny from Santa Paranormal, where we try to prove his theory that ghosts are the fractured memories of the living. If you've been listening or if you follow John, you know he communicates with spirits using what many in the paranormal field consider to be controversial: phone apps. Spirits manipulate the device to create speech from digital radio and/or electromagnetic waves. But what if spirits didn't use the app to talk to us? What if they simply dial us on the phone and leave a message? Our guest this week, Professor Callum Cooper, author of Telephone Calls from the Dead, walks us through this very specific type of electronic voice phenomena, or EVP, and gives us some emotionally poignant advice on how to approach a call from a loved one that's passed, like Brian's did. Let's dive into the conversation. John, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
All right, man. So we've got we got a
very
big episode.
powerful one today.
We've got a big episode today.
This is definitely hits close to home.
We're gonna get going. We're gonna dive into this conversation, and our guest today, He is one of the leading voices at the intersection of science and the unexplained. Professor Callum Cooper is a chartered psychologist, a senior lecturer at the University of Northampton, and an internationally recognized author and researcher. With advanced degrees in psychology, education, and research methods, he has spent his career exploring what happens when science meets subjects like death, bereavement, human consciousness, and yes, the paranormal. He sits on the council of the Society for Psychical Research, serves as a scientific advisor to both the Forever Family Foundation and the Windbridge Research Center, and has earned numerous awards for his contributions to skeptical activism and science communication. His groundbreaking book, Telephone Calls from the Dead, which is this right here for our fans, Telephone Calls from the Dead, and we'll put a link to this in all of our bios for anyone out there listening. This book explores one of the most fascinating frontiers in afterlife research, which is unexpected calls from those no longer living. And today he's joining us to help make sense of one such call that one of our friends to the pod and to John's socials has received. So with that, we want to welcome Professor Cal Cooper. Professor
Hello.
Cooper, how are you?
Welcome.
I don't know if
Hi,
you could hear
John.
that. I don't know if you could hear that intro. Could you hear us when we were talking, or was it off?
Yeah, but flattered. I was blushing. Thank you very much.
Well, wonderful. I'm glad. Thank you so much for being here. And I forgot, I should add here, by the way, this is a super handsome gentleman. That's like, John, I feel like in the paranormal space, we've got to up our game.
Yeah, for real.
All those list of accomplishments, would you have expected to see someone so young? I would not. It's like, it's crazy.
You just got to keep battling on. If you want something, go get it.
Fair enough, man.
That's it.
So, Cal, listen, I like to start everything off with on this podcast with a basic question here on Splintered Spirits, and it's this: what do you think spirits are, and what happens when we die?
Well, that's quite a big one. Yeah. What are spirits? Well, people have believed that there's this essence that may leave the human body at the point of death and survives on in some way that we can either experience or interact with or communicate with. And this is what people define as spirits. And that's what it would be if it were to be an actual thing that we had, concrete evidence for. It's an aspect of personality and consciousness leaving the body and surviving in some way.
Do you believe it?
I accept that there's good evidence for it. I'm a scientist, and this question has come up so much recently. I think because I've been dealing with it for a good 20 years now about do you actually believe in the things that you're studying? Well, it's not about whether I believe or don't believe. I'm interested in the evidence. So I say, well, what if I was a midwife? What if I was into geography? What if I was into chemistry? Would really most people come to me and say, do you actually believe in this kind of process of birthing, like birthing pools? Do you believe in birthing pools, or do you believe in these kinds of rock formations? Or well, it's about evidence for it being good or evidence for its existence and so forth. So when it comes to parapsychology, how good is the evidence for telepathy? People, of course, experience it all the time because they talk about it. Whether it is actually that kind of process, a mind-to-mind interaction or not, people can relate to that kind of experience, the same as ghosts. So how good is the evidence for it? So my job as a psychologist is to look at what we already know of psychology and what could explain it without jumping to an explanation we don't have a process for. And then if that explanation doesn't apply, can we entertain this idea that it's a new process and it might be a mind-to-mind interaction and something might be leaving the mind while we're living to gain information, or even beyond bodily death? So I'm all about how good is the evidence. I have no vested interest, as much as that might sound weird. I'm fascinated by the topic, but I'm all for the data either being explained away, which would be great, or the data showing that something new is there to be learned.
Love it. I love that answer. I really do. And your work, it bridges science and spirituality, obviously, right? When we're talking about, so how do your peers in academia respond to your research in parapsychology?
Well, all my peers at the University of Northampton, especially, they're all parapsychologists pretty much. We've got a very large department within psychology. I think there's probably 40 of us, and some of those are counseling psychologists and psychotherapists. And we've got 3 main research departments within psychology dealing with counseling and positive psychology and child and adolescent mental health. And then the other one is a group called EECS, Exceptional Experiences and Consciousness Studies. So that's parapsychologists, transpersonal psychologists, consciousness study researchers, cognitive psychologists, and neuroscientists. So 5 different domains, all under one roof, looking at unusual experiences. So every day I'm surrounded by people doing the same thing as me. I'm just leading some things. I lead the 3rd year module, and I'm supervising a lot of doctorates in that area as well. And even at the Californian Institute for Human Science, I'm co-director of parapsychology education with Dr. Jeffrey Mishlove. So in all of my kind of main work, I'm with parapsychologists. So my peers are all for it and think, we're doing groundbreaking work here.
Why is psychology like that? Why is that the role that seems to be the closest to paranormal events? You know what I mean? Like, what is that role and that connection with those two things?
Some would argue not. Like the weekend before last, I was with Professor Bernard Carr, and he's one of the vice presidents of the Society for Psychical Research. He was one of Professor Stephen Hawking's students, doctoral students, and naturally he's a physicist. So he believes that many of these experiences could have something to do with multiverse and are actually more of an aspect of physics than they are of psychology. But still, we're dealing with human experiences. You've got a human who has had an experience who reports their experiences, so you can't not deal with psychology in the mix. But is there experience due to misperception or new perceptions we don't fully understand the processes for, or are they just witnessing aspects of physics that make it seem like they're having a telepathic experience, a precognitive experience, or seeing, visions of the dead, or sometimes visions of living people who are verified to have not been at those places at the time they were reported. They were elsewhere, like miles and miles away. So their physics has an interesting part to play. But the paranormal is approached by a number of different disciplines. I've got colleagues here in the UK that have specialized in it from the point of sociology, from anthropology, from the media, and especially how the media portray the data and the kinds of shows that get put out there and how best to put programs together to actually give, interesting portrayals, history, philosophy, theology, you name it. You can approach parapsychology from so many different angles. It's quite the tool, really, for kind of placing itself with other sciences and arts to actually explore why people embrace these experiences, find them fascinating, whether they believe in them or not, and explore what they really mean to us as human beings.
John, I saw you light up when you said like multiverse dimensions. That's something you talk about, like you don't know,
all
and
the
it's like
time.
you believe in it.
All the time.
So Cal, I don't, for John here, I think I told you. So John's my nephew, and he has gotten quite popular on TikTok over the years, for many, many years, doing other controversial things, which is like he uses spirit boxes and phone apps, talking to spirits at grave sites, which many people have always said don't have spirits there. And we're familiar with how we know the spirit box thing is very controversial and people have their doubts and everything else. And I've seen all the copycats. My fascination with John here is that the responses he gets is less about the words used, but the personality behind the words used and the Q&A that he has going on there. And that's what I just find like it's bananas, right? When he's talking to spirits. And that's sort of this idea of talking to spirits, I think, when I heard about your book, telephone calls from the dead. How did you get into that? Like, what was the catalyst that sort of led you down that path?
I think it was 2 or 3 things. One, I was reading books by, I don't know if you can see him there. No, I've moved him. Oh, you can see Eileen Garrett just there.
Yeah.
But Scott Rogo's over there as well. So D. Scott Rogo. I was reading books by him and Raymond Bayless when I was an undergraduate doing psychology at the University of Northampton. And Scott Rogo and Raymond Bayless had done forwards for each other's books now and then. And I was just buying loads of their books at the time on eBay and Amazon, and they were going for next to nothing. Because this is before I kind of repopularized what they were doing. So I was finding them quite cheap because no one was reading any of their material particularly.
Sure.
And I got one book out of the library called Apparitions and Survival of Bodily Death by Raymond Bayless, read it from cover to cover while I was in the kitchen in the halls of residence and doing my washing in the laundry room, and you're waiting for your clothes to tumble dry, and I was just captivated page after page. And I thought, this is really well written, it's really accessible writing, and it's also very knowledgeable. This guy knows his literature, and he was I think the librarian for the Southern Californian Society for Psychical Research, and they were both members of both the American and British SPR. So I kept looking for their books, and then I found one titled Phone Calls from the Dead from 1979. And I bought a copy of that and just threw it on the pile of the other books, because I just thought, well, there must be stuff like that written all the time, and I just never bothered to look. Then MSN News, as was my main way of looking at news at the time, reported a train collision in California with a guy called Charles Peck being on one of these commuter trains, and there was a freight train coming the other way, and it was so big it was causing live news reports for the recovery of people that were on the train and what had happened. And apparently his family were reporting repeated phone calls from his mobile phone. They knew nothing of the train collision, and when they picked up the phone they were getting static, and when they phoned back it either went straight to voicemail or they just got nothing. So when they saw on the news that it was the very train he was traveling back on, they thought he was trapped in the wreckage. So when they got calls, his wife, his son, his daughter, they were shouting, don't worry, Dad, the rescuers are coming, they're on their way. I think they'd actually got in touch with the rescue team and said, our father keeps calling from his phone. He must be trapped in there. So apparently they started working extra hard to try and find him. It was by about 3:30 in the morning, so 3:30 a.m., they found his body. Apparently he'd died on first impact, and they never recovered his phone. For me, as a psychologist, and even a budding one then, I was an undergraduate, I thought, well, the phone's been smashed, it's trapped in the wreckage, it's just repeatedly calling the last people in the call register. He's on his way home, so it's going to be his wife, his son, his daughter. That's where he's heading. That's most likely the last people that he contacted. The fact that it was never found is no mystery. There must be so many things that in that collision just got smashed, thrown, were never recovered. But is the fact that the family took comfort in believing it was a phone call from the dead. The media pushed it as a phone call from the dead. So I thought, well, what's in this book that I've just thrown on the pile from 1979? That was 2009. So what's in this book? And I read it cover to cover. And my goodness, there were full-blown conversations recorded of 10, 20 minutes with people that the next day were found to have been dead a week or a couple of weeks or something like that. That's completely different. You're actually interacting with this person who is verified to have been dead for some time. And then following up with how the telephone works, whether there was a record with the telephone companies and things like that. So that's what got me interested. I started doing a few articles on it, even text messages from the dead, because text messages have become a new thing. And I found that there were some news reports regarding that. And I think by about late 2010, a friend of mine in Portsmouth on the south coast of the UK put me in touch with a publisher, and he said, you should really take all your articles, get some more material together. You should really kind of do a sort of a second volume to the original book. So Telephone Calls from the Dead really acts as a follow-on, because I talk about Rogo and Bayliss, but then I talk about where are we now.
No, yeah, I read it, and it's so. What if in all the cases you found, what have you found how do you distinguish between what is a psychological projection, a coincidence, or a grief hallucination, in these respects, or in something genuinely anomalous, like how do you do that?
So what would be most likely down to conventional explanations? There's a lot where people say they woke up to the sound of ringing phones, believe their phone had lit up and someone had died at that time, or they got a text message but there was no sender information connected, and then the next day they find that someone has passed away, or it's close to the time that someone's died. There's all these ones where there's little bits of coincidences that seem like those comforting signs of, well, your friend's passed away and you've gone to sit in the garden and a robin lands next to you, or white feathers suddenly start appearing, or you kick your shoes off and you hear some change land on the floor and it's a few pennies and things like that, and you think, well, I don't leave spare change lying around. Where's that come from? But then you start to make this link between the person that you've lost. So they're very kind of small coincidences, but you're making a meaningful link between them. So those, I would argue, there could be a number of conventional explanations where we could say, how many times has that happened and you've not noticed it and not drawn a link because no one's died? So it's just another daily occurrence. Oh, excellent, I found a quarter on the floor. Brilliant. Stick it in the pocket. You don't think about it. It's just great. You found some extra change.
Right.
But no one's died. But the fact that, someone's died and then you think a quarter's fallen from the ceiling, that becomes more significant.
This man's after my heart, by the way. You're after my heart. You look good. You're talking my language.
This is
stop that.
Yeah. I tell you, you got to see, because Cal, it's like, and John will jump in here when we get to the story, certainly for a lot more. But it's like on his he's mainly a live streamer, so most people are constantly digging into him about his beliefs and like, this is this or this is what a spirit. He's like, you don't know that. Could be a coincidence. He's the most skeptic of the person doing skeptical of anybody doing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in all of your studies, the things that you've seen, Cal, are there common patterns across some of these cases where it really starts to point to something real happening beyond chance or error? Like, is there what would you say,
Yeah, so some of those cases start to push the boundaries beyond it. We could even talk about some of the ones from living people. So Scott Rogo had one himself where there were intention calls. And you think, again, is this a memory thing? But then again, we've got some interaction here. So one of his it was 10 o'clock on a bright Thursday morning, and I was thinking about making a call to a colleague of mine at the UCLA Neuropsychiatric Institute. Although I thought about making that call, I never actually did. But by 4 o'clock that afternoon, I got the surprise of my life when I got a call from the research assistant of the very psychologist I'd thought about calling. He said he was answering my message. When I asked what in blazes he was talking about, he said that at 10 o'clock that morning, a call had come into them. The caller had left my name, my number, and asked that the call be returned. And yet he's adamant he never actually made that call. Sure. Sometimes a whole conversation could take place as well. So that pushes the boundaries. And also when you have got someone who, you take the phone call and say, oh, it's Auntie Mary on the phone. She's called to say happy birthday to me. Isn't it lovely? Does anyone else want to chat with her? And you pass the landline phone around. So you've all spoken to her. And the next day you find out that she died a week prior. So you've got multiple witnesses. You've got a conversation taking place. It's something you could follow up with the phone company. In some of the instances Rogo and Bayless had, there was no record of that call taking place at that time, yet all other ones were logged. And so that's why Rogo and Bayless also started to think maybe if these are paranormal communications, they're taking place inside the phone, not through the phone line and phone system. It's the device itself that's being manipulated somehow. So those start to really push the boundaries of conventional explanations. And you asked about categories. They did find categories. They found themes. So those that might be more conventional are where you're grieving, you're at home alone, the phone rings, you hear a word, a voice, a name, sound of static, and you think that's that person. Or it could even just be someone going, Mum, Dad. Well, if you've lost a child, that could be enough to satisfy you that you've had a communication. But hands up, how many people are called Mum and Dad? There's a lot of people around the world called Mum and Dad. And so it could be a missed number. The kid suddenly hears this person wailing and crying over the phone. They put the phone down without apologizing or saying, sorry, I think I've got the wrong number. So for the receiver of the call, they've had the satisfaction in communication with their alleged deceased child. But it could go beyond that. So that's a simple call, just the words and phrases, no response. Type 2 are prolonged, speaking for 10, 20 minutes. After the call, you discover that person's died. Type 3 are answer calls. You make the call and have a long conversation with someone that afterwards you find out is dead, or a long conversation with someone who afterwards you find out was nowhere near a telephone to have taken that call. And you find that out because of meeting up with them or speaking to someone else saying they weren't home that day. They've been out of the house for a week because they've been away on holiday, but you called their landline. And yet someone answered their phone with their name, voice characteristics, knowledge. They answered the phone call that you made. The final type that Rogo and Bayless had were those intention calls. You intend to make a call, you change your mind, it still takes place for the other person. And when I looked at these cases, I found that some of them would be a mixture of type 1 and type 2. So you could know someone was dead and yet repeatedly have calls from them, and sometimes extended conversation.
And
Very rare,
but those are the most common, right? Like that's
no.
Those are the most rare.
No, those are rare to know someone's dead and repeatedly have calls from them.
Got it. Type 1 and 2 could be okay.
Type 1 and type 2 are the more common ones. Type 1,
that's what I meant. Type 1 and type 2 are the most common in your book, and then it was like, wasn't there like a type 5 that you thought?
So yeah, I split it into. I kind of shifted there. So they had 4. So simple, prolonged, answer, and intention, and I moved one category up to put a 4th one in that was mixed calls. So the first 4 are all related to the dead, And the fifth one, the intention calls, are just related to the living. So I
Got it.
sandwiched mixed calls in as fourth place.
Have you now, dude? What's something that's giving you complete chills in your research where you're like, that's a fucking ghost and that's real shit? Like, is there anything you could point to that was like, all right, that tell me.
I was
Anything
gonna ask two things. That's very similar to what I was gonna ask.
Go for it. Ask
Basically,
away.
what piece of evidence, what piece of data, and not like coincidental data, like like hardcore data makes you go, I'm gonna continue researching this, as a forefront to what I'm doing, and a priority, if you will.
Look, I suppose there's two in recent times that I really like. One was in my book, and it was a mixed call, and I think it was maybe from my early articles. A guy reached out to me and said that he was aware of parapsychology when he was doing his doctorate, because one of his supervisors had written a textbook on it, but didn't really teach on it. He just dabbled, and he was aware when Bob Morris took on the Coercler parapsychology chair at the University of Edinburgh. He was a parapsychologist from California, saw that there was this opportunity to take on a professorship of parapsychology, and he won it over other people when Edinburgh took it on. And this guy said that he got this passing interest, and it made him think of a childhood experience. He knew of the Rogo and Bayliss book. My articles had clearly sparked his interest again. So I called him Dr. Jones, and he said that when he was about 11, 12, maybe a bit older, his parents had split up, but they were still living amicably under the same roof for the sake, I guess, of finances and so forth. But they were just off doing their own thing. I think their parents had like separate living rooms and stuff, so they could just come and go and make sure the kids are okay until maybe something made it more convenient to go their separate ways. The mother had rekindled a friendship with a childhood sweetheart, and they mainly spoke over the phone. I think I call him Richard in the book. And so 2 to 3 times a week, she'd take the kitchen phone that got the long cord on it, and she'd go off into another room and shut the door and have these 10, 15-minute conversations. And this went on for weeks and weeks and weeks. Then Richard ended up in hospital and was poorly, and then found out that he passed away. A couple of weeks go by, telephone rings in the kitchen. She goes to answer it, is away 10, 15 minutes, and she comes back and she's white as a sheet. And everyone says, well, what's wrong? And she said, Richard's just called. And then it happens again and again, 2 to 3 times a week. These calls come through just as they did when he was living. And she goes and has these conversations. Now, one time she goes out shopping around the time that these calls would come through. And Dr. Jones, because he later became a doctor in the social sciences, he said as this young boy, he thought, well, what do I do? The phone's ringing. He goes to answer it, and he hears the sound of just and whooshing and the sound of wind, and as though something was about to make a noise on the phone. And he didn't know what it was. He just shouted, she's not here, and slams the phone back down. And he said in later life, he wishes he just held on to find out, well, what exactly is it that Mum was listening to? Who was she speaking to? And he had to wait for years and years and years to actually find out. So around the time that he contacted me, which is about 2009, 2010, I think she passed away the year before, somewhere around there. So late noughties. And he managed to get hold of her diaries that they were still in storage. She kept diaries that would hold like 3 years at a time. And he found that period of time and thought, what on earth were these conversations? And it's just bizarre. So yes, everyone's witnessing a telephone ringing. Yes, she's going away for a conversation. But these diary accounts say, Monday morning, my darling called to say that he loved me and would always be at my side. He says he comes on the wind to speak to me and make sure that I am safe. I have trouble sleeping. He says, now you will sleep. Goodbye, my darling. I love you. I'll be back to speak with you soon. Tuesday afternoon, my darling calls to say that he loves me and is still at my side. On and on and on and on for 3 years or so. Apparently the calls just faded out. So either someone was aware that Richard had died and they wanted to prank her because of some sort of fallout. It's a long-standing prank where someone has committed themselves 2 to 3 times a week to have these long-winded conversations with her that apparently have some audible anomalies in them, the static sound and wind, and she's taken by them, or something else is going on. So we've got these diary accounts, we've got his eyewitness account, and something that stuck with him for ages, so much so that it got him into psychology. But ultimately, who knows?
I would have ripped that phone straight off the wall, thrown it
So
straight into the garbage.
Let me give you the other one. Let me give you the other one that's
Yeah.
we've got a program over here called Uncanny that's hosted by Danny Robbins, and it's on the BBC, it's on iPlayer, and it's on BBC Radio 4 when people listen to it live. It's toured as a theatre thing. We've had the Uncanny Con as well, and I go on sometimes as a guest expert. So I was in Series 2 and Series 4, which was Uncanny USA, and now it's coming back for Series 5. But one of the early telephone episodes I wasn't involved in. My colleague, Dr. Kieran O'Keefe, was, and it's called Harry Called. So there's this guy called Will who was a student at university, and he was with his friends, and they're all doing a Ouija board, and he thinks it's nonsense, and he sits to one side and watches them doing it, and they ask, "Have you got a message for anyone?" And it says yes, and they said, "Well, what's your name?" And it spells out HARRY. Okay, who's the message for? WILL. And Will just said, "I've had enough now. Just stop. I'm really not interested in this. This is really silly." And he goes back to his halls of residence where he stays with the other students. Now, at that time, there was a payphone at the end of the corridor if you wanted to receive calls or call home to your family. And if you were out, everyone had a piece of paper on their respective room, so you could just pencil on, "Your mum's called at this time, leave messages there." And he goes back, and there's a message on the piece of paper that says, "Harry called." And so he asks around everyone and said, "Who's taken this?" And he thinks it's his friends in the other place that were messing about with the Ouija board that have already called ahead and left this to creep him out. And his friends later said, "No, we didn't do that." And everyone on the corridor says, we didn't leave that. And then this happens again and again. He'd come back with a message left on his door saying, "Harry called." And then one time he was in his room and someone said, "There's someone on the phone for you." They say their name's Harry. And he goes running to the phone, picks it up. And he said there was a voice there. It was a man. And he said this was the early 1990s, but his voice and his characteristics were out of this time. It was like he was from a completely different time period. And he was just rambling on. I can't really remember what it was he was saying, but he was just talking and talking and talking. And so this led to more calls, and then eventually him waking in the middle of the night to see an elderly man stood in his room that he thought was this vision of this person, Harry. So these all built and built and built. And that one has become a favorite episode for Uncanny. People found it so creepy that these calls just became so persistent. There were other ones, just like with Poltergeist 2, people had reports of Fisher-Price ring telephones and stuff like that. And some really unusual ones.
I wonder why that old man was really into Will, dude. It's creepy in and of itself, even after
Could be any reason.
You know,
so Professor, let me ask you a question. Is there enough data for rendition number 3 of your book?
Yeah, I mean, there's loads. I mean, I've got even just a folder just down by the bookcase over there. I've been gathering so much.
That's awesome.
I want to do a new analysis. One of my colleagues, who's a French sociologist, he in his own book, there is a French Phone Calls from the Dead book that's written by Laurent Kasparix, and he looked at about 25 cases or so, I think. But he sent those over. We're going to do it as an English, even though the book's out, I'm going to write it up as an English paper for the Journal of the Society of Psychical Research. So that's out. We're going to collaborate on that. But I've got more on the history and other things like that, and more cases have come in that I'll do another book that's not written. I mean, this is written like a research report. It takes you through my process of analysis, but I'll do a more casual one that's more about what have I found since then and what's some of the more unique history. We've also, I'm probably a few months away from finishing it. If you remember in my book, I wrote about an old-fashioned telephone, people creating them in the 1920s to contact the dead. And there was one by someone called F.R. Melton, Frederick Reginald Melton, who was based here in Nottingham. And I found so many things probably a couple of years ago in the local newspaper reports about him that I thought, well, you know, that pamphlet that he made, a psychic telephone, as it was called, instructions to build such a device, it was very scarce. I found it as a photocopy in the Californian Institute for Integral Studies Rockefeller Library in Rogo's archive. And then I saw a university in the United States a year or so ago also got a copy, and they digitized the whole thing and put it up for everyone to see. I thought, I thought it was unique. But
that's like straight out of Ghostbusters, man, where it's like they find the blueprints for the building and realize it's it's an antenna for yeah, you know what I mean? And it's like this guy built a ghost phone straight from,
but
having everybody build it.
They are out there. The instructions are out there. But I thought what we could do with my original publishers, who did Tricon Books, they said, oh, this would be great as like a little pocket-sized book. So we're going to reprint the original instructions, but the first half of the book will be an introduction by me to who was F.R. Melton and how reliable was he as a figure, because he seems quite a suspicious character. The newspaper reports say that he'd faked his own death at one point to escape his family. He'd not been paying child maintenance. He'd been arrested for being a political activist. And then this person claims they built a telephone to contact the dead.
Oh, dude, you're gonna John, you got to get these plans. You got to build this.
Yeah,
I know. This screams you. This screams you to do it.
Yeah, I know. I'm thinking about it.
So yes, more books to come. More books.
All right, so
awesome.
All right,
that's so cool.
All right, I want to bring Brian. So
are we doing this? We're doing this.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Professor, this is gonna get crazy.
It's okay. Yeah, and he'll probably look. This is a real. So Brian,
come on down.
So John, you set the stage of what a mod is and everything else, and then
okay. So I do streams on TikTok and YouTube, and I have moderators. They are people that are part of my community that I trust to help me moderate the stream from trolls and whatnot and all that. So this is one of my, good friends. He is, one of my mods. He's been with me for years. His background in, military and everything else, he's got an extensive background. This is Brian. Okay.
Hi, Brian.
And should I get into the whole where we were and what we were doing and all that?
Well, I think we have to understand what Brian, tell us about your mom, Brian, real quick, so we understand when that happened, and then.
Okay. My mom passed away Christmas Eve morning at 2:11 in the morning in 2024. She was very sick. She was diabetic. 5 years ago, she lost her leg. Was amputated because of an infection, and she got another infection in her right leg while she was in the nursing home. And a long story short, it just went right through her body. She was septic. She was in ICU for the last like 3 or 4 weeks. And, I got a call. I was living out of state. I was living here in Pennsylvania, or not here, sorry. I was living in Pennsylvania. She was in a nursing home in Florida. I could never move her because she wasn't stable enough. And then I got the phone call about 2:30 in the morning that she had passed. And I waited and told John the next day. And yeah, so it was, it's hard. I lost both my parents now.
So, and when I first met Brian we were just having a chat online, doing one of our episodes, and he was telling us that he gets phone calls from her. And this is what led me to you, Cal. It was like, this is a thing. Like, is this a thing? And apparently it is. And remember, we had talked about that, Brian. We were all online, and you were telling us that this happens to you, and it's crazy. So now, John, set the scene in Indiana, what you were doing. I'm going to play you the tape where this.
So we're at it's a famous haunted spot out in Indiana called the Randolph County Infirmary. And at this point, you've already received how many phone calls?
3.
3. So at this point, he's already 3 phone calls in since 2024.
The first one, was in the end of December.
Was at the end of December, so only a couple weeks after your brother passed. Okay, so
this is the end of March, right? March 23rd, I think.
Yeah. This is at the end of March. So we're sitting in the attic, which used to be an old courtroom, because this place had multiple purposes. And I got the spirit boxes going. I got everything charging up because the stream, battery gets eaten quick. And a few moments before the phone call, a spirit comes through and says, "Your mother is calling." And I was using an app called Vox, which was the one I was using at the time. And it says, "Your mother is calling." Now, none of us thought anything of it because there's a lot of spirit chatter, a lot of different things are being said. If it's not viable and it's not, flowing with the conversation, I'm ignoring it. So we ignored it because it made no sense to what was going on. And then as Brian's sitting right next to me, the phone call comes through.
So I'm going to play it. I have it. Oh, really? The image is just static because John's got his camera facing out into this empty room. But it's really the audio that we're really paying attention to. So I'm going to jump over and just say, just so you can see what's going on here.
Lights in them. Mom's on the phone. Patch her through. I'm not sure.
Let me start that again real quick, guys, because it's always a little tricky when I do this video. It like jumps on its own. But
I'm not sure.
Let me turn the volume all the way up.
Some had lights in them. Mom's on the phone. Patch her through. Not with me.
Just a few moments later.
Look at my phone.
Well,
Look at my phone.
oh shit. Can I pick it up?
No.
No? Okay. Dude, that is wild. Have you ever picked that up?
Yeah, I told you I had before.
Yes, yeah, that's right. Dude, that's wild, bro.
Thing happening.
To come.
That's wild. Holy
Why?
shit.
Now see what I'm saying?
Wow. So, they're asking what? They're asking what
You can
happened.
tell them it's okay.
So, Brian's mother passed away recently, like very recently. And Brian, this is your dude. Either someone's, bro, I don't know if you want to read that text message. Either somebody is fucking with you, or no, you gotta read it. You gotta read it. If you don't want to continue the conversation afterwards, I understand. We could talk in private.
Tradition.
All right, so you can see that happened live. He received a call, and then there was a voice to text, on the phone that does it. Now, Brian, what were those when you've gotten calls in the past? Did you ever answer it?
I've only answered the first one, and it was it was just straight like static. There was nothing, I couldn't hear any voices, and it was just static. Nothing more than that.
And that was
then-
from your mum's phone.
Yes, because I had my mom's phone. Because
So just real quick, I'll speed this up. Just so you know, the phone is active.
Yeah.
The phone is still intact. It remains off and in your drawer.
Right.
Just so those details. So there's still service connected to it. It can still receive calls and make calls. It hasn't been taken off. It's it's still paid for. So, but it's off and in his drawer for the most part.
Yeah, nobody else has that number. So
Okay.
Now, here's the message. And what's really interesting about it is the voice to text is different than the message that comes through. But I'm going to play it. Brian, here we go.
Brian, this is your mom. Can you give me a call, please, when you can? Okay, I love you. Bye.
So that was the message. And then this is the transcription. It says, Brian, this is your mom. Can you call me and let me know what's going on, please? It doesn't matter. But it doesn't matter when, but please give me a call. I love you. Bye-bye. And that's what came through on the text, on the voice to text from the message, right? That the phone does.
Mm-hmm. Is that
But what
actually
came through on
is that
that was-
actually, Brian, your mother's voice? That's your mother's voice.
Yes, it is.
You're right.
Yeah, that's her. I'm just it's like John and I talked about, because I didn't listen to it until I was with John.
Yeah.
You know, being my friend and everything. And the long story short, it just sounded like when she was younger. Like I remember her when she was younger. You know, like John brought up, you know, no pain in her voice. She sounded good, you know. So it's not like when she was in the ICU or anything like that. And I'm just
And she was also, you know, her mind was starting to go as well.
Right.
And you could hear it in her voice. But in that message,
you can't.
It sounds like she's, you know,
This sounds
like
like
doing
any
chores
other.
in the house and picking up her phone to call her son.
Yeah.
So, Cal, what jumps out at you first in terms of tone, timing, voice?
Well, you place me at a crossroads, really, as to whether, you know, in this moment I act as parapsychologist and you want me to explore conventional explanations. I mean, this is a very recent thing for Brian.
Yeah.
It's very impactful. Even I'm feeling it from listening to that and hearing the backstory. It's still very fresh.
Yeah.
And, you know, Brian, you say you've lost also both your parents as well. And that's a big thing for anyone to go through, and know that you're now the next step in the next generation. So, you know, I either have the secondary role, which is clinical parapsychologist, in that I can tell you all the things about other people's experiences and the fact that these naturally have a big benefit for us and a purpose in helping with grieving and coping. And it's more beneficial to have these experiences than it is to not, because when you don't, people try and turn to other grief work to try and cope and move forward. People find them very special and they revel in their kind of exceptional nature and think this is great. You're lucky if you have one. Some people might have more than one. Some people might just have something that's more on that symbolic level, but this is very direct and seeming like this person is, you know, contacting you directly over the phone in some way. You know, there's a number of things that jump to my mind, but I think for the purpose of a podcast like this, I don't want to break it down. This is something that I have to, as a parapsychologist and psychologist, think, well, Brian, if you wanted a one-to-one and we talked through whatever direction you wanted, do you really want conventional explanations for this? Or do you want to know more about the kind of therapeutic side? That's what we go down. So that's more the position that I would say at this point in time is to, I could go one or the other. I find it compelling. I find the timing compelling. And I understand how impactful that could be. And this is exactly what we're talking about in terms of what these experiences can be like for people. That's the fact that you've got a voicemail like that is very compelling. But I've got ideas here as to what it could be, but I also know what kind of impact this is having as well.
Is it, you know, I don't know if you want to answer this based on what you just said, but is it like from a scientific perspective? And we're not trying to debunk anything here, but is it worth it for us to go to like an audio forensics to see what that is? Or is it like, what would you,
No, my opinion is that's a genuine voicemail, but I've got other ideas attached to it. There's no need to, I see on some ghost hunting shows and stuff, when they're going out and they've got a dictaphone in the hand and they're walking around with it and their hands all over it, and there's all kind of muffled sounds and stuff, and people are trying to make sense of the random sound, and then they start to refine it through some sort of editing process. Well, that's not how EVP was ever done. It was reel-to-reel recorders, it was clarity of sound, it was soundproof boxes, and yet on playback there were bangs, scratches, noises, voices, which you should not get, from the clarity of fresh reel-to-reels or cassette tapes, and also with it being in a soundproof box. So this idea of walking around with one where you're creating all kinds of audible anomalies from your hands and everything else in the building, it creates chaos. That's a very clear-cut voicemail. You don't need to run that through anything. If Brian says that's his mother's voice, it sounds very clearly like a woman, and I understand every word that was said. It's Brian's mum's voice.
Wild.
And what's really wild, because again, I like to, you know, not debunk, but look at things from a more logical perspective, especially when it comes to the paranormal. I've had, and we've all had this, and this can't be denied. You've had issues with your cell phones where people leave a message, and even if you check that message, it comes in again. And it comes in again. It comes in again. What's unique with Brian is that even after he checks these messages, they keep coming and they're different. And what's really wild is the fact that they're not old. Like, this isn't a message that he's gotten before from his mom. It's a new one, and it's new every time. So I can sit here and nitpick too on what exactly it could be or whatnot. But what I said to Brian was, how awesome is it that, of course, horrible, your mother passed away, horrible, but nobody gets these chances. That's to hear your mother's voice again, and to hear it clear, not in pain, not in distress, just normal, is amazing in itself. And that goes into what you were talking about, Professor, about the therapeutic side of it, which is, in my opinion, beautiful.
People revel in it, and when they
Yeah.
see apparitions at the end of the bed, they'll say the person looked glowing, radiant, free of pain. Or sometimes, if it's a friend, they looked younger than the point at which I first knew them. I met them in their 30s. They look like they were just coming out of their teens or early 20s. They seem like they're full of life and they're good. And so that in itself, that you've got the communication, which is one that changes that person's worldview about life and death and continuity thereafter. But also this idea of this person being okay. You might have seen them in not such an okay situation at the end, that the whole thing's reversed and this person is free and they're looking down over me, and maybe I might have another experience again, but even just one is significant enough. And that's if we're totally leaving this parapsychological side of what's the explanation here. Have we got a conventional one that fits, psychology, physics, electronics, and what we know about all of those mushed together? Or does nothing seem to fit and we've got something new to explore? Right now, with Brian's case, unless Brian want to explore this further, I would say let's look at the impact of this. And that's very impactful. It's very clear what's going on. For everyone listening, it's very clear what's going on. And the story is very clear as well. How impactful is that? It's remarkable if you just take it as it is and think of, well, would I sooner have that in the grieving process or just nothing at all? I think many of us would want a little something like that, and a little nod and a wink, an actual voicemail message. If you just want to leave it as that and not dig for the explanation, take it as it is.
Yeah. Now, Professor, let me ask you a question.
Brian, thank you for sharing that too, by the way, man.
Yeah,
Thank you, Brian, so much. I
Brian.
can clearly see how much that's impacting you even now. So the fact that you wanted to share it in this kind of forum as well, I mean, thank you. And hopefully, you feel positive about it, and these are kind of good experiences when you do have them. You're not finding them scary or anything like that, or finding them a negative to moving forward with your life. But please don't think that there's no one to speak to. I mean, as I say, I come from a whole department of parapsychologists and counseling psychologists who are both, and there's all kinds of networks as well to actually understand these experiences more, as well as learning more about yourself moving forward. These aren't signs of psychosis in the vast majority of cases. Varieties of people all around the world have these kinds of experiences. They're cross-cultural, and they're more common than not. I think it's up to like some surveys have said around 70% of people can relate to some form of experience post-loss. So they're very, very common. So you're one of the fortunate to get something as impactful as a voicemail message as your individual kind of sign. But yeah, if you want to explore it further, I'm here, and I can put you in contact with people as well if you want to talk to one and explore it further.
I'll make sure that you have his contact information, Brian, later.
Yeah, definitely.
If that's something you want,
Again, Brian, thank you, man. Really appreciate it. I appreciate you so much. Professor, I have a question.
Go for it.
While all this was going on, did you know how you were bringing up the types, like type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4, and all those? Did you notice an uptick or a downtick in the types that were coming through via a landline, as opposed to now more, cell phones and smartphones?
Dude, it's so funny. That was my next question. Has technology made your work harder or
I'm just
not?
curious if there was a change in the data with the types, or a decrease or an increase, or what the data look like. I mean, that's just fascinating.
So the simple answer is I don't have the kind of answer in terms of concrete stats because I was just finishing my master's degree as I finished writing that book. And so smart technology, smartphones were just becoming a thing. The iPhone was at 2007 when the first iPhone really kind of kicked
2007,
off.
2006.
So I
something
started
like that.
writing on this 2 years later, and then another 2 years later, the book was done.
So the
And
data didn't exist yet, basically.
No, there was a few telephone cases, there was a few answer phone cases, just like Brian's case, like that I'd heard of or I'd seen in newspaper reports, and a few text message cases. Most of my stuff was historical landlines or current day landlines, so it's still the basic landline technology, where whenever you dialed a number, it would kind of send a signal, and it would open the signal and close the signal. And so I even talked about, I love it when you see it in the film Red Dragon with Hannibal Lecter, and that they give him the telephone to a solicitor, and they put a plate over where the rotary dial would be, but he knows that he can just lift it up, press the the receiver down, and then tap it. So you could tap in the numbers, and you could call someone just by going 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 1, and then you could call someone that way. You wouldn't need the numbers. So it's very basic of opening the line and closing the line, and then it would find the telephone it needs to reach out to. This stuff is now way more sophisticated. You have got people started using them instantly as satellite navigation in their car. You were looking up things on the internet. Apps started to come in, so you could start to, get vouchers for things. If you've got Starbucks vouchers or other coffee shops or McDonald's or whatever, all these things built, and you're doing most of your things and your banking and everything else all through your phone, which is why people are devastated if they lose them. You've got your kids' pictures on there, you've got birthday parties, you've got significant events, you've got things you want to remember for later. Early on, when you just got a Nokia phone or something like that, you played Snake, you texted people, and you called people, and then later on you could take a really fuzzy, crappy, pixelated picture, but it was still the best thing. Oh my God, you've got some form of camera to hand, because no one else is typically walking around with a camera on them. So since then, websites were being developed so you could send text messages anonymously, and they would go through to someone's phone, and then you'd start paying for them there afterwards. There is more space now for manipulating a call or a text message than there would have been with the landline. Rogo and Bayless, even in 1979, only logged 2 instances they knew of voicemail messages, because the voicemail machine with the tiny reel-to-reel cassettes was only just starting to come in and was only just starting to be a popular thing. And thereafter, things like VHS players and people having home videos and things like that. So everything was new. So I also wrote the book on the cusp of smartphones coming in. So I was still dealing with relatively basic technology. So something I really need to explore more and see how much, if I do like a basic survey of people's experiences again, just more so for the sake of the numbers and gather some of the accounts as I do it, I can see, was it a landline? Was it a smartphone?
Yeah.
I only have like
Interesting.
two.
Very
I only
cool.
have like
Thank
two more
you.
questions for you, man, and I really appreciate your time here with us today. And John, if you have anything else, by all means, jump in. But I guess it's like, as we wrap this up, how do you feel with all of your research and as we're going in hearing this stuff, and sometimes the tech is getting clearer, more traceable, or it's getting worse with more deep fakes and things like that. But do you think we're getting closer to understanding how consciousness persists after death in your studies? Do you feel like you're progressing, in understanding that?
You make an interesting point with deep fake and then AI. I mean, the amount of kind of fictional shows that have been made about, well, if we're using these all the time, we've got apps and so forth, then you could potentially have an app that's starting to, I mean, we even talk about our Alexas and things like that. Mine's probably woken up, having said that. She'll start saying or something. They're getting your algorithms. They're seeing what you like and what you don't like, what music you're listening to and what you're not listening to, what you're ordering off of that popular website and what you're not ordering. And so it's building characteristics about you that other people could relate to. And you could say, well, that sounds like Gary's song list. It sounds like the kinds of things Gary would buy from that website. And the idea was in some of these fictional shows, well, it could record your conversations and your voice characteristics. So what if we had an app where after you've died, you go on the app and you say you want phone calls from, your deceased friend, Stephen, and you could just ring it every time and have a pretend conversation that's all AI. and it's doing a deep fake. It's just getting all the characteristics of Stephen and putting them together and creating a logical conversation. We could do that now to some extent with the technology that we have. Only a few years ago, it was a thing of fiction, but we were catching up to it. It's quite fun when you look at even sci-fi shows. I'm a big fan of the sitcom over here, Red Dwarf. And a lot of the things they said in that, and even in Star Trek, have become an actual reality of technology now, where, years ago we thought, well, that's, nonsense. And they're playing around with little bits of things the tech guys have put together, but they've become an actual thing. Having a conversation with someone, I'm on an iMac right now, and the screen is that thin. And that was, something of fiction only, so many years ago. But now it's an actual thing, and you can have a video conversation with someone on your phone. That was in Star Trek and all sorts. We've caught up. So the room for error is far greater now when it comes to things like that. I've waffled well away from your question there, Gary.
Yeah, a little bit, but does that define consciousness? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Is it like, but because AI, you could
Language,
create.
yeah, but I always say, because people always ask me with my stream, hey, when are you going to start incorporating language models? When are you going to start using AI to decipher what the spirits are saying? And there's all these new ITC apps popping out that deal with language models and AIs. My whole thing is, I have to look at it from a very bird's eye point of view. And what if spirits can manipulate the AI and we create something completely different? As sci-fi as it sounds, it's the truth. We don't understand, like, for example, we don't understand what and how your mother's spirit manipulated that phone. Right. We don't understand how they manipulate the devices I use or other people's devices. So who's to say that they're not going to take a language model and create something completely different with it? So we're trying to talk to, say, Mike, the spirit Mike. And in reality, that language model completely changes Mike into something else. And we don't know. We don't know how far the implications can go. So I see what you're saying, Professor. It's broad. It's the room for error, the room for manipulation is vast.
And that's why I don't think, even though I've written on it, and that's why we're having the conversation today, I don't think the telephones and the technology offer the best evidence for consciousness surviving death. So let me make a physical point. I can just grab it here. Hang on.
Sure.
So this, out of all the books I've got, this is the essays from the Bigelow competition in 5 volumes. I think there was like 206 successful essays that went through to be judged. So I think I'm in volume 5 with the essay that I was involved in. And it was $500,000 for the best evidence in 25,000 words for survival of permanent bodily death. And my colleague, Dr. Jeffrey Mishlove, he was the essay winner for that. He spoke about the telephones off the back of my research as part of his essay. But when it came to the one that I was involved in, didn't discuss any of that. My main 2 areas that I was asked to write with 3 other authors was best evidence from deathbed visions. So people dying on their deathbed over the last 150 years that we've kind of written on that topic. What are the best cases where it seems, how on earth did that dying person know about this other person who's come to them that's, is dead, but they don't know they've died, and yet they've delivered such specific information that's had to be followed up. And also, what haunting cases throughout history have also offered the best evidence. So I spoke about 2 cases, but one that was memorable was the Cheltenham ghost. It was also known as the Morton ghost. And it's also sort of the basis for the film and stage play, The Woman in Black. Now, in that case, the apparition appeared so often that they could experiment with it. Morton, who was the main author of the paper, who was a medical student, she'd seen the apparition late one night and started putting fibre across the staircase so she could see if it would break the fibre. And they'd follow it around the house. It would appear in the garden. They tried to corner it and reach out and touch it. And they had so many opportunities to experiment with the apparition because it was appearing so often. These are really powerful cases that, if you see those green books over there, the Proceedings of the Society for Psychical Research, it was one of the early reports with a foreword by Frederick Myers, who was a massive scholar of the field, talking about the case. And then he wrote, you can see it in blue just there, the 2-volume book in 1903, Human Personality and its Survival of Bodily Death. A massive piece of work, especially on what is human consciousness, what does it mean to us, and has it got this capacity for surviving bodily death? What's the evidence for it? So I think all of these other kinds of cases that we have more regularly day to day, sensing the presence of the dead, seeing apparitions, seeing them in dreams, as much interaction as we like through people professing to be mediums, we can easily put those people to the test and see if they really can deliver specific information, really specific information, and see if this is offering us any more information about, well, how powerful is human personality and can it actually survive? Or is something, traces of our memory at least, being retained somehow that we can pick up on? So there may be no survival of death whatsoever, but the mind is so powerful, it creates a memory bank somewhere. We've got radio waves and EMF and ultraviolet. Is there a psi field? In biology,
speaking my language,
they call it a
Professor.
morphic field, and we could talk of all kinds of fields of information. Is it that? Is it?
That's John's theory. That's what John always believes is our spirits. It's our memories that were attached to the energy of us that's released, because we don't really know how the mind
Mrs.
works.
Garrett, Eileen Garrett, there towards the end of her life, she didn't believe. She was a world famous medium, very, very rich. Founded the Parapsychology Foundation in America in 1951. She moved over there. And funded a lot of research. And by the end of her life, she believed more so that a lot of her information was telepathic. It was coming from the sitters. She was picking up on the bereaved's knowledge, or whoever she was working with, their knowledge of the dead. And that's why it seemed so impressive. She wasn't communicating with the dead.
Fascinating. And I like what you said about being specific, it's as specific as you get. I did an interview with a woman named Simone Key she used to be a tutor at the Arthur Findlay College. And she would say they had a word called, I loved it. It was like clairvagueness as opposed to clairvoyance.
Yeah.
That's what you got to watch for, clairvagueness. That's how you can spot a fraud. They're just giving you the big, broad things, and
and
which
not
is
the
great.
details.
Yeah, without the details. Professor, I got one more question for you, and I'll let you go. You've been absolutely wonderful.
Thank you.
And thank you. We appreciate it so much. If you received one of these calls, what's the first question you would ask?
Who's calling, please? Who is it from? And that's the thing. If it's just some random dead person, I wouldn't really be able to help.
Well, let's assume it's somebody you know. Let's assume it would be someone you knew that had passed, someone you were close to, and they had passed, and you get a phone call from them. What would you ask?
Then I'd say you need to make me convinced. Give me some specific information that only I would know, that you would know. So it's got to be something like that. I mean, there could be a few things. So
you'd hit him from the science. You'd hit him right out of the gate.
It can't be a celebrity, because there'd be so many people that'd be able to impersonate them, and what is publicly known. So it's either got to be a dead relative or one of the scientists past that I know of. I mean, it could be Rogo or Bayliss as well. If they came forward, I would know so much about them because I've delved so much into their own personal history that there's questions that I could ask. So I would put them to the challenge of, this is great, please stay on the line. I would like to actually have this conversation, but we need to go through some specifics here and make sure that we're actually genuinely establishing contact. There was Konstantin Raudover. Have you heard of him? Because of the book Breakthrough. No. That was considered a really big book in the progress of the history of EVP. And Dr. Konstantin Raudover was a psychologist, and when he brought out the book Breakthrough, it came with an LP. So you could listen to his EVPs as you read the book to hear these examples.
Oh, that's cool.
And after he died, there were claims in Germany, France, and the USA that he was repeatedly calling paranormal researchers to actually say, I'm on the other side, and we're creating a telephone to contact the living, and you need to document these cases. I think the guy in America was called Mark Macy, and he'd written a few things on this, and he's got these recordings. And I remember kind of facing them with quite a bit of skepticism of, this is unusual. It sounds like someone impersonating Raudover. I mean, he's got this very deep voice with the accent and so forth, but over and over again. And Mark spoke very positively about them, and absolutely head on involved with trying to understand this contact. So there's even been these figures who did the research returning allegedly afterwards and trying to get in touch with.
It was like Houdini. It wasn't like Houdini's thing. He gave someone a word.
He died with a code. And allegedly the medium that he had kind of outed the most and spoke so negatively about was Arthur Ford. And Arthur Ford was the first medium to claim that he got the code, and apparently it was the code that Houdini had died with.
Right.
And so that there's the controversy there, but that goes on and on and on. I mean,
Right.
that you see, God, I've got so many things in, like, there's a little orange book there, and that's a book.
First of
by
all, that's the most impressive thing, that you're able to quickly point to the book.
I can see it. I can see
Yeah.
it, but I know it's there. That book is by Hereward Carrington, and it's just called Houdini and Doyle, and it's about the relationship and the back and forth between Houdini and Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. And it's not as straightforward as some of the people online make out, that Doyle was deluded and Houdini got it right. There was a lot of personal loss with Houdini and his mother, and especially wasn't satisfied unless a medium came forward with a message from his mother. You know, so that really pushes out the window any other kind of contact from other people that could be verified.
Right.
It sounds like Conan Doyle was staying quite level-headed, that any medium should really just be presenting satisfactory information. But eventually they fell out, but they really were a good working team. But you had to really push those personal kind of losses and biases out of the way. And I don't think they could reconcile those. And it's the same with Freud and Jung, how they went their separate ways.
Sure.
Both end up being fascinating parapsychology, but they really ended up kind of destroying their friendship.
Hopefully that won't happen to us, John.
Yeah, hopefully not, right?
But
But hey, you know, what's really interesting is like, it's funny because what I deal with in my field, if you will, with so much. I'm trying to think of the right word for it. Like, for example, you said it before, like all of a sudden a bird flies by or a butterfly goes by, and people are like, oh, it's a spirit. And I'm like, no, it's nature. You know, that's just a butterfly going by, right? So when I'm doing my thing, and I am also super skeptical of the apps that I use for not only human tampering, but human error. Okay, audio pareidolia, things like that. The chaos that you speak of, because that chaos is everywhere while I do this, even if I'm walking in a cemetery. But there's certain things I ask in it, and it falls short. A lot of people don't realize it. When I go up to like a plot and I ask for, you know, spirits, may we have a conversation? You know, I get a reply, yes, okay, spirit, what's your name? You know, without saying the spirit's name. You know, the app in question that I'm using is on my wrist, usually pointed up at the sky, you know, or in back of me. You know, it's not at the grave, so there's no visual context to the phone either. You know, and then a name comes through. You know, that's the sort of viable evidence that I look at. And that is why usually if I don't hear a name or it's some nonsense, you know, I just keep it moving. Because it's all, you know, it's regardless whether it's something coming through, whether it's radio or whether it's, you know, something else, it's not viable to what I'm doing at the time. You know, it holds no worth to me. So, but it's just everything you were saying, just like, you know, it's great to know that I'm applying those, you know, tactics to
But
what
you're
I
not
do.
totally 100% crazy? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
It's great to know that
I'm
you're not a
completely
complete
100%
lunatic.
crazy.
That there are people studied and learned that are doing it in a much different way and not in field work like you are. But yes, it's great, man. It really is. Wow, dude,
Professor, thank you so much. I
we
mean,
kept it for over an hour. I hope
an
you had
amazing
fun
guest.
and
Thank
had a
you.
good time here.
And Brian, you too, man. Thank you for all
thanks,
that,
Brian.
man. Thank you.
Professor Cal Cooper, everybody. Telephone calls from the dead. Pick it up. We'll put a link to it in our bios here for this when we drop this. That's it, man. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Hopefully I will be doing an audio version of the book soon. People have been kind of poking me and nudging me like mad to do it, so soon you can go to sleep listening to the book chapter by chapter, hopefully.
Yeah, man.
Cool.
That's who wouldn't want to listen to this voice? Make sure you got a picture on there. Have it read to you at night. It's like
I can be in bed with you at night, and
it's just like in a bath.
That's it.
Like reading, it's like who wouldn't want to be serenaded, gentlemen? Awesome. Anyway, all right, man. Thank you so much. So, how do we explain the voice message from Brian's mother who passed away? Technical glitches like delayed delivery, voicemail sync issues, or even phone number reassignments can sometimes bring old messages back to life. There's also the slim chance of a heartless prank. Psychologically, grief and memory can play tricks on us, but in Brian's case, the evidence would rule out both grief-driven perception and mistaken identity. Is it paranormal? A spirit manipulating electronics or sending messages through residual energy? Maybe. Either way, we are left with a mystery. Was it a fluke of technology or something more? At Splintered Spirits, we'd like to think it's something more. We want to once again thank Professor Callum Cooper for joining us and Brian for sharing such a personal story. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to Splintered Spirits wherever you get your podcasts and on all our socials. If you have a ghost story or evidence that you want us to review, visit our website at splinteredspirits.com to submit. That's splinteredspirits.com. Until next time, stay curious.